Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, it is becoming clearer that the so uh, drummed up and propagated a cabinet of Mama Mboga and mtu wa Chini. Seems it wasn't all that true because the nominees to this particular cabinet have a net worth of over 15 billion Kenya shillings in total. So Kenyans are in shock, others are in disbelief, others are confused, and others don't know what to say again. Well, that is Kenya Kwanza for you, and that is the current government. So you may have to learn to live with it. Of course, another twist is into our politics, where Miguna Miguna is being rumored to be being pushed by Dr. William Ruto, the president, to be made the Nyanza kingpin. Can Miguna Miguna unseat Raila Odinga in this particular scenario? Something that we all need to ventilate on and be able to look at it keenly, historically, and the future. How does the kingpin of Nyanza move from one community, one family to another, or from one person to another? How many people have been brought to replace Raila Odinga and did not succeed in the past? What makes this different this time round? Karibu kila mmoja. Nashukuru kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi katika kipindi hiki. Naomba tu kitupata, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, ili wote tukajumuike pamoja na kumakinika katika siasa zetu na kuelewa ni nini kinachojiri. Kinio cabinet ni hatari sana. Ningependa wote tukaijadili kwa kina. Tunatafuta Mama Mboga, kwa hiyo cabinet aonekani. Tunamtafuta mtu wa chini, aonekani. Ni wale watu wako na net worth ya millions and hundreds of millions, others billions, that made it to the nominee list. How long will it take Mama Mboga and mtu wa mkokoteni to make it to that nominee list of Kenya Kwanza nominated cabinet or proposed cabinet that are being cleared by the parliament in order for them to participate into the leadership of this great country? Well, many things are happening, others happening very fast, but it's about time we began to ask those right questions so that we get right answers. So mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali karibisha wote tukajumuike katika kipindi cha leo tunapojadili siasa zetu kwa kina, ili kila Mkenya amakinike. Naomba tu wote tukalinde nidhamu na tuhakikishe kwamba kila Mkenya anaheshimiwa mahala popote alipo. Swala kuu kwetu wote ambao wako Kenya na wasiokuwemo. Haya, cabinet nominees ndio wale. Swali la kwanza, wewe una una mali kiasi gani? Okay, una mali kiasi gani? Alafu jibu linatokea 100 million, 900 million, 4 billion. Hii serikali si ilikuwa ya Mama Mboga na ilikuwa ya mtu wa chini, iligeukaje ikakuwa tena imeendea kwa ma dynasties, wala ambao ndio walivyo navyo? Nini kilibadili? Kwani Mama Mboga na mtu wa mkokoteni hawezi kuwa cabinet secretary ama kuwa okay, basi tuendelee hapo kila mmoja. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. The mystery of the Kenya Kwanza cabinet nominees. Everybody 10 million, 50 million, 500 million, 4 billion. Mama Mboga ana kilipatikana wapi katika hii masuala yote? Ningependa tu kila mmoja atuambie nini kilibadilika. Hii serikali ilikuwa tuunde sisi watu wa chini. Watu wa juu walikuja saa ngapi katika serikali ya watu wa chini, na wakachukua vitu zote ambazo zilikuwa zimeahidiwa watu wa chini. Nini hiki kinachoendelea katika nchi hii? Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria freedom is here, and freedom meant every person has capacity to lead in whatever way they are afforded to. Nini kilichofanyika mpaka sasa ni wale walivyonavyo wale wanaonekana kwamba wako mbele ndio wanachukua kila kitu katika serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza. So naomba tu tukajadili pamoja, tukasonge pamoja, tukaelewane pamoja. Link nisha share kwa wale ambao mnataka kuingia katika studio. Wale wanatupa mawe tumezoea, lakini sisi lazima tuulize maswali yanayofaa. Freedom is here. Mama Mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni, mtu wa chini, tunataka kumuona katika hiyo nominee list. Kwani walipotelea wapi? Hii serikali ilikuwa ni yetu, okay? Ilikuwa ya watu wa chini, ilikuwa ya watu wasiojulikana, ya wale ambao babu zao na baba zao walikuwa hawajulikani. Hiyo ndiyo serikali ilikuwa inaundwa na Kenya Kwanza. Nini kilichofanyika hapo katikati baada ya kunyakua uongozi? Kwani watu wa chini walitupwa ama walisaulika? Hiyo ndicho ningependa kuangalia kwa kina, tukikuonyesha tu picha hapo ya Hustlers Cabinet, okay? Hustlers Cabinet, total net worth of the cabinet nominees is 15.26 billion. 15.26 billion. Yani ukijumlisha hizo hela zote pamoja, yani hao watu wako juu na kuambia. Sasa tunashindwa kama hawa ndio mama mboga, hawa ndio watu wa mkokoteni. Hii Kenya ishakuwa first world. I mean okay, karibu kila mmoja, tukajiunge, tukajadili hili kwa kina, ili kusiwe na yote ambaye atapata bukdha katika masuala haya. Kwani kweli ndio Kenya Kwanza ama ni nini ambacho kinaendelea hapa? Tumia hiyo link, njoo katika studio tukajadili kwa kina masuala haya. Tukianzia hapa, in a short while we'll be back.
Itaundwa na mahasla hawa mama mboga, hawa watu ya bodaboda. Serikali ya 2022 itaundwa na mahasla hawa mama mboga, hawa watu ya bodaboda, hawa wale wa kuuza kiosk, wale watu wa chini ndio wataunda serikali.
What is your financial net worth?
At about 4 billion shillings.
4 billion.
Yes, about 700 million.
51 million, let's say over 200 million.
392 million shillings.
544 million Kenya shillings.
950,000. 950
million.
Kenya shillings.
100 million.
It's 482 million 200.
There is 750 million shillings.
550 million Kenya shillings.
156 million Kenya shillings.
Approximately 80 million.
8 or 80?
80.
80,
Mr. Chairman.
About 101 million, composed of a townhouse that I own in Syokimau.
Around 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion.
Yes.
645 million, Chairman.
645 million net worth.
590 million, Honorable Chairman.
Walikuwa wanafikiria ni mchezo wakati niliwaeleza
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Unategea Mtembei TV, tunaendelea na mjadala wa leo tunapoangazia hii cabinet ya mama mboga na mtu wa chini. Iko net worth inatisha. Sasa sijui kama mambo ni kama haya yatakuwaje. My sister Yufi, habari ya leo? Unmute.
Mzuri sana, labda yako.
Niko salama, nashukuru. Karibu.
Asante, leo umefungua kuchelewa.
Shughuli mingi, najua kesho pia ni church, sasa lazima maandalizi mengi.
Yenyewe, at least ukiwa uko na consistency ya kuiweka hata kama ni kuchelewa. Mama mboga wetu si wangegawa tu hata hiyo 5 billion yenye iko hapo juu ya hiyo pesa yao, watu subsidize vitu zingine. Juu naona ni mama mboga kweli. Yaani hao watu wako na pesa hata kushinda Kenya yenyewe. Yaani wanaishi kwa country yenye yaani they are richer than the country itself. Watu walituambia eti walipata dilapidated economy. Na watu wako na pesa kushinda hata country. Si wadonate hata hiyo ya juu, hiyo wabaki na hiyo 10. Sasa wajiongeleshe kati yao, wadonate hiyo 5 billion tu, wa subsidize mambo mengine juu. Sio ni bottom up kweli. Ni vitu zenye zilikuwa chini zipande juu. Mwenye wako chini abaki hapo chini. Wenye wako juu wazidi kupanda juu. Alafu hapo katikati kukae na gap. Sasa mwenye wako chini hawezi fikia mtu wa juu. Sasa hiyo ndo bottom up yao. Sasa sijui mama mboga yuko wapi hapo. Kama mtu mmoja kuna 4 billion. Hiyo ndo mama mboga. Mtu mwenye ako na pesa, mtu mwenye net worth yake ni kidogo ni 80 million. Na hao watu mtu aweze kukuambia the exact net worth yake. We know it's more than that, or it's either they are planning to come and still amass wealth and make it to that point where they've said. So mama mboga sioni mama mboga hapo. Hao watu ni they're just the rich. Walitumia tu mama mboga kupanda kufika mahali walikuwa nataka kufikia. Like Dube alisema, you go through the people on your way up the ladder. So walikuwa nataka watu wakuenda na up the ladder. So walikuwa nataka wafike up the ladder huko. Lakini wamefika sasa. Acha tuone tu, kwa mimi nawahurumia tu hustlers. Watu wenye wanajiita hustlers mama mboga. Because mimi kama Azimio, I don't regret. Serikali ni yetu sote. Bei ipande kwetu sote. Tumie. Hata hao pia watoto wao walale njaa. Ndo wasikie. Wakose karo. Ndo wajue. Unajua, mtu akikwambia mtoto wako akikosa karo na mtoto wako hajawahi kosa karo, utajua uchungu. Sasa watoto wao wakose karo, walale njaa, ndo wajue hiyo uchungu. Alafu Miguna kuwa Luo kingpin, hiyo ni hot air. Miguna ajaribu kwingine. Luos, we don't get our kingpin. You don't inherit the kingpin just like that. You'll have to work for it. I believe, based on history, Baba worked for his leadership. For him to get there, he worked for it. And for you to get there, you have to work for it. We have to believe in you. I don't think even the people who brought Miguna back themselves believe in Miguna. So that is just hot air. Thank you, Bernard, and everyone.
Okay, asante sana Yufin kwa utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunashukuru wa Kenya. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Tunaangazia hii cabinet ya Mama Mboga na mtu wa chini. Inatisha kwa sababu hiyo net worth iko juu zaidi ya Mama Mboga na mtu wa chini. Sasa nini kilichofanyika mpaka Mama Mboga sasa haonekani na mtu wa chini haonekani? Hilo ni swala nyeti ambalo lazima tulijadili kwa kina na tuelewe, kwani yani hatuwezi kuwa wakweli tu kwa kitu kimoja, hata kitu kimoja tu, mpaka kila kitu kiwe na uongo wake. Alafu can President Dr. Ruto make Miguna Miguna a Nyanza kingpin? Kwa hiyo ndio ruma inaendelea eti Raila anapaswa kuwa replaced by Miguna Miguna, endorsed by Dr. William Ruto the president. Hiyo inawezekana? Haiwezekani. Na kama haiwezekani, kwa nini? Kama inawezekana, kwa nini? Historia kulingana na mimi imekataa. Sasa sielewi, lakini mtanisaidia. Wale ambao mnataka kujiunga na studio, link ndio hiyo kwa comment section. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unakuja ili tukajadili 1, 2, 3 tuelewane katika masuala haya. Naomba nimlete Benson Budhia achangie. Vipi?
Vipi Bernard, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Karibu.
Asante sana. Hi Yufin, hi Joshua. Yeah. Wacha nianze na kingpin. Let me start by saying kingpin is not something that is given. Kingpin for every community is defined through certain processes, certain events, and certain hallmarks of every community. And getting a kingpin is not easy. By getting Raila Odinga, took him almost 20 years for people to agree that he's a kingpin. People tried, Anyang' Nyong'o tried when he was 1997. He was 1997. He was supporting Masai and Giru. James Olengo tried in 1992 with I think with Safina. So it's not an easy thing. I think Miguna is nowhere near the Luo kingpin. And in any case, when you look at the Luo kingpinship, it is based on other things beyond money and education. It's also based on certain traditional geopolitical arrangements on who should be the kingpin. And I don't think that community is on transition. They already have somewhere. They already have someone who is their own kingpin. Actually, us in Central Province are the one who are actually in the process of getting a kingpin. Number 2, and I said yesterday here, it was the worst travesty of justice to let Miguna stay in Canada for 5 years. Miguna is a Kenyan. I don't think any Kenyan should be subjected to such kind of inhumane act. And I think squarely, the government of Uhuru should be blamed for doing what they did to Miguna. But also, 2 things, and I said this yesterday. An attempt for revolution is coming. We all know that there are many things that are happening under the carpet to solidify a revolution. That's why you see things like Bunge la Wananchi are becoming more prominent, and you see few other things like mobilization by media and by teams. You also see next Monday but 1, we shall be at the airport tukichukua baba in preparation for in preparation for an attempt for revolution. And I know the government is watching. They have the advantage of the intelligence, so they have a lot of information on the things that are happening. Miguna comes in as a perfect general to quell, to disrupt such kind of an attempt. So I'm very sure that Miguna is being positioned to come and deal with the other opposing side. And me and you know Miguna as a gun for hire. Last time he was hired by Raila. I think now he's a good gun for hire for Ruto. Number two, you can see the last 1 week, there is a big interest on human rights issues and human rights violation and extrajudicial killings that happened during 2018, 2022. A lot of people have been killed. Haki Africa have documented 643 cases of people who have been killed. We all know hundreds of people who have been thrown into Yara River. There are reports of, heads, hundreds of heads and body parts that have been recovered in Yara River. This week alone, in Mount Kenya, in Abadeas, somewhere between Kenari Forest, Chini Forest, over 60 bodies were collected. We also know there is an operation that have been sent in Mboga access. Those who knows where Mboga is, there is a body dumping site there, and that is developing case. And you can see even in the media, there is a big highlight on those things. Miguna comes in because he was the beginning of the special units that have been killing people. Started with the Miguna, and extraditing Miguna was the beginning of that. So those are two things that are shaping the politics, and Miguna will be at the center: the extrajudicial case and also the revolution. Good. Number two, let me get into the cabinet, the rich hustlers. Yeah.
There is something with your microphone. I think you need to rectify it.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you, but there is an extra noise added to your voice that is not being received very well by the audience. You are complaining.
Can you hear me from there?
We can hear you, but I think either umelalia microphone or the microphone is too close to your mouth. It's vibrating into the ears of the listeners.
Okay, is that better?
It's okay. Try again.
Is that better? Maybe
No,
it was my.
It's still the same.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is happening.
Where is your microphone? Keep it a distance from your mouth and let it not be either hit by a cloth or something.
Is that better?
Okay, that's okay.
Okay. So in regards to the hustler cabinet, I would say somebody to be appointed into the cabinet, the highest organ, the executive team, is not your ordinary Mama Mboga. So I would imagine that any expectations that you expected the mother from Wakulima market or Kangango market in Kiambu to be in cabinet, that is too much to ask. You are looking at the top 25 in a country, and these are people who represent a lot of interests. You're also looking at people who have track record, because you're looking at people who have been to public service, people who have excelled in certain areas. And if you have excelled in certain areas, it means you are somewhere near, you are a rich person because you have been rewarded. If you have been a governor for 10 years, 15 years, you are not a hustler in terms of material. You can only be hustler in terms of the spirit and in terms of how you look at things. So when I look at these figures, actually, most of these people are rich than what I see here. I think, and it was cleared today when they were betting for Mase Wanjao, that actually the figures that we are seeing here is the net worth. You are not even looking at how much they own in terms of loans and all that. So if you look at what Mutua owns, maybe he's probably 1.5 billion, but his net worth is 400. So I would say these are not your next neighbor. Let me also say this, and I will give an example as I conclude. I had an opportunity to interact with Mzee Mboga of Equity Bank, and we had a sitting, and one day he told me in that sitting, and I asked you, by the way, Mzee, how many titles do you have in your house? How many land and how much do you have in the bank? And we were discussing, I was taking my daughter to his school. He told me, Benson, you're a young man. Let me answer you with a straight answer. Wewe uko na suruali ngapi za ndani? And that was the end of the debate. And then after many years after reflection, I think 4 years ago, after that debate, I think it's reflecting here the crass inequalities in Kenya, the inequality that we are seeing in Kenya, where some people are and where we are. If somebody can be 4 billion and you look at where you are, then I think the example that the Mboga gave me, that I should be concerned more about my panties and my underwears than the titles that he owns. So that tells you the inequality. And any country that aspires to grow also needs to start thinking on how to reduce the inequalities between the rich and the poor. We need to bridge that gap so that everyone can be on the table. As it were now, some people are on the table, others are below the table. That would be my opening statement, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Mbuthia. I would just want to throw this in historically. Between Kenneth Matiba, Raila Odinga, and the people that were in detention, Kinakoiki Omwere, and the rest, detention without trial under Moi. And Miguna Miguna being deported and staying in Canada in his house with his family. Which one is injustice?
Is that for me?
Yes, you're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, let me say this. Each generations have their own struggles. The generation of Congo Karumba and the first Jomo, it's a generational thing. So we are dealing with a generational struggle. The generational struggle is, if today Bernard is arrested, because we have grown so much in terms of democratic space. Matiba was arrested in 1990. Euphin was not born. Maybe JB, I'm not sure, maybe JB was not born. So the struggle for Euphin cannot be compared to the struggle of Congo Karumba. So we are dealing with the current struggle. The current struggle today is Musando children. The current struggle today is Miguna Miguna. The current struggle today is Bernard being arrested or his TV being.
Oh, Benson, I respect you, but you are becoming very scarce with the truth. There is no struggle that is for a generation that does not spring from the previous. And we can only tell where we are going by telling where we are coming from. If you say nobody has faced injustice like Miguna Miguna, when we have had people who have been separated from their families for years in detention who are still alive today, you are not being sincere and you know it.
So what is your point, Bernard?
The point is simple. Let's remain balanced in our presentation by ensuring that when we make our comparison, we compare it in balance. In fact, it's good you talked about Musando. Yeah, that would be an injustice that is justified. Musando is no more. The widow is there and the children are there. That is understandable. But Miguna being deported and staying with his family away from Kenya, as much as that was an illegality, it matches no close to the injustice that has been vetted to innocent people in this country historically and currently. That is all I seek. If we want to share information, let's share it within the balance and in the light of what is true, not to push a narrative that makes something that has happened so evil that we forget the evil and the ills that have been unleashed on innocent Kenyans for years. No. Well, I want us to move on. Before that, let me play this video.
Anza kubehave kama rais na atumie lugha ambayo inaleta Wakenya pamoja. Kwa sababu mzee Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa anasema ndugu zanguni. Moi alikuwa anasema Wakenya wazalendo. Kibaki alikuwa anasema dear Kenyans kwa sababu hakuwa anajua Kiswahili. Uhuru ametoka akisema fellow Kenyans. Sasa tumepata rais wa tano anatumia lugha ya our competitors. Rais awache kutuweka katika mood ya election, ni mapema. Awache kuita watu wengine competitors, alete Kenya pamoja. Atumie lugha kama ile Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa anatumia, Mwai Kibaki, Moi na Uhuru. Asanteni.
Thank you everyone for staying tuned. Please, let's keep inviting each other as we share different views on the subject at hand. We are looking at Kenya's reactions to Mama Mboga, mtu wa Chini cabinet, in quotes of course, nominees. Their net worth is over 15 billion. And can President Dr. William Ruto make Miguna Miguna the Nyanza kingpin? That is what is being rumored, and the reason why he is back and he's in every station talking about Raila Odinga. I have an issue with that because everybody seems to be blaming something on Raila Odinga to find relevance. And to me, that is record imechezo miaka mingi mpaka imekuwa boring. Just come, you're a man, express yourself in your capacity as a man and show Kenyans that you can lead. This business of blaming on one and the other is not helping much. Nimesema yangu. Naomba tumsikilize Joshua tukisonga hivyo hivyo.
Amjambo nyote.
Hatujambo, karibu vipi huko?
Asante sana. Mzuri sana isipokuwa baridi ndio inaanza. Lakini tunezoea. Kwa topic ya leo Mama Mboga, shida ni kubwa sana kwa sababu walidanganywa. Hiyo ni kitu hiyo hivyo ndivyo ilivyo. Unajua tunasema ukitaka kushika mwizi unatuma mwizi mwenzake. Huwezi kushika mwizi hivyo. Tukienda upande wa pesa ambazo zinaonekana hapa wakisema sijui mmoja iko na milioni ngapi, bilioni ngapi, hiyo ni kujionesha. Hiyo anasema pale bungeni, ikiwa hata Wetangula mwenyewe ambaye ako ndani, hiyo yote ni kujionesha. Ni mbaya kuonesha watu wengine tuko na pesa fulani na watu wako na njaa. Hiyo mabilioni wanazungumza ni quarter of what they have. Juu kama nilikutumia Bernard exactly amount ambayo kina Musalia Mudavadi wako nayo about 55 billion, na rais mwenyewe iko na 88 billion. Sasa kama rais mwenyewe iko na 88 billion, haiwezekani kuwa ati total amount ni 15 billion Kenya shillings ambayo wanazungumza. Tuko na watu wako na intelligence capacity huku nje na ndani ya Kenya. Wasijaribu kuchezea wa Kenya sheri. Ni kuonesha wale watu wengine ambao wako pale nje wako na, wakati ya Uhuru sikusikia tuko na mabilioni ngapi, wakati ya Kibaki sikusikia walikuwa na hizo vitu zote zinatokea saizi. Kila siku kuna new stories. Hao watu wakilala zile ndoto wanalala, wakiamka ile wanaota jana usiku ndo wanatuambia sisi wa Kenya. Is hurting. Watu wanakosa unga, wanakosa mafuta, wengine wanalala bure hata hawajakunywa chai ama nini. Watu wanaonesha vile wako na mabilioni, wanajua tumbo zao, wajui wale wako nje wanaumia namna gani. It's too bad. Sasa tukiongea mambo ya Miguna Miguna hata anajua, hata anezungumza leo kwenye television. Hii kesi yake iko tricky kwa sababu akitumwa nje, wakati alishikwa pale airport, ye mwenyewe alitamuka kabla yeye ni Mkenya ndio, lakini aneshtakiwa na fulani, na alitaja jina ya Ruto. Kama mnaweza kuingia kwa mtandao mkaangalia story of Miguna, kwa sababu hizo videos bado ziko for the next generation. Alitaja Ruto. Sasa huyo alimfanya akapelekwa nje, ndio huyo anamrudisha. The same thing aliambia Uhuru. Wacha tukuje tu clear. Aliambia Uhuru, hata huyu mzee wacha tumtupe ndani ama tumuue. Mzee akasema hapana. Uhuru akasema hapana. Ukitaka kuchomeke ni mshike Raila. Everything, huyu jamaa is a killer. Wacha niseme direct speech, is a killer. Kitu yoyote inatokea Kenya, watu wanafikiria ni mchezo. Huyu mtu aoni, ananusa damu, aoni, ni kipofu. Ataona siku ile atavamiwa na Wakenya. Ukiona vile Kalonzo Musyoka anezungumza akisema kwa nini Raila hawezi kuwa rais wa Kenya, akitoka kule tutatengeneza kabineti yetu sisi. Watu wanechoka. Ukiangalia vile Mama Karua alizungumza jana, hizi speech zinazungumzwa huko nje. Na ule mwingine ambaye alisimamia kura ambaye ni kipofu, asijui anaitwa nani, sorry, kwa sababu mimi siwajui karibu wote. The same thing anasema. Hao watu wote walinunuliwa, ikiwa ni koti, ikiwa ni Chubukati alikuwa na deni, zote zinasikika. Unajua Kenya yetu siku hizi ni digital. Sile tulikuwa tunapewa mabarua ama tunatumiwa email nini wanasemaje, Telegram. Siku hizi iko mtandao, kama mtandao Bernard huko au wengine wako, ile tunazungumza saa hizi wengine wataisikiza kesho na itakuwa in record. So serikali ya Kenya ichunge vile wanavyozungumza pale nje. Sio juu ya magari wanazungumza hivi, kesho utasikia wakiwa church another story. Inakuwa ni continuation. People are tired. Sisi ambayo tuko nje tuko tired, na sasa wale wako hapo nyumbani wako on the ground, it's painful. Sasa wacha tuchukue kwa mfano Bernard, jana tulikuwa nazungumza mambo ya pesa. Yeah? Mimi nitoe 30 euros. Wacha tuchukue example ile ya 3 million people. Yeah? Nitoe 30 euros kwa 30 millions ambao tunazungumziwa, kila mtu 30 euros. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi Bernard? Is about 9, is it 9 million? Is around let me say 9,000 million. Sasa tukisema kama mtu atatoka 30 per person, hiyo ni pesa ngapi tukicalculate na Kenya shillings, which is about 120? Ni pesa mingi, na hiyo ni monthly, every month times 12. Ni pesa mingi sana, inaweza kusaidia Kenya. Sasa watu wakianza ku lose hope, yeah, kwa sababu wanaanza kujionyesha huko, watu wataanza wa Kenya hapa saizi, wacha niseme tu ninafungua watu macho kule nyumbani, wajue wa Kenya hapa watumi pesa nyumbani, wanaweka pesa zao through M-Pesa, wanatumia lipa na M-Pesa pay, yeah, pay bill. Wanachukua pay bill namba yake mwenyewe, anaenda wataenda hapa town, wataenda kwa MoneyGram. Kwa MoneyGram watasema pay by pay bill number yangu, it comes to my phone hapa hapo Jerumani, haiendi Kenya. Na Safaricom is very clever, is one of the, yani mkiangalia satellite ya Kenya, Safaricom is top 10 in the world. Na Ruto asijaribu kuchezea Safaricom hata kidogo, atakuwa anaharibu all the banks. Yani watapeleka watu chini kabisa. Na siri ambaye Ruto anataka Kenya iende chini, ndo madola ziende, zile pesa ya wash, zile pesa walitengeneza kutoka France, zile 500 notes, wanataka juu chini wazirudishe, kwa sababu ziko chini ya magunia mahali waneficha. They want that money to come out, yeah, fake money, and that's wrong, kwa sababu ukikosa foreign currency in the country, hiyo pesa itatumika tu East Africa, hawezi kwenda nayo mahali popote out of Africa, because if you want to travel outside the country you need dollars or foreign currency. Itakuwa East Africa community kwisha. That mistake wasijaribu hata kidogo, kwa sababu hii serikali inaonekana haina amani kwa wana Kenya, wanataka matumbo yao, na it's bad, yeah. Kwa sababu hata hii wanazungumza pale bungeni kupoteza time na nini kuoje hao watu bado watapewa tu na Watangula ama ule speaker mwingine, hata watapewa hizo viti 100%. Hii ni kupuuza tu watu, ile kuchukua procedures, lakini wanajua 100% hao watu wote watapewa. So asante, ni hayo tunaweza kusema kwa leo.
Okay, thank you Bwana Solo for that, we appreciate it. Na Wakenya tumakinike, tukue tayari kwa hali ambayo ni ngumu, kwa sababu uongozi ulioko haupeani mwongozo ambao unaaminika. Let's listen out to this as Anderson gets ready to come.
Kwa nini Raila asikubaliwe awe rais wa Kenya? Kwa nini? Nauliza, why? Karibu nitoe machozi. Kwa nini Raila asikubaliwe awe rais wa Kenya? Kwa nini? Nauliza, why? Karibu nitoe machozi. Majuzi baba akirudi, we are going to announce our shadow cabinet. Shadow cabinet. Because we want to hold them to account. Complete with their own budget, which will be presented. I think one time Bill Okero, if you remember Jim, presented an opposition budget. Because we must hold this country. We have only this country to call home. Hatuna mahali pa kwenda. Lazima tuvumiliane, lakini tuogope Mungu kwanza.
Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome again, and please endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, and those who want to join into the studio, the condition is you must be on camera full time, and StreamYard configures for you. You just click and allow it to configure for you your gadget. You will find yourself in this space and give your sense on what is happening. Anderson, VP.
Hello Bena.
Hello vipi?
Mambo?
Niko salama, siku nyingi.
Nipo tu. Wana wafuatilia saa zingine. Unajua tulikuwa na wakati mgumu sana, lakini tulipumzika tuko sawa. So nikiingia kwa mjadala Bena. Hii mambo ya vetting hakuna kitu wanafanywa vetting. Hao watu already watapewa kazi. Hiyo ni kutuchezea tu. Na watu wa Azimio tulikuwa tushajua hao ndio mama mboga. Kuna wakati tulisema Mudavadi ni mama mboga, watu wakaanza kusema sijui mnatusi Mudavadi, Waluya wanatusi Mudavadi, si ni mama mboga sahi. Siruto mwenyewe alisema hii serikali itaundwa na mama mboga, watu wa mkokoteni, sijui watu wa bodaboda. Saa hizi tumeona hao ndio wa bodaboda, mama mboga. Mabilioni tu. So watu wa Azimio hatuna shida na hiyo. Sisi tulijua tu kama huyu mtu atapewa hii kiti tutapitia shida. So watu wa Azimio tulikuwa prepare kwa shida yenye itakuwa na bado. Na sasa hii Bena watu wenye wanalalamika ni watu walikuwa wa UDA. Hao ndio wanalia tu. Maisha imepanda, sijui nini. Hata hapa Vihiga hao ndio wanapiga kelele tu. Sijui unga iko juu, sijui. Si tunawaambia si tuko sawa. Si hatuna shida na unga. Si tunakula tu. Watu wa Azimio tuko na pesa. Si tuko sawa. Hao wa bottom up hao ndio wako na shida. Hao wataumia tu. So si tulikuwa tumeprepare. Tunajua Ruto hawezi. Na hata mimi bado nasema mimi president wangu ni Raila. Sijaitambua huyu mtu. Huyo sijui Kamago ama sijui. Huyo mimi hata simtambuangi. By the way Bena hata news sisikizangi. News sikiza na watu tu. Juu kila wakati kwanza hizo siku za kwanza TV ni sijui Ruto, sijui Gachagua, sijui nini. Tulikuwa hata mimi nilikuwa nimezima tu. Juu hata ni nonsense. So sisi watu wa Azimio hatuna shida. Sisi tulikuwa tumejiprepare, tunajua tu shida yenye itakuwa na bado. Baba alisema mafuta inaenda kupanda. Itapanda tu. So watu wa Azimio tuko sawa, tuko na pesa. Si ndio tuko na magari. Si ndio hata tunaona Uhuru saya anaumia. Juu hana mafuta ya nini, hata stove haina mafuta. Wanatesa sasa Uhuru na Raila. Hao ndio wako na shida. So wacha waendelee kuwatesa. So walisema wanataka wawatese. Wacha waendelee kutesa Raila na Uhuru. Hiyo haina shida. Alafu tukiongea mambo ya Miguna Miguna. Sasa Miguna ni nani? Atakuwa kingpin. Waluo Nyanza hawezi. Wewe utaondoa president. Na wewe ni mtu tu hata huyu mtu watu hawamjui. Kuna watu hata hawamjuangi. Na kukua kingpin huko Luo Nyanza sio ati ni kitu unapewa. Ni kitu unapigania. Kama yeye anataka kuwa kingpin, kesho aseme watu waende Uhuru Park. Tuanze na hapo. kama president wao, huyu president wa kina Chebukati hapa Mashujaa ameshindwa watu, ameshindwa tu, anaongea na uwanja tupu, huyu president wao. Sasa yeye ni nani? Akuja hata kanisani aweke watu 200, huyo Miguna Miguna, ndio tujue kama anatoshea UMCA. Wacha hata president UMCA. So msijali na huyo hawezi, huwezi toa Raila. Na ndugu yangu alisema hapo, sijui mambo ya sijui Miguna walimfanyia vibaya. Anaweza jua Raila alifungwa miaka 9 bila kuona familia yake. Unajua saa zingine Wakenya tunakanga mahali machozi yanatutoka sana. Mtu kama huyo aliteswa na bado mtu anaweza ongea sijui Miguna alienda. Hata mimi ukiniambia unanideport na niende na familia yangu, niko sawa tu. Lakini kuna wale walifungwa miaka 9 hawaoni familia, mpaka huyu mzee alifungiwa mahali gizani mpaka haoni jua, mpaka akiwa kwa jua macho yanatoka machozi. Alafu mnasema sijui Miguna aliteswa. Miguna aliteswa nini? Hata mimi wakinideport na familia yangu bena, si niko sawa tu, hauchapwi hautesi, uko sawa. So saa zingine tukiongea mahali kama hapa kwa media, inafaa tujue tunaongea nini. Kuna watu tunaumianga tukiona huu mzee, so si hatuna shida, wacha watu waazimio tuendelee hivyo na tungoje vile baba atasema. Baba akisema tukatae vitu fulani, tutakataa tu, hiyo ndio tunafuata. Lakini hii serikali ya UDA wacha wakae na vitu zao. Mama mboga wao wakina Mudavadi waendelee hivyo, na hiyo vetting washamaliza, usingoje ingine. Hivyo ndio wanamaliza tu, wakishamaliza wa mwisho na unasikia wanaapishwa, wanafanya kazi. So ni hivyo.
Yes. Okay, asante Bwana Anderson kwa huo utangulizi, tunashukuru. Kenya ni nchi yetu na ni haki yetu kila mmoja wetu kuitetea na kusema yanayopaswa kusemwa, na kile ambacho tungependa kila mmoja awajibike nacho ni kuhakikisha kwamba haki ya kila Mkenya inatetewa ipasavyo. Tuachane na uongo na kushabikia mambo ambayo hayafai. Kama kitu ni kibaya ni kibaya, kama kitu ni makosa ni makosa. Tusijaribu kuhadaa Wakenya huku tukijaribu kusema kwamba fulani alifaa kuteswa lakini fulani hafai kuteswa. Mateso yote ni mabaya na kila serikali inawajibika kwa kulinda na kutunza watu wake kumaanisha Wakenya, sio watu wa kabila fulani ama watu wa sehemu fulani ya nchi. The presidency is not a property of any community, it's not a property of any region. It is the presidency of Kenya, and the title deed of the State House and every other government wherever properties is in the name of the Republic of Kenya. It's not in the name of any community, in the name of any individual. And so we must appreciate that we are only custodians when we are given national leadership or otherwise leadership in the capacity of holding in trust on behalf of the rest of the people. So it is important that each one of us understand that. And so when it becomes our duty to agitate for what is rightfully ours, mtu asiogope na mtu asisalie nyuma. Lazima kila mmoja aweke mguu wake mzuri mbele ili tusongeshe Kenya mbele na tuhakikishe kwamba Kenya haitokomei. Thank you everybody. Let's listen to this before JB comes in. Let's just watch this as Kenyans react on various current issues.
Wakenya, yesterday you made me proud. Mlinifurahisha sana. I'm told mlikataa kwenda Uhuru Gardens and there were empty seats all over. In fact, the place was not even halfway full. That was a good gesture. That is something commendable. Actually, those empty seats at Uhuru Gardens should tell William Ruto that Kenyans are not happy with the current state of affairs in our country. Those empty seats at Uhuru Garden should tell Rigathi Gachagua to stop parroting, to stop making campaign sentiments, and instead focus on delivering for the hustlers. Those empty seats at Uhuru Garden should tell William Ruto that the country is still politically divided, and therefore, as a symbol of national unity, he has a responsibility of unifying this country. Mimi, I never watched it. Normally, I'm fond of listening to speeches wakati wa sherehe kama hizo, but I never bothered. How do you listen? How do you take your time kukaa kuona those speeches when Baba is nowhere to be seen? When Baba is not going to speak? You see, I miss those days on such an important event and national celebration. Baba could stand and give us a bit of history. Alright? Angetuambia where we've come from as a country, where we are as a country, and where we are supposed to head as a country. And in African culture, elders are tasked with transitioning culture and history to the young generations. And that's exactly what Baba alikuwa anafanya. He could tell the young generation that, hey, gentlemen, this is where we've come from. We had the likes of General Baimunge. Alright? They fought for this country. Then, second liberation, the likes of Baba. We fought for this country. Now, it is your turn as the young generation to fight for this country. Hiyo ndo Baba alikuwa anatuambia. And after the celebration, you could feel happy. I mean, you know history. I mean, you feel a Kenyan. You feel a Kenyan. You feel that was a national event. But see what was happening. Very boring. Very boring. I mean, I still feel bad. I still feel bad that Kenyans, out of ignorance, out of brainwash, refuse to elect custodians of democracy. Refuse to elect people with integrity.
Haya maoni tofauti ya Wakenya kwa masuala yanayojiri katika nchi na uongozi ulioko. Karibu kila mmoja uchangie na wewe. Thank you those on the comment section, and otherwise let's keep doing the right thing because it's right and it helps this country go in better places. JB, vipi?
Namna gani?
Niko poa.
Asante sana. Sina mengi bali yale ningesema. Tukianza upande ya kingpin ya Luo Nyanza. Mtu kama Miguna Miguna is totally out. Kwa sababu hata hawezi simama kuaddress a small crowd in Nyanza. Hata apewe polisi ngapi sidhani, just to address, it is not possible. Raila bado yuko, kwa hivyo bado ni kingpin, but pia tukiangalia sana huyo Raila, tukiangalia historia yake yenye sitaki kuingilia sana, utakuta kwamba hata huyo Raila is not a Luo, he is a Luya from Wanga. That is a fact through history. Ni vile tu alizaliwa Nyanza, but watu wa Nyanza hawana shida na yeye na hiyo historia yake. Sasa kingpin anaweza toka, najua ni ngumu kukuwa na kingpin mmoja mwenye amejumuisha Western na Nyanza, but it is possible. What the people want ni mtu mwenye arudi nyuma, juu nimejua watu wa Nyanza, ule mtu mwenye anakuwa manipulated. Watu kama, tumekuwaga na watu kama Tuju, tulikuwa tunafikiria wanaweza kuwa future kingpin, but waliharibu sifa. Sasa saa hii hata akirudi upande ya Raila, unakuta ile sifa ya kitambo tu imemharibia. Wanatakaga ule mtu ako na msimamo, mtu anaweza pewa kazi na akatae, aseme hii serikali ni mbaya, siwezi fanya nayo. Kwa hivyo mtu kama Miguna hapo nayo watu wasahau, Miguna hawezi kuwa kingpin wa Nyanza hata ajaribu aje. Miguna ni mtu anatakaga tu publicity, ndio unakuta anaga rafiki, na hata wakati alifukuzwa ni government, Ruto mwenyewe akiwa ndani, hata handshake haikuwa imefanyika. Kwa hivyo hata ile lawama alikuwa anasema kwa Raila, sijui hata tukifuatilia hatuoni, kwa sababu hata huyo Raila alijaribu sana venye anaweza mtetea rudishwe, but sasa huyu mtu haoni. Saa hii anakula na wale watu wenye walikuwa wamemfukuza, wenye walikuwa hamtaki. Nikiongea kuhusu maisha ya Kenya saa hii, kulingana na vile kazi inafanyika, mambo inaanza kukua ngumu. Tunakuta kwamba wenye wako kwa uongozi ni watu kichwa ngumu, kwa hivyo they need the same force. Watu wanasemaga dawa ya moto ni moto. Actually the only possible thing, ile mzuri kabisa yenye imekubalika hata na constitution kwa ulimwengu, ni revolution. Somehow ile challenge tuko nayo ni kwamba Kenyans never learn, kwa sababu hiyo revolution inafaa ikuwe ya Mkenya bila kuangalia kabila, lakini sasa utakuta mtu anaona tukienda hawa watu wanataka kutuharibia sisi, utakuta sasa hiyo ndio but revolution ikifanyika only Nairobi is enough, because we have a population of 5 million in Nairobi, and we can say that we need only 1 million. Like you saw what happened in Sri Lanka, it was peaceful. Serikali ikaondoka peke yake mpaka viongozi wanatoroka. Ni juzi tu ile kitu tu alifanya mbaya, kuna tu nyumba moja ya kiongozi ilichomwa, but in general it was peaceful. The same thing can happen wakati watu wameanza kuumia sana, alafu if people can come back to their senses, waweke mambo ya ethnicity kando, it is very possible. Now there is nothing the government is afraid of like a peaceful revolution. Watu wakienda wakiwa violent ndio wanakuja na violence, alafu wanasema hawa walikuwa wakora, but ikiwa peaceful na watu wako na determination, kwa sababu even the international community wamejua hiyo ni kitu iko na imekubalika, that is something that serikali zote zinaogopa na inataka unity. Kwa hivyo still it is possible, kwa sababu mtu akifinywa mpaka mwisho inabidi sasa utafute njia ya kutoka. Nilisikia ndugu yangu mwingine alisema hapo kuhusu gap ya tajiri na maskini hapa Kenya. Kweli ni kubwa. Watu wengine ni tajiri na ni pesa yenye wametafuta kwa haki. Watu wengine ni matajiri na ni pesa yenye wamenyang'anya wananchi kwa njia za ulaghai na mambo mbaya. But the first thing ile tunaweza fanya to reduce that gap, the first very very important, ni equal distribution of resources. We want to see a situation whereby SGR ifike Nairobi, ipite mpaka Malaba ama Busia. Isiwe ati ikifika Nairobi sasa hiyo tosha, ati tulifanya kazi. Tunataka a situation whereby Thika Highway si ati inafika Nairobi, inapita mpaka Busia. Tunataka a situation whereby companies zenye zilifungwa kama Kikomi zimeamushwa, zina operate, kwa sababu cotton ni kitu inaweza grow in semi-arid places, na mchanga ya some parts of Nyanza and Western is very good for cotton, but if they plant it, hakuna factory and the factory was closed. Those are the things zenye zinaweza leta hiyo gap ianze kukuja polepole. Zile kampuni zilifungwa Kisumu kama Coca-Cola ziko mingi, kuna zile zilifungwa kitambo kama Webuye Paper Mill. Saa hii tunaona kampuni zinafunga tu hata zile za miwa. Kenya iko na mchanga ya kuproduce miwa, but kwa sababu ya mambo ya ukatel unakuta hizo kampuni zinagandamizwa, ndio mtu atoe sukari kutoka nje kama Mexico, ile iko na lead na zinc na nini, hiyo ulikuwa mnasikia. Alafu inarudi pale inapakiwa vizuri, inasemekana ni mimea sugar. Sasa hizo vitu ndio zinaangamiza uchumi ya Kenya na inafanya upande mwingine kuna umaskini. Ukijaribu kutoa kichwa unarudishwa kwa mchanga, ukijaribu kutoa kichwa unarudishwa kwa nyasi. Sasa inakuwa ngumu. kwa sababu hata barabara peke yake ukiwa na bidhaa kufika kwa soko ni shida. Those are the things that need to be addressed. Upande ya extrajudicial killings, najua watu wamejua tu prominent people wenye wameuawa, lakini kuna watu wadogo wadogo wameuawa wengi, kama ICC witnesses hawajulikani, lakini mtu mkubwa akikufa ndio watu wamejua. But nilisikia mtu akisema kitu, but it is a very bad mentality, kwamba mtu hawezi kuwa kiongozi kama hayuko ready kuua, na nikamsikia. But somehow hata Kenya inafanyika hivyo, kwa sababu ukiangalia from the first government, watu kama Tom Mboya waliuawa na the same government, na wengine government ya Moi watu kama huko waliuawa na the same government. Government ya Kibaki watu kama Odhiambo Mbai na wengine kama Saitoti, though I don't want to go into that, but it is a fact that Saitoti was killed to pave the way for Uhuru presidency. Haya, government ya Uhuru, mtu kama Msando na Jacob Juma. Msando was killed so that Uhuru could get second term. That is a fact. And it is the same continuation, the same government. Hata kama wamekosana kidogo, nasikia watu wanasema ati tulipiga kura kupunish Uhuru. They did not vote like that to punish Uhuru. Uhuru alikuwa amemaliza term yake. They were punishing Raila because of some reasons that if we start talking here, some people will feel like emotional. But inafaa saa hii tushikane kama kitu moja, tuangalie the way forward. Ikisemekana juu kila mtu anaumia, ndio kuna watu wachache wako na pesa waoni, but ile kitu tuwache saa hii. Hata kama ulikuwa mtu wa UDA, wachana na mambo ya kukua na ile msumamo, mpaka hata kama kitu ni mbaya unatetea. Venye naonaga wengine wakiongea hapa, unakuta mtu anasimama anapanga ati the government will do this, the government will do this, au juu walikaa saa ngapi wakajadiliana. Hiyo ni kukuwa na fixed mind. Inafaa saa hii tukuje kwa reality, tuone venye maneno itakuwa, kwa sababu ni kusema ukweli vitu haziendi vizuri, but 100 days ziko karibu kukwisha na sioni kama watatimiza anything. Kwa hivyo watu wajitayarishe tu, hata kama ulikuwa kwa chama gani, kuna shida. Na we have an option ile naona kama tuko nayo kubwa ni revolution, na hiyo revolution itawezekana tu kama watu wameona haja yake. Ninataka kuwapatia story kama saa hii watu wameenda kuandamana town, alafu town ifungwe. People can sit from Thaiga roundabout mpaka kwa Globe, both sides, mpaka hata gari ya jeshi kitoka Kahawa ipati mahali ya kupita. Juja Road the same way, kutoka mlango kubwa mpaka ndani. Lang'ata Road mpaka Haile Selassie yote ni watu, mpaka business inakuja to stand still. And those ones are less than 1 million people are enough to do that. So we have the power, but we don't know how to use it. It is like somebody who has got money in the bank, but he does not know how to write the check. So we have the power, tunaweza fanya hiyo na ifanyike. Kwa hivyo mfikirie kuanzia saa hii. Sina mengi ya kusema, sichochei, but ninawaambia tu kweli, kwa sababu zile vitu zimefanyika, tumejua ni injustice, but let's hope and keep hope alive, but we need to keep it alive with action, ndio tutaweza. Otherwise sina mengi. Asante Bernard.
Okay, asante sana JB kwa hayo yote. Tunashukuru na amini wa Kenya wanakupata kwa njia safi na wanaelewa kile kinachojiri. Ni tukue wazalendo, tutetee nchi yetu, tuhakikishe kwamba nchi yetu haitokomei, haipotei njia. Hilo ndio jukumu letu. And there is a reason why God leaves us alive in this kind of a scenario and gives us that kind of understanding. One of it is that we can do something about the situation. So let's not behave as if everything is lost. Nothing is lost. There are still many options. The Kenya Kwanza people will want to push a narrative that everything is cast in stone, is finished, for accept and move on. But to move on to where, if you are where you are taking us is not the right place, we will not be doing right, following you into the failure that is imminent. So as the Kenyan people, tuko na wajibu wa kuhakikisha kwamba this government either delivers or packs and go. That is it. You can't be our driver if you don't know where we are going, and you are not driving us steadily to take us to where we are supposed to go. And so we have a right. There was the campaign of Zusha. Usikubali dereva aendeshe gari la abiria kiholela. Uzushe ili dereva akae makini. Nafikiria wakati wa kuzusha uko karibu sana kufika katika nchi. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya ajitahidi, hakikishe kwamba ako tayari kuzusha ili tuepelekwe kwa njia inayofaa. Na kitu moja ambacho kimeudhi sana Wakenya, kitu ambacho Wakenya hawajafurahia ni hiki. Okay? Hustlers cabinet. Okay? Hawa watu wote wamepata nafasi na wenye hela walio navyo ndio wamepata. Na campaign ilikuwa hii ni serikali ya watu wa chini, hii ni serikali ya watu wasio walalahoi, hii ni serikali ya wale watu hawana chochote. Imekuwa kuaje wale walionavyo peke yao ndio wamepata nafasi katika hii serikali ya walio chini? What changed? That is something that Kenyans are yet to comprehend, and is part of the anger that kept people from Uhuru Gardens even in the Mashujaa Day celebration. So I don't know what you feel and think about wherever you are. Let us get talking. This is Mtembe TV. We are having our open forum where Kenyans are getting an opportunity to air what they feel and think about their country and the current politics. Turejee kwa Bwana Joshua.
Bernard na mwenzangu JB, unajua kuna kitu moja watu wajui. Kwa wale unajua wale wanapanda njugu, wale wanapanda njugu, huwezi kuona hata siku moja nini wanahitaji nyani wakiingia kwenye hiyo shamba, kwa sababu wanajua vile kufukuza nyani. Yeah. Ukienda kwa mnyore ambaye anapanda njugu utaona nyani. Zitakula mahindi za watu huko, lakini kwa njugu hazifiki. Yeah. Kule kunaitwa magaidi. Ukija Kakamega ni the same thing. Uende wanahitaje Nyanza, Homa Bay huko kote ni wale watu wa kupanda njugu. Watu wapendi nyani. Nyani wanajua obvious. Ukienda upande wa Busia kule ndani, hautaona nyani akija kula njugu, atakula mahindi, lakini kwa sababu wanapanda juu ya miti, wanaangalia ni nani kwanza washibe, lakini njugu never. Na hiyo njugu itakuwa. So hiyo ndio vile, ndio hizi sasa kina Ruto wanajaribu kucheza. Hao ni nyani wanajaribu kucheza na wakulima wa njugu. Siku ile wa Kenya wataharibika. Kitomana. Yeah. So acha tu ni nyamaze kwa sababu Ruto simpendi tangu utoto. Yani Ruto wakati nilikuwa nasomea Kabarak, wakati nitoka St. Peter's Mumias nikisoma Kabarak, alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa Moi. Sasa naye mimi kuna wakati Moi anaingia kwa compound, wanakuja na magari zao zile za presidential press unit, na nani anaitwa nani huyu mzee Mambo Mbotela. Kuja na vumbi zinaingia kwa dormitory. Osolo ni nani huyu anazungumza? Nikaambia wanafunzi wote mkae kwa barabara. tukafungia moyo, tukasema lazima hapa iwekwe lami. Huwezi kuwa unaingia compound hapa kututupia vumbi kwa vitanda vyetu, chakula yetu ni vumbi. Moyo akaona hii arabo solo. Alafu huyu kijana huyu ambaye ni president wetu, huyu mjinga, alikuwa bado ni mdogo. Nikamwambia wewe kwanza wewe utakani kuongea. Uone utakani kuongea wewe. Wewe bado ni mtumwa. He was so stupid. Huyo kijana alikuwa kichwa ngumu, na ndio mpaka wa leo ni kichwa ngumu hivyo. Alikuwa mdogo. Kinyangarika. Hata sisi tulikuwa tuko high school, ndo tunaingia form 5. Nikamwambia wewe kijana wewe jinga kabisa, utakani kuzungumza hapa. I'm the head boy here and mimi ndo nazungumza hapa. So ananijua vizuri sana. Wakati alikuja akanikuta hapa Holland wakiwa na mwenzake, alikuwa kilia kama mtoto. Hey Osolo, I know you. Nikamwambia hapana, sikujui, hapa ni kotini. Miguna huyo alikuweko. So wakae chonjo sana. Wako marafiki vile. So Wakenya watakuja kuharibika. I'm 100% sure huyu hawezi kumaliza hiyo 5 years. Wakenya watamtupa nje. Na asisahau after si Uhuru anamaliza term ya pili. Uhuru after 5 years later Uhuru anaweza kusimama. Sasa wakutane wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Sasa hiyo Brookside na nini wapiganie huko. Waache uadui kwa Wakenya. Wapiganie huko. Kwa sababu sasa hivi wanasema, kwanza hao wanasema ati Raila hawezi, sijui ndo anaitwa nani huyu, Miguna Miguna, ati awe sijui ndo wasimamie Wajaluo. Hata sijaribu. Hata anajua 100% hawezi jaribu. Atamuke tu hiyo jina. Hakuna mwanajeshi atasimamisha Wajaluo ambao wako Nairobi area. Wacha hata kufika huko Western ama Nyanza province. Hapo Nairobi. Asijaribu hata kutamka hiyo kitu. Hata Ruto mwenyewe kutakuwa na vita. Akiguzia tu hiyo kitu, bas anaharibu. Yeye mwenyewe anatafuta vita. Asijaribu hiyo, hata akitaka kufanya vile anataka, lakini asijaribu kuongea kuhusu Raila mbele wa Jaluo. Sasa wana hasira, watu watakufa. Asante.
Okay. Thank you Bwana Osolo kwa hayo. Shukuru wa Kenya kwa maoni yenu na michango yenu. Tuendelee kwa pamoja. Injini yetu na wajibu ni wetu kuhakikisha kwamba inaongozwa ipasavyo. Kwa hivyo wakati wa kuzusha umefika, wakati viongozi hawawajibiki na makiniki katika kufanya yale ambayo waliahidi. Cabinet ndio hiyo imekuwa nominated, watu wa chini hawajaonekana. Tunataka kujua hii ilikuwa bottom up ama ilikuwa up bottom. Walisema trickle down haifanyi kazi. That was the campaign approach. What has changed now that they want leadership to trickle down and the money to be bottom up? How is that going to work? Sijui. It's about time we began to ask those right questions so that we get right answers. We shouldn't pretend and bury the head in the sand, hoping that things will sort themselves out. And there is now the new phenomena of relief food being distributed. Is this going to be a government of distributing relief food to every quarter?
Watoto iko na njaa sana, lakini tunabarikiwa, tunaomba tubarikiwa, ni Mungu atusaidie.
Na mimi niko peke yangu. Sasa tafanya nini? Tutalala.
Saa zingine huwa mnalala njaa shosho?
Tunalala njaa. Tunashinda njaa, tunalala njaa. hakuna kitu tunakula, madisi maanaisha.
Njaa iko kila mahali Kenya. Vile tu kuna njaa pale Turkana na kila mahali Baringo na kule kwingine, hata hapa Gatun North iko. Wale wakihesabiwa kupewa chakula, pia chakula iletwa hapa Gatun North, na umejionea we mwenyewe. Tukipeana hiyo unga tulikuwa nayo hapa, unaona kila mtu anahitaji, juu kama haingekuwa na haja watu wangechukua. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji, na naomba watu wote ambao ni well wishers, ambao wako na chakula, walete wapee watu, ndio hata watoto wetu waweze kupata chakula.
Okay, that is former president's backyard. I think former wherever Moses Kuria's constituency, I think so. Relief food is going there. So relief food is no longer going to Eastern Province and Northeastern. Is now going to Central. What has gone wrong? Fine, Marcos, habari leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard.
Karibu, tuambie mawili matatu.
Asante sana for welcoming me back. I've been away for a while. Nimekuwa tu chini ya maji nikistudy things out there going around. Kidogo naweza comment kuhusu hii serikali ya Kenya. Ruto is still in the campaign mood. That is why tutaendelea kuumia sana. Na Wakenya wataendelea kuumia. Sababu Ruto ni mtu ambaye akiaddress wananchi, he is still talking about our competitors. Inamaanisha kwamba hata yeye mwenyewe hajaamini kwamba yeye ni president. Anajua bado kuna wengine mahali competitors, na yeye bado ana run for presidency. So nimeona tabia ingine hapa ina crop up. Watu wenzetu wa Central wanaweka Ruto na pressure sana. Wanataka wabebe Ruto wapeleke huko kila saa, function nini, sababu ati walipiga kura. Sasa mimi nataka niulize, Ruto alichaguliwa na watu wa Central Kenya ndaende akae huko ama asaidie apeleke msaada huko, ama alichaguliwa akuwe president ya the whole country? Ya pili tena nilikuwa nauliza, nikiona cabinet ya Ruto hakuna mtu, kila mtu ni millionaire. Sijaona hustler, sijaona mama mboga, sijaona mtu wa bodaboda na mtu wa kinyozi. Na hii hustler fund alikuwa anasema atapeana, mimi nilisikia anasema kuna kitu ya bure. Kwa hivyo this government they lack what is called strategy. Hawajui, ni watu wa mdomo tu. Hajui mahali pa kuanzia kazi, au bado hawajajua kwamba wako kwa ofisi. Wamekuwa juu ya gari for the whole 5 years, I don't know 10 years. Sasa hii wameingia kwa ofisi, bado they are still talking about politics. So nilikuwa nasema kwamba wale wa bishop kina Ole Sapit warudi waombe Kenya. Waombe Mungu msamaha kwanza, kisha wakuja waombe msamaha kwa wananchi, waombe Kenya. Sababu mahali tunaenda mahali pabaya. Bernard, hiyo peke yake ndo nilikuwa nayo.
Okay, asante sana kwa hiyo appeal kwa Wakenya na viongozi wake, haswa viongozi wa dini ambao walikuwa mstari wa mbele. Kwanza mimi nataka hao manabii sana, okay? Wale walitabiri huyu ni mpakwa mafuta wa Mungu, amechaguliwa na Mungu, Mungu amekumbuka Kenya, akawapatia kiongozi ambaye anamcha Mungu. Tunataka majibu kwa hayo maombi. Huo ndio uungu, huo ndio kuchaguliwa na Mungu. ambako hakuna mwongozo, alafu Mungu akichagua watu wanatoroka viti tupu katika mikutano. Kwa nini? So hayo masuala yote tutaongea mpaka kwa kina, ili kila mtu aelewe nini kinachoendelea. Lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba hii serikali inahitaji kufanya overtime. Kama kuna na serikali ambayo inapaswa kufanya 24-hour economy, is this one, because what is faced with, it is not a walk in the park, and if they think it is going to be easy, then they need to think again. Otherwise, thank you everybody, and let's keep talking. Those of you who want to get into the studio, the link is in the comment section. Tafadhali njooni, na wale walimu wa usiku muambie waje mapema. Leo mimi nimekuja kufungua tu, nataka kung'atuka. Kwa hivyo nitafutia walimu wenu wa usiku waendeleze kipindi tunapoendelea. Naomba nicheze hii video alafu tuchangie further into the discussion. I'm glad that we are forging ahead. Let me just repeat this as I get the other one.
2 itaundwa na mahasla hawa mama mboga hawa, watu ya bodaboda hawa, wale wa kuuza kiosk, wale watu wa chini, ndio wataunda serikali.
Okay, what is your financial net worth?
At about 4 billion shillings. 4 billion.
Just about 700 million. 51 million,
let's say over 200 million.
392 million shillings.
544 million Kenya shillings.
950,000.
950
million.
Kenya shillings.
100 million.
It is 482 million 200.
There is 750 million shillings.
550 million Kenya shillings.
156 million Kenya shillings.
Approximately 80 million.
8 or 80?
80.
80.
80, Mr. Chairman.
About 101 million, composed of a townhouse that I own in Syokimau.
Around 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion.
Yes.
645 million, Chairman.
645 million net worth.
590 million, Honorable Chairman.
Walikuwa wanafikiria ni mchezo wakati niliwaeleza
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject.
In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were. It is called interfaith.
Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, let's move on. Let me get some comments. Glorin Nafula sababu mimi sipendi Ruto, hata voice yake peke yake sitaki. Let me not read the other one. Trufosa Laya anasema how ndio hustler this guy Akilia dynasties. This is serious. these guys have stolen too much. Lol. Problem is like that. It's like that on both sides. Huyo ni Patrick Cheptoek. Hey, jina gumu. Anatetea both sides eh? Shida sio kuwa manini, shida sio kuwa na net worth ya mamilioni. Hiyo sio shida. Okay? Mtu ana haki na ile mali aliyo naye. Shida yetu ni moja tu. Sisi tulipewa ahadi kwamba hii serikali itaundwa na nini? Na mama mboga na mtu wa chini. Hapo ndio shida ipo. What changed? So whether the Azimio people have money like the people for the nominated wherever nominees of the cabinet, that is not the issue. The issue here is why use the hustlers and dump them at the 11th hour after they have helped you gotten what you got, unless the hustlers are not the one that made you what you are, but this clique of VVIPs that you are rewarding right now. So ni wakati umefika tuambiane ukweli, were there really hustlers or we have this millionaire hustlers? Hiyo ndio tungependa tujue. Bwana Joshua tusaidie.
Bernard, unajua wajinga waliuawa kitambo sana. Hii pesa ni ya Wakenya. Hiyo yote wanahesabu ni pesa yetu. Zile waliiba Arol, Kimrer, wash, hizo pesa zote ni zetu. Lakini sasa wanasema niko na pesa fulani ni yangu. Sio yake. Yeah, so tusicheze mchezo ambaye inajulikana. Sasa wanaanza kujitambua wenyewe, unaona? Lakini ile sisi tunataka ni hiyo unga ya 70. Watoto waende shule, hospitali zijengwe, madawa, and then the rest wakitaka kukula wakule. Sasa tushazoea sisi. Watoto wakishasoma, yes. Hospitali zijengwe, ndio. Dawa, yes. Lakini hizi zingine wako juu ya magari kuimba nyimbo za haleluya, Bible ikiwa inaangalia upande wa chini. Hiyo acha kutuchezea sisi. Bernard, wacha niwachie hapo kwanza kidogo.
Sawa, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tuendelee kwa pamoja. Eric Koech ametujoin, lakini inaonekana stima huko haijafika. Tumeunganisha stima, tumetengeneza barabara. Kwani ninyi mjaonekaniwa? Eric Okech. Eric Okech, are you there? Unmute. Eric, you locked in and disappeared. Okay, let's I think we'll play a video in the meantime as we see whether huyu Eric anafufuka ama afufuki. But it's important we told each other the truth. All right.
Ton of lawyer Miguna Miguna, who was deported 4 years ago, and this was all to do with the swearing in of Raila Odinga, who was your running mate.
Yeah.
Had you won the presidency, would we have seen him back home? Would he have been allowed back in the country?
I think that's a given. Our campaign was on the platform of rule of law, constitutionalism. And as many may recall, the Honorable Raila Odinga had indicated that I would handle the docket on matters constitution and matters of rule of law. Miguna would have been able to enjoy his rights, to have his passport returned. What happened was a great mistake and a great atrocity by the government of Kenya, of which the current president was a happy deputy president at that time. It's an action he cannot dissociate himself with. In fact, I think if today, maybe he's already made a speech because it's past 1, I would expect that he apologized to Miguna on his own behalf, and on behalf of the president who has just retired. It is their government that committed that atrocity.
A couple of months, obviously, after a very tightly contested election, have you finally accepted President William Ruto as the President of the Republic of Kenya?
The law accepts him, not me.
Okay, thank you. Eric, we're happy we can see you now. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm very, very much fine. What about you?
We are good. Tuambie mawili matatu. Bwana, unaongea uongei? The broadcast is allergic to silence. Bwana Eric, you are mute. Okay, put yourself together. Let's have fame first.
Bernard, nilikuwa nataka niseme Miguna wache kuchanganya watu akili. We are busy. Tunataka tufanye hii government ifanye kazi. Hatutaki mambo ya Miguna sahi. Miguna alisaidiwa kurudi Kenya na alikataa. Yeye mwenyewe alikataa. Sababu alikuwa anataka apate hiyo chance ya kutuma matusi kwa Twitter. And yet he is calling himself as a liberator. Sasa mimi sijaiona liberator anafanya liberation yake na Twitter kitusi watu huko. Miguna, there was a time even Raila told the story. Alienda kusaidia Miguna kwa airport, akatembea na Canadian High Commissioner wakina Orengo, Otinde Amolo. Wakaambia Miguna jaze form hapo na Canadian High Commissioner pia jaze form. Miguna alikataa, akararua hiyo karatasi hapo. Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa legal document yenye ilikuwa inamwalau back to the country.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo awache kutuletea confusion hapa, akarudi mahali ametoka, pumzike. Hakuna freedom, alikuwa na freedom huko. Juu alikuwa na bibi yake na watoto wake. Kwa hivyo hakuna ati mambo alinyimwa freedom. Alikuwa huko, yeye alipenda kuwa huko. Kwa hivyo mimi nita concentrate tu kwa mambo ya huyu Ruto na hii government yake. Miguna hawezi tuambia ati anataka kuwa kingpin. Yaani hata Raila hakuchaguliwa kuwa kingpin. Ni kitu ilikuja automatically. Yeye ni nini na nini amefanyia Luo Nation na Saul, hakuja tuambia ati anataka kuwa kingpin. Hawezi kuwa kingpin bado. Kwa hivyo mimi naona mistakes zingine ziko mingi hapa Ruto anajaribu kufanya. Lazima tumkosoe. Mapema waache kuteta, wakiambiwa vitu mbaya, vitu zenye zinafaa warekebishe, wanaanza kusema ati give us time. Wanajua vizuri waliahidi wananchi chini ya 100 days, yeah, after chini ya 100 days unga itarudi chini. Bei ya fuel kwanza, alisema VAT ya petrol atatoa yote. Madeni za China alisema ataenda kurenegotiate nao. Hiyo ni part of our problem, kwa sasa hii uchumi imeenda juu sababu ya hizo deni. Kwa hivyo atuambie venye anataka kulipa hizo pesa, venye anataka kufulfill promises zake zenye alikuwa anasema we have put aside 100 billion 150 billion for Mama Mboga, sijui for Hustler Fund. Sasa hii I believe wenye walikuwa nafuata Ruto sana blindly wamerealize huyu jamani mtu wa mdomo. Hata sasa hivi wamenyamaza. Tunawaambia wazoee hiyo na wazoee kabisa. Wazoe hiyo sauti. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante Marcos, nashukuru. Collins Onyuka anasema the people of Kenya Kwanza are too occupied with who should be the Luo kingpin than the Luo themselves. Wanasema mbaazi zikikosa kuzaa usingizia jua. I think they want to divert the Kenyans' attention from what should be addressed. Maswala ni haya. Okay?
Yes, Bernard, yes.
Njaa ni mingi. Unga wa shilingi 70 unahitajika. Fuel ishuke chini, transport ishuke chini, watoto waende shule, afya iwe. That is what we are looking to. Not who should be kingpin where. That's not needed. And there is no vacuum of kingpin in Luo Nyanza. And
Yes.
that can never be a problem of Kenya as a whole. Every community has a way of making its leaders. When Mudavadi could not deliver, tulienda Bukungutu, we created a new leader without disturbing Kenya. So why
Bernard,
should they make it a national issue?
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard kidogo juzi hapa kijana ya Museveni anasema ati anataka kuchukua Nairobi within 2 weeks. Hiyo ilikuwa propaganda. Ruto alikuwa anataka kuenda kukaa na Museveni chini waongee. But hakuwa anataka kuenda huko direct venye atoke hapa ende. Alikuwa anataka create something like commotion, watu waone ni kama kuna kitu inaendelea hapa, anaenda kusolve out. Huyu jamaa hataki kazi, anataka kuzurura, kufanya vitu zake. Sasa analeta Miguna sahi kuleta confusion. You are very right, na hiyo ndio kitu nimesema hapa. Hataki watu sisi tutamweka on toes. Hatutaki kusikiza Miguna. Miguna kwanza tutampiga mawe, wacha yeye akanyage Kisumu. Aongea ati anataka kuwa kingpin, tutampiga mawe.
Wewe wacha kutisha general. The self-proclaimed general is in town, so take care. Nashukuru wa Kenya, asante sana kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tuendelee katika mjadala wetu. Tunaangazia serikali ya Mama Mboga na mtu wa chini imeongozwa cabinet nzima na mamilionea. Kwani wa Mama Mboga na watu wa chini hii Kenya ndio mamilionea. Nini kimefanyika? Alafu Miguna Miguna atafanywaje kingpin wa Luo Nyanza wakati analetwa na Dr. himself, the president William Ruto? Itawezekana eti Luo Nyanza inachaguliwa kingpin na kutoka nchi alafu aletwe? Nini kilifanyika kwa Dalmas Otieno, Rafael Tuju, even Orengo tried it. Anyang' Nyong'o tried it. Why can't this take lessons from history and leave us alone? Let us face it. Kenya Kwanza must deliver. Joshua, go ahead.
Bernard, unajua kuna kitu inaitwa mila na desturi. Hakuna mtoto yoyote yule katika mila za Kiafrika anaweza kuchukua mamlaka kwa baba yake kama baba bado yuko hai. Iwe ni upande wa Bantu ama kwa mila yoyote ile, wacha tuseme Nilotes, wote, hata kwa dini. Wakati wa Moses, mpaka siku ile Moses mwenyewe alimpatia Joshua shika, hawezi kusema ati wewe utaleta mtu. Ruto ni nani? Wazee wako. Nasahau kuna wazee wako kijijini wanazungumza kumliko. Na wakati kulikuwa mambo ya campaign, anasahau Raila alipewa uongozi na wazee Kenya mzima. Sasa itakuwa yeye ataamua kama rais ati watu wa Nyanza wamchukue Miguna Miguna wamweke pale. That's nonsense. Ya pili, asijaribu. Ndio nasema tu asijaribu hata Nairobi tu. Asijaribu hata kutamka hiyo jina. Asijaribu, kwa sababu watamtafuta mpaka State House. Hiyo jeshi hata haitaweza. Kwa sababu kama Wakenya ambao wako Nairobi wanekasirika juu ya njaa, alafu mnaleta ule mnemnyang'anya kura zake, mnataka kumnyang'anya kila kitu. Jana nilikuwa nikisoma habari ati wanasema maziwa ya ndio mnahitaje KCC ilifungwa, acha tuseme. Sasa ile ya Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye iko Nakuru inaitwa Brussels ama sijui ndio inaitwaje, pia isimamishwe. Watasimamisha ngapi? Wanasimamisha KCC. Kenya wanahitaje ndio upande wa mahindi wanasimamisha. Walisimamisha BBI. Kitu yoyote ambaye Ruto akiulizwa ile kitu anajua ni no. Everything is no. Siku ile atakuwa ni kila kitu ni right, ni pengine ni wash. Vitu zingine zote za Ruto zote kama ni vitu fake zote inakuwa ni kama China, zile vitu tunaletwa it's not original. Ndio hiyo Ruto anataka kutuletea sisi. Kama hiyo wanahitaji sijui ndo GMO na upuzi mwingi. Mambo ya maji hata ni rahisi sana, ni kununua zile lori za kutoboa shimo chini kutafuta maji, badala kununua mahelikopta sijui 6 sijui 8. Yeye mwenyewe kama wanasema Kenya iko hawana pesa, ile pesa wako nayo ni milioni 93 yeah. Yeye hiyo milioni yako nayo, mbona asipatie Kenya mkopo? Apatie wa Kenya mkopo. Si yako na pesa mingi, apewe Kenya mkopo wamlipe baadaye, kwa sababu yeye ni president, pesa zake tarudi. Hapo sasa tutajua huyu ni rais. Atoe yake apeane kama mkopo, apatie serikali. Yeye ni mwenye yeye ndo anasimamia serikali, apeane mkopo kwa hiyo pesa yake. And then tutasema yeye anaweza kulinda wa Kenya. Bila hiyo asiseme ati Kenya iko hawana pesa, ni uongo mtupu. Kwanza waanze kulipa makodi. Sasa wanasema vizuri hizo pesa wanazungumza, sasa waanze kulipa kodi. Thanks.
Okay, asante bwana Joshua, nashukuru kwa hayo. Tunasonga mbele. Nani huyu, kuna comment hapo moja nashukuru. Collins anasema Mama Mboga is represented by Aisha Jumwa, who has 100 million after going to school in 1993 and coming out in 1991. How that is possible? Only in Kenya, maybe. Because God cannot. You can't go to school in 1993 and come out in 1991. Except there is something very wrong with that school. They forgot the calendar of admission and they vice versa the figures. May God help this country. Naona Big J amefika. Big J, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, habari ya Osako, Osolo, Joshua na Marcos.
Tuko poa. Karibu.
Nimewasalimia, nashukuru. Ngawaje sisi wengine tumeshindwa kupona. Tumeshindwa kupona kwa sababu unajua shida ya Kenya ni kwamba baada ya maovu kutendeka, maovu yanazidi kutendeka zaidi. That is the biggest problem. Unafanya watu wanashida kurecover. So I've said so. Unajua kama kuna Banana Republic nilikuwa nasikia kwa story mpaka nimeiona na macho, and it's very hurting. it's very hurting, really hurting, because unajua kuna kitu mbaya, alafu tena unajua ile kitu mzuri ile inatendeka saa hizi ni kwamba unajua uongo inakuwaga mzuri saa hiyo at the present time, but later it damages your brain, it damages you completely, it finishes you. That's what is happening now, like CSS nominees. Ule mama mboga wa chini kabisa anapanda motorbike ana 100 million. Yeye ndio maskini kabisa kabisa kabisa, maskini wa mwisho. I cannot imagine. Mnaenda mnapatia kuria section mahali ambayo anafanya biashara, ametuletea vitu gushi Nairobi, kila kitu ni fake Nairobi, ndio sasa kuingia vizuri. Hao ndio walikuwa nalia tu, sijui Kenya Power sijui imefanya, kumbe hao ndio walikuwa wameganga, because hata yeye ako na shares mingi sana KPLC na mafuta nini ya mafuta. So all these things are connected to these people. They are connected to these people. You know, mimi ile kitu Bernard inaniudhi ama imefanya nimeshinda kurecover. Namba moja ni hypocrisy ya ODPP. Na because unajua kama angeamua kuacha kutoa makeses kotini, angetoa tu, angeficha hata. Unajua saa zingine mtu unaficha hata usazili unacheza mpira, ukishika mpira na mkono huwezi kuonyesha ati unashika na mkono na wewe si goalkeeper, lazima ufiche kwa mwili ndio ushike kidogo isionekane. Lakini sasa hii kunyosha mkono kabisa, it's really I don't know where we are heading, and I think alafu najua tena alafu selective withdrawal, I mean throwing out cases kutoka judiciary, because judiciary also, yani hizo ndio vitu zinafanya mtu unasikia tu vibaya. Alafu kuna hiki mtu kiko Central Bank kimeanza kuropokwa, sijui alikuwa anataka Ruto ampatie kazi aendelee. Anaitwa nani huyu jamaa? Alikuwa anasema juzi ati lakini watu wanapenda kujipendekeza kutafuta kazi. Hypocrisy. Unajua ukitaka kujua watu hypocrites, watu wa UDA wako na hypocrisy kwa juu, arrogance, lies. Hiyo sasa ndio majina ya UDA, the second name. Wako na madharau, wako na majivuno sana. But they don't know things. Unajua saa zingine mtu unajifanyaga, watu wakikugeukia, wale watu umezoea kufinya, wakikugeukia watakupeleka mbio. And now nilikuwa nasikiza Joshua na mwenzako hapa wakiongea, hata jana nijaribu kuingia nikakasirika tu, sijui kuna watu wengine walikuwa hapa, nikatoka hata sikuongea, because I feel so bad. Because unajua watu wa UDA hata walala njaa, ako na hypocrisy zingine mbaya, majivuno. Mtu anajifuna na analala njaa, hana kitu ya kula, lakini ile kujifuna anajifuna. How can unawezaje tetea kitu ambaye haikusaidii? It's not helping you in any way. After all, actually for us, we don't whatever we supported Azimio. We did not support Azimio for personal gains. We supported Azimio for the whole country, because when the economy is good, I'm relieved. Hakuna wakati nitapata simu napigwa naambia mtoto wangu ako hospitali sijui nini. But and the biggest problem saizi hii maneno ya vile mwenzangu alisema hapo ya ati competitors wako wapi? And you are in the throne. Competitors wako wapi? Hiyo ndio kitu ambayo inanikazirisha. Yani arrogance ya watu imeanzia juu, kutoka kwa president mpaka kwa mlalanja. They are very arrogant. But that arrogance will not help them. Because singing, unajua kila mtu anajaribu kumsifu kama atapata kitu, atapata kamfupa. Natembea nayo town. But sasa hiyo kamfupa, mimi nikipewa kamfupa, je, familia yangu imepewa mfupa, watakuwa wamepata? Na ule ambaye hajapata. I mean, we have around 50 million Kenyans. Of course, not all of them voted for Ruto. 7 million voted for him. But he is a leader of the whole nation. He should serve the whole nation equally. Alisema ati Uhuru hajafanya kazi na anaenda kufungua damu. Kwani damu alijenga na 3 months? Sorry, 1 month, because mwezi wa aliingia kwa kiti alichaguliwa mwezi wa 9, mwezi wa 8. Damu alienda kufungua hiyo damu alitengeneza lini? Na alikuwa anasema Uhuru hakufanya kazi kwa sababu ya handshake. You know, na hizi unajua yao wanafikiriaga internet itasawa. Bernard hii kufukuza Miguna, na najua Miguna naye sasa Miguna amekula hamba. Naitoka aje? Amekula yani anajaribu kujifanya good boy ndiye arudi Kenya, because anajua kuna kina Murkomen walikuwa nasema the reason why walimfukuza, walisema ni security reasons, lakini hapo anasema ati ODM Raila. Sasa Raila hakuwa president by then. So kuna mauongo zingine watu wanafanya mauongo ambayo hazina mguu wala hazina mbele wala nyuma. But the only thing that now we Kenyan have to, lazima mfunge mshidi, because number one, walisema watalipisha landlords Nairobi taxes. Trust me, kama unaishi Nairobi, ongojea bei ya rent iende juu, because I cannot pay Bernard siwezi lipa taxes ya hiyo 6,000 na rent ni ile ya last year, because that money comes from the people, the tenants. So when you raise you put taxes, that means you have raised the tenants fee, rent. You have raised the rent. Ni kama ukipandisha mafuta, obviously matatu itapandisha bei. Na huwezi kupandisha mafuta waambie matatu lipisheni ile 50 ya zamani na umepandisha mafuta. You know, sometimes there are things that they don't add up. They don't add up in what they are saying. Yani uongo baada ya uongo. Na wajinga bado tunatazama, tunaongojea miracle. Kuombea maji chafu inakuwa safi, watu wanakunywa. Watu waliwakudanganywa waliisha. Kusema ukweli watu. Because sasa unaona Margaret Kenyatta aliorganize marathons ya kusaidia wamama wale wako na shida za cancer nini. Sasa hizi huyu anakuja anaanza kuambia watu ati changeni. Wachange watoe wapi? Watu watoe wapi pesa ya kuchanga? Wanachanga ya nini, ama kila mtu anajaribu juu chini watoto wakule. Watoto wengine wanalala. Uliweka hiyo video saa hizi. You know, there are things which doesn't add up. Yani kila kitu ni kudanganya wa Kenya. You're trying to get from the poor people. In all ways. It's really very, very hurting. It's very hurting. Very, very hurting. Now, I think it's time for Kenyan to wake up. Tuamke. Tujitetee kama Kenya. Na tujitetee tukiwa baranda katika ya KICC, kuanzia KICC ndo vile huyo nani alisema. That is the only way. Because we cannot, like, hata kama imagine Bernard, kitu inanichekesha. Mimi saizi mimi nimeoa bibi. Na huyo msichana wakati alikuwa msichana, hata wewe ulikuwa, because unajua msichana akiwa mdogo obviously watu wengi wanammezea mate, wanataka kumuoa. Sasa mimi nimechukua huyo msichana. Bernard, wewe sasa ukisalimia hata huyo msichana kumwambia habari, wakati nimemuoa, naanza complain kuhusu Bernard. Sasa na bibi niko naye, badala mimi na mold tu bibi nimuonyeshe mapenzi, nimuonyeshe kwamba nimemuoa. Mimi sasa ni kulalamika Bernard o Joshua. Surely mbona hata Biblia, yani kazi yao tu ni lamentations, wanasoma Biblia the part of lamentation only, na Biblia iko na vitabu mingi. There's a lot of verses in the there is, I mean, hii lamentation yao mimi hata sijui, yani it doesn't make any sense. Unajua sasa zingine they were not ready, yani ni kitu tu walipewa. Na ile kitu kingine Bernard nikazirisha ni ukoloni, because we still living in colonialism. Tunasema tulipata uhuru, lakini hakuna uhuru tulipata, because Western bado wanaamua nani ndiye atakuwa president, na inafanyika. That's what happened, because they fear other people. And it's time for us Africa to stand as African people, not even for example, we stand for ourselves. We cannot allow these people to come back again and again and again. Juzi ule mama wa UK 44 days akaresign because aliona ni it's hard. Unatuletea kina rapist ati wakuwe minister wa agriculture. Surely Kenya, I mean, you mean there is no any other Kenyan? That's the punishment of what these people, especially what were central, find big mistakes, and now they are creating from them. Kina Meru walisema watoe mtu amesomea Harvard University waweke mtu amesomea River Road. Of course, kama mtu unajua kuna ule mtu anakuaga na like Bernard, it's painful. I'm telling you, it's painful, and I thought I will recover, nita-recover haraka, lakini it's taking me much longer because of all those things happening. They're happening very fast. They're happening rapidly, and it's really hurting me, because we cannot accept a country that wengine wanafungwa 70 years ama 60, wengine wanaua, they are free to wana tweet wakisema I want to know who killed that man. Surely where are we heading? Where is the country heading? Someone kills, na mtu mwingine aliiba hapo sijui nini akafungwa 12 years, kitu kidogo tu, but someone who has killed a human. Now it seems that we don't, the Kenyan country doesn't maisha ya mwanadamu. Unaona juzi Kitui wale walalo walikuwa wamepeleka ngamia huko, anasema ni watu wawili tu wameuawa. Surely how can you say something like that? You know that it's showing you how inhuman we have become. We don't care about the life of Kenyans. We don't care about the life of a living person. Mwanadamu amekuwa tu kama inzi ama mosquito. Unajua mosquito ndiye, hakuna mtu anakuwa na huruma na mosquito. Mosquito kuma hivi pap na ichapa na kuimaliza hapo. So this is what is happening in this country. And I think we need a resetting. We start again and again. It doesn't matter we are going back to where. We have to go there and start again. In African culture, mtu ukikosa njia ama ukipotea njia unarudi nyuma, unatafuta mahali ulikosea njia ndio unaanza vizuri. Because where we are as a country, mahali tumefika tumepotea, lazima turudi nyuma alafu tuanze vizuri. Thank you Bernard for your time. Roba nimekuona.
Sawa, asante Vic J, nashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako katika mjadala wa leo. Ni muhimu tuambiane ukweli kama Wakenya. Mambo yakiharibika tuseme yanaharibika. Hii masuala ya kujidanganya na kujivalisha unafiki haitasaidia. Ukikalia kiti na kimeshika moto na wewe unaendelea kupretend kwamba kiti liko sawa tu moshi utatoka, tutajua kwamba ulikuwa umekalia moto. So usijaribu kupretend. na siku zile ambazo zimepita za Kenya Kwanza hizi tunaziona dalili. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi, dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Hapa tuko na kitu ambacho kitatusumbua kama Wakenya. Uongozi ambao haujui unatoka wapi unaenda wapi ni uongozi ambao ni hatari. Ningekuwa mimi Dr. William Ruto ningeita wazee. Okay, ningeita wazee. Hii nilisema jana. Wakati umefika, wakati wa dialogue. The dialogue that was being agitated for in 2015, was it 2013, 2015. This is the time for the same. Since mlikataa BBI. So without the dialogue here, there is no saving grace for this particular regime if they don't take their time. If they think they're going to load on Kenyans and Kenyans are going to succumb, I think they are mistaken, because the kind of anger that I meet on the street and the kind of discouragement that everybody's expressing, it doesn't look good. So let everybody be on the alert. And the rest of the good will Kenyans, please, let's keep doing what we are required to do. Tusikubali uongo udhamiri katikati ama miongoni mwetu. Kama ni ukweli tunatafuta tuseme huo ukweli. Tuachane na history ya hypocrisy ya kusema ati tunalinda mtu wetu. Tunalinda ati uongozi umekuja kwetu. Kama uongozi ni mbaya, uwe wa kwenu ama uwe wa kwetu. Na ni kama ni wa kwetu na unaongoza Kenya vibaya, lazima tukatae, kwa sababu sisi wote tunategemea Kenya na hii Kenya ni yetu sote. Thank you everybody. Let's keep talking unless kuna swala lingine tuende kwa Robert direct, opposition leader.
Okay, Ben, I am the only person who's left because Bernard, nice to see you, long time. Big J, Soba, Joshua, and Mr. Marcos. So, in fact, I was here yesterday or this morning. I left after a couple hours, and I don't know. The show went. I don't know what time because I was tired. It's Big J. Remember those days when we were here? We predicted some of these things if they are going to happen. And we told people, okay, it has been 2 months now, almost 2 months, since they took power. But at the same time, the question is, what have you done for me since you came in? That's what every Kenyan should ask themselves. That's what I will ask Ruto. What have you done for me since you came in? He has been in power without Oru is gone, Raila is gone. He has all what he wanted. Still, he's framing them. His problems is Raila. His problems is Uhuru Kenyatta. Like I told some people yesterday, we have come up to be a country now. We accept people who lie to us. People just say lies and we take them seriously. For example, when the vice president comes and tells people, give us time, we are trying to clean up the mess from the last government. My question is, who was the vice president of the last government? It's the current president. So these are some of the small things which some of us think these people, they don't know what they're doing. I think there's a time, now I've come to realize there's a time they thought they are not going to win. They might not win the presidency. So it's just like whatever they do right now, they just react. Remember the other day when Raila went to Bunge ya Wananchi, I think it's on the, I don't know which part of Nairobi it is, just to encourage those people, whatever the way it is. People will watch them. That's how democracy works. Here's what they did. They also, from nowhere, We are they want Kericho to go there for service in Kericho. And you know what happened when they got there? They started bashing and trashing Mr. Raila. I mean, it's just like for them, what's remaining now, the problem is Raila Odinga. But we need to remind them, if they were not ready to rule the country, they can step down. In our constitution, there is it's just even tomorrow. Give the power out, we go back to a general election, whatever the constitution says. But I have a problem. The one problem I have is with our members of parliament. Since this time, I have not seen them just like reacting the way I was expecting them just to say for 2 months now, because they came in when the same people were saying people are suffering. Yes, they were right. People are suffering. Even now, we have families. We are people. Somebody can call you, give you a phone and says, hey, what can you give me? Because right now I don't have nothing to give my kids. That's the kind of life we have in Kenya right now. So my question remains, what's going to happen tomorrow? What's after? Because to tell the truth, this one is not going to change. I expect the same situation the next 2 weeks until the end of the year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. These things are going to remain the same way. But because of the way we are tribal, we are a tribal country. Tribal tax are priority than what we need. Because right now, you tell somebody from Karenjin Rand, the majority of them, that's a fact. You tell them, you know what? Ruto should resign because it's not working out. They will start telling you what he has done, even though he has done nothing. That's how I can use the word stupid we are as a country. Because there's reached a time where just because somebody's from your tribe, you see them first before you see what they are doing for you. And if we keep going the way we are going this way, I'm telling you, we are building this country backwards. We are not progressing. And you know, when the same people were celebrating Masjid Day, my question remains, who are the Masjid? It is Raila Odinga. Is there anybody who is a Suja in Kenya than Raila Odinga? And yes, they call him Ule Mzee, yeah, Ule Muganga. You know, they use names. People like Kuria, and now they are going to be the ministers. I don't know, the secretary. Kuria of all the people. So, to tell the truth, I also watched the filming. I was so shocked. Someone like Musalia Mudavadi, 4.4 billion. 4.4. Where did he get the money? Nobody knows. And nobody asked him a question how they got the money. It's just like they tell you this and that, this and that. So, the so-called the president of Wadogo, his cabinet. It's just like somebody you feel like hiding. Yeah, it's as if this one never happened. Yeah, his cabinet. Who's not a millionaire on that cabinet? There's somebody like Rentuli. Somebody brought up Rentuli. Somebody we know what he did, and he's getting a cabinet. We know that Isa Chuma, I hope I'm pronouncing her name properly. We know what she did, and she had a case, but still she gets a cabinet. I was listening to her, the way she was talking. It's as if what discouraged me, people like Mohammed, they don't take the process seriously. Instead, just cracking jokes. It's as if, you know what? These MPs, both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, they are the most stupid people I've ever seen because they don't respect the process. They don't think seriously. I was just wanted to find out some of these people, their cases. I wanted them to read some of the statements, what they have done. Why could they even request them to step down because of the burning issues. Instead, it was a friendly thing. They just like friends. What? I get it. The same people also, they are millionaires. So Kenya is Sodom and Gomorrah. Mungu atusaidie. I don't know where we are headed to. I mean, if this situation goes the next, I think it's going to go to this year, it's ended. If this one by next July, around July, August, the same situation does not change. I think we have to call for a revolution. This guy, we take them out by demonstration. There are a lot of things we just take them out because we cannot continue to do what we have been doing, walking the wrong way, doing the wrong things, instead of them to do what they promised to do. It has been 2 months, but instead we are just headed backwards. We are not going forward. It's just backwards. And that's very discouraging. As a country and as people who we love our country, we need people to speak out. We need people to come up and we find out if it is not working, it's not working. We will tell them to get out. And they will, either by resigning or they get forced out. It means that. But for now, let's talk. Let's talk, and let's talk the truth of what's going on. People are suffering. People have suffered, and they are still suffering. People are sleeping hungry. People don't have food. And yet, some of these people here, they just eat more than they have. They have more than they deserve. Them, they don't feel nothing. Let me leave it there because I see Mr. Alex. I'm Sabbath Alex. I just came from church, and I hope things work the way we expect. Thank you, Bernard. Nice to see you. Stop hiding, man.
Asante, Robert. I'm not hiding. I took leave and I've had some health challenges.
Okay,
but I'm back.
Okay,
but I'm back now, trying to keep up, and we will do what we are required to do. That's the reason why we're here. And as Kenyan people, our country cannot go to the dogs at our watch. The IBC might have done what they did, the judiciary did what they did, but it is not yet over until it is over. The Constitution allows us to find fault with the IBC through the courts. And if the court finds no fault and we still see the fault, it allows us to now go to the people. And the people are the ultimate as far as our constitution is concerned. And from the look of things, we are headed where the ultimate sovereignty of the constitution lies. That is, let the people decide. The famous statement by one Kenneth Matiba, one of the heroes that need to be sung and be celebrated on Mashujaa Day. Only that the people who are given charge of Mashujaa Day have no liking for history, nor abrazo for history. They seem to be caught up into singing themselves. One of the irritating statements I had was that bottom up is heroic. May God help this country. May God help this country. If you want to deceive, please, and look for something convincing, not just take Kenyans for a ride that way. Hey, Ban Alex, vipi leo?
Niko poa Bernard.
Karibu. Unaenda kanisa ama ndio unatoka?
Nimetoka church. Yeah. So nimeingia kwa sababu ya Big J. Big J, hii kitu, we were also very hurt, but it reaches a point whereby the cardinal principle of life is balance. You just have to make a decision how you must balance your emotions, your expectations, and actually your future expectations. Kuna kitu na jambo umeguzia, nitaka tu niambie wa Kenya. The good thing, I'm a property owner, and when I say property, it's not like I have 1.2 billion kama Linturi ama niko na 4 billion kama Musalia Mudavadi. I'm a person who is middle class, but low middle class. I'm not in the upper high middle class. So when it reaches a point that you are choosing between investment and development, you find that real estate is the easiest route to go. And I want to guarantee you that if Ruto decides to tax us, because I have more than 30 rental properties, I will not let it go like that. I will pass it to the tenants, because I did not just build those things out of no blues. I took no loan. I worked my ass off. I did not sleep. I did not see my family. And it can't be that you are taxing me. Na nataka nikwambie the problem with the housing units in Kenya. You build a house for 20 million. For you to recover that 20 million, it takes you the next 15 years just to recover the money that you put there. Okay? So in the next 15 years, you are earning nothing, totally nothing. Now, Ruto wants to tax us about 15%, which means if you put a property of 10 million, it will take you the next 20 years before you start seeing one coin out of that property. The question is, are we going to allow him to do that? The answer is no. Now, why is he doing that? These are people who have so many properties in Nairobi that they serviced loans. They did not use their own money. They used money from the bank. Now, what they want to do, they want to, in a subtle way, in a very conniving way, to pass that kind of loan to the tenants. Because out of no blues, you are not going just to tax landlords, knowing very well the landlord will pass that to the tenants. So, and I'm liking the mistakes that Ruto is making. He's making the lives of Kenyans impossible, especially those who are in Nairobi. For your information, most Kenyans who are in Nairobi earn between 30,000 and 60,000. On average, 70% of Kenyans who live in Nairobi earn from 30,000 to 70,000. Now, let's say Ruto has started taxing us. If a house used to go for 15,000, and that is a bed sitter, and it is far away from town, somebody lives in Kitengela, fare may increase, chakula may increase, rent may increase. I am thanking him because he's giving us a recipe, and those are the features that countries experience before they go to a revolution. Wanafinywa kila mahali. So for the first time, you are going to find Kenyans being homeless, living in the streets, many of them, because the landlords, once they have started being taxed, utapata nyumba hata ya mabati ambayo ilikuwa inalipwa 3,000 inaanza kulipwa 8,000. Bernard, life is going to be impossible for people who live in Nairobi, especially when we are dealing with house. The moment you start taxing somebody who has a house, because they have tried it somewhere else. Now, what they do is that when you build a house, they start giving you subsidies, especially somewhere like in New York. They put people in a program called Section 8. Section 8 means the government pays 3/4 and you only pay 1/4, because if they don't do that, the situation in New York is that many people are going to become homeless. Now, what Ruto is doing without knowing is, the moment he starts taxing, I rather have my house empty than a house that is supposed to be lived like 30,000, nipate mtu anataka kurent for 15,000. Bernard, that house rather be empty than allow somebody live it on it for free. So what Ruto is trying to do is probably, I think he has many rental units that he wants people to pay for them because he serviced alone. If it's not so, I don't see any logic that Ruto goes after landlords, knowing very well that mafuta imeenda juu, chakula imeenda juu, and then now you can't allow sasa housing to go juu, because those are the basic needs for a family unit. So if you make their housing impossible, you've made their transportation very exorbitant. Food has become now something that is rare to people. Now, if people are eating 3 meals a day in Nairobi, hardly Bernard will you eat 3 meals. What you'll do is that you start eating 2 meals. I know families who have told me that they used to go with their cousin in town, They park their cars there. Now, even parking your car has become a luxury in Nairobi. So what we are saying is this: Ruto is building a recipe for a revolution, and he's going to blame us if we will start to picket. The people who are going to picket first are the people he lied to. These people are very disappointed. Now, let me tell you why they are disappointed. You heard about the Hustler Fund, tutatenga bilioni 50. I am in a certain group ya Kenya Kwanza whereby they were complaining that you must form a SACCO or a cooperative, and the cooperative has to be in existence for 3 months. In these 3 months, you will pay a fee of 3,500, and after that, they will come and assess the situation of that cooperative and SACCO, and then they start taking you in SACCOs on how to get that money. So an average time to get the Hustler Fund, if you qualify everything, is a period of 8 months. So we are saying anybody who starts right now to form a SACCO or to form a cooperative, you must be about 8 to 12 people. That is what I saw. It was about, let me read for you exactly what these people are saying. And it's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. How to access Hustler Fund, and this came from the office of the president, and they were complaining themselves that that is too much, we can't allow that. Alisema atatenga. Hiyo sio kutenga, hiyo ni kutoa the other program and just putting a new program, putting a new name. Oh, watu wameandika message. Okay. Hustler Fund will be issued to SACCOs and cooperative societies only, not to individuals. To form a cooperative society or a SACCO, this is what is needed. Membership should be at least 10 people, and those 10 people must have a job for security reasons. Secondly, 4 copies of duly filed Form 1 application form, which is about 6,000. That form, you file it with 6,000. 4 copies of pre-cooperative meeting minutes. That means that cooperative should have been in existence for 3 months. 4 copies of economic appraisal, which is the most hardest thing for you to do because you have to go to the Commission of Odds to sign for you economic appraisal. Now, 4 copies of pre-proposed cooperative society bylaw. That one you also have to use a lawyer. The third thing, banker's check of 8,500 shillings as registration fee plus 4,000 shillings as name search fee, totaling to almost 20,000, and that one is non-refundable. 4 copies of duly supplementary information form. Supplementary means everybody in that circle must give their names, must give where they work, must give the relatives where they, I mean, so much supplementary information is, if you fail to pay, how do they look for you? And lastly, forwarding letter and recommendation by the sub-county cooperative officer. You have to go now to the ground and look for your sub-county officer who must sign for you. And you think they are going to sign for you, because if they don't find you, what happens? They will be in charge to pay that amount of money. So unaona sasa vile hii maneno ya kutenga inawakasirisha. For them, they believed it, that they are going to be given money. What has come now is that this is Uwezo Fund. This is Uwezo Fund. That is how you are supposed to access it, because you must pay it back, you like it or not. So hii maneno walikuwa naambiwa tutatenga, tutapea bodaboda, tutapea nini. The only people that are going to benefit from this fund are people who have done law, people who had already inexistent in the business. For example, you had a SACCO, kama we had a SACCO ya Nissans. Last time we accessed to Uwezo Fund, and we were able to be given because we had all these things into existence. So when these people will finally realize that it was a decoy, they were lied to, the kind of anger that is going to build into them that they voted for Ruto, but the people who are benefiting are the Azimio people. That is when they will start to make a lot of noise. Let me tell you, people in Azimio, if you are very subtle and very clever, you can benefit from Ruto's government than the people who are the true hustlers of this nation. Because accessing, and I am going to try to access that amount. If I succeed, Bernard, to access it, nitakuja mbele na nitaringa na nitaambia watu wa hasla, sasa pesa ambayo mliambiwa mmetengewa, hii pesa ni yetu, kwa sababu sisi wote ni wa Kenya. And I'm 100% sure, I'm in a group of Azimio whereby people are saying they have already started to access that amount of money, because everything that is written here, they have it. They have SACCOs in existence, cooperatives in existence. So what we are saying is that true hustlers are not going to find it easy to access this amount of money. In the end, they are going to be as bitter as hell. So let us take advantage of what these people are doing, because what made them to be in office is not because they won the election. It's because they had so much money, either through wash, or through corruption, or through whatever they did, and they were just corrupting everybody. It is time for us to start making money so that they will not match us. But if we sit down and keep mourning and lamenting, hata sisi itafika 2027 bado hatuna pesa, and these people will overtake us. We realize money talks, and even the Bible says that money is good. It is just the people who don't know how to use it. So Bernard, we urge our people to access that Uwezo Fund, because it is not Hustler Fund, it is Uwezo Fund. Last time we accessed it, we found it, we used it wisely, we paid it back. So if you are able to help the people in Azimio to access that money, musiogope, hiyo pesa ni ya Wakenya. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Alex. Naona umebua moto. Tuanze na Big J.
Thank you Bernard. Nasalimia Alex. Hata mimi Alex ni landlord. Niko na property kidogo tu within. So that's why I talked about it. And by the way, if I try to see, there is at times, that old style politics that that's what Ruto is trying to use to make people poor so that it is easy to rule them. Actually, that is the tactic. It's not about this so-called taxing the tenants. Actually, that is a tactic of making people vulnerable. Watu wawe na shida ya, yani, because already Kenyan people wako na mzigo. So kuwasukuma zaidi so that before the end of this five years term, ndi abadilishe system kidogo. Unajua ile siasa ya zamani. That's what actually is playing. That is the kind of politics he's playing. Unajua wale watu ukitaka kuongoza watu kwa muda mrefu, if they are poor, you can lead them for as long as possible. So Alex is right. Definitely wakiongeza wakitu tax, we have to pass that bill to tenants. And vile Alex amesema, hata mimi kusema ukweli, afadhali nyumba yangu ikae bila mtu, because I worked very hard. Sometimes unajikazia maneno mingi sana to build that small place. And that small place, vile Alex amewambia ukweli, that's the truth. You cannot build a house na ikurudishie pesa yako in 5 years. That's impossible. Unless kama umejenga sijui kitu gani. But nyumba mzuri, it will take you more than 15 years kurudisha pesa yako kwanza uanze kula faida. So like ukijaribu kuangalia many tenants wale walijenga manyumba zao like from 2013 up to now, actually they are like ni kama they are like volunteers, because ile rent pesa unapata ya rent, you are just paying, you are just recovering the money that you used to do that. So biashara it's sustainable, but it takes long. It takes long. So anyway, I really agree with Alex about what he said, and I think I also wanted to your ways of fund. I have to do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Joshua, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Kwanza acha nisalimie Alex sana, habari, na mwenzangu Roba au watu wa US, habari zenyu?
Salama sana.
Na wasalimia kutoka Ujerumani. Alex, tunajuana kwa muda, lakini pengine unikumbuki, nilikuwa Washington DC Howard. Shawahi kutana? Pengine nitoe miwani kidogo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sura naikumbuka hiyo.
So Alex, unesema kitu ya maana, lakini usitambue siri zote kwa sababu waudie wanaandika chini. Usitambue zote. Sisi tuko na mabiashara huko nyumbani, watu ambao tuko nje, lakini tukiwatambulia zote itakuwa sio mzuri. Hiyo tu ndo nataka kuambia, kwa sababu najua all those we are talking ni hiyo mtu. Mimi niko na nyumba Rescos Kariakoo, na niko na the same hata nilikuwa nikiambia Bernard majuzi hapa wakiwa kwenye mtandao, nikisema tunalipa rates. Kweli uongo? Rates tunalipa, alafu tena tunaenda kulipa kwa lands. Sasa ukiongeza hiyo pamoja na mambo ya takataka na nini, alafu pamoja na kwenda kulipa kwa lands pesa, hao tenants ambayo tuko nao wataanza kuimba, kwa sababu lazima hiyo wanataka 15%. Sisi hatutawalipisha 15%, lazima tutaongeza kidogo, inakuwa let us say 25%. Wataenda kuishi wapi? Kwa sababu mimi kwangu karibu miezi 6 watu wanakaa bila kulipa tangu mambo ya COVID-19 problem. Ni watu wengi sana kwangu walipi, na ni Rescos Kariakoo phase 2 huko, nyumba ni gorofa, lakini watu wanashindwa. Mpaka wa Somalia ambao wanauza vitu anahitaji isili, wanashindwa kulipa rent kwa sababu hakuna wateja. Yeah. Anytime Isili na Kikomba inaanza kudidimia, reality. Nimekuwa juzi nyumbani, Bernardo yuko nyumbani, anaweza kutuambia hiki. Ukweli nyumbani sasa kuna watu wanaumia, na Ruto akiendelea kucheza hivi kitaumana. Mimi nasema tu ukweli wa mambo. Wale tuko outside the country, na unajua group zetu vile ziko, ile pesa sisi tunatoa huku. Nilikuwa nikiambia Bernard hapa, kama sisi ambayo tuko out of the country tunatuma pesa nyumbani, wacha tuseme Roba unatuma 30 euros ama $30. Alex unatuma $30, mimi nilipe $30. Wanasema tu tuko around only unasikia Kiswahili wanazungumzaga ujinga, only 3 million. Tuko about 17 tukihesabu pamoja na wale watoto wanazaliwa huku nje, tuko wengi. Lakini wahesabu hao watu wanahesabu tu vile wanahesabu pesa zao za uongo hizi. Ukiangalia reality ni tumia Bernard, ni Ruto ako worthy 85 billion. Asije kutuambia hapa sijui nini, tukianza kuhesabu pamoja na manyumba zake na mahoteli na nini, ako almost 85 billion worthy. Huyo ambaye anaitwa Musalia Mudavadi iko about 52 something like that. Tukianza kuweka hizi records zote zile ambao wako 100%, hizi mambo ya wash na zile pesa walikuwa sasa ndo wanajitambua wenyewe, zile pesa walituibia. Ndo kwa sababu Kenya iko empty. Sasa hivi wanaanza kutambua wenyewe pesa fulani tuko nayo. You get me? Wanatambua sasa na waoni. Wacha tuwawache hivyo, wataongea mengi, bado tunawahesabu. Alafu tutawaweka kwenye carpet. Msiwatambulie siri zote, kwa sababu najua bila nyinyi ambayo mko out of the country mambo kwisha. Imagine sasa Alex, useme tu pesa zako unatoa kutoka kwa MoneyGram, unatumia simu yako, unaweka kwa simu yako ya Kenya, uko na namba ya Kenya, alafu uregister, unaweza register vile watu wana register, sijui kama wao ni register ama rubamu na register ile you pay by pay bill number. Ulipi ushuru, si kweli? Inaenda direct to account yako kwenye simu, na uko Europe ama uko America, wherever, India. Tunasema pesa ziendi Kenya. So wale walipigia Azimio ni wengi na tunakasirika. So Ruto asicheze na Wakenya ambayo wako nje. Na wale wako nje, watu ambao huwa nje ya country, any country, hao ndo upendua serikali. Wasicheze na watu. Hiyo ni 100%, wajue tu hivi. Kwa sababu association ya wale wako nje, kama association ile mko nayo America na association ambayo iko Europe, tushikane na wale wako India vile tunashikana. Hata sasa tunashikana. Ni ukweli uongo Alex? Tunashikana mikono, groups zile ziko out of the country. Alafu tuseme yes, tunawashtaki, na tunaweza kuwashtaki hata hapa. Cause mama zetu, nyanya zetu wanaenda kufanya hizo kura. Yeah? Tuseme tu hatushtaki government, tunashtaki tu kwa sababu human rights. Mzazi wangu alipiga kura, ilikuwa hivi. Hiyo tusahau, lakini kwa saa hii vile wanateseka, tutawashtaki. Mimi ndawashtaki. Ndashtaki government of Kenya kama watapeana hiyo 70 Kenya shillings hiyo walizungumza. It is a law. Walipromise hao watu unga ya 70, lazima wapatiwe hiyo 70. Iko kwa record. Na wasianze kucheza hii kutembea juu ya magari wakizungumza matope. Asubuhi wakiamka wanazungumza matope, jioni wakiamka the next day ile kitu wanaota usiku wanakuja kutuambia kesho yake. Wakae ofisi wafanye kazi. Na bado tunawapatia 100 days. Hizo 100 days zikiisha, they will answer us. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bonosolo. Is it that William Ruto intends to depopulate Nairobi? Because when housing become impossible, kila mtu atafungasha aondoke Nairobi, alafu ndio atengeneze constituency ya Nairobi. He has a very good interest in the city. He wants to establish a constituency in the city, and so he may want to depopulate the city by getting rid of the slum dwellers. Wale watu walalahoi hao mahasla warudi counties, warudi makwao, ili hawa wenye nchi wachukue hiyo sehemu. Partly, probably, you know, the Komba has been a very good marked place for grabbing. I think it already has what is called private developer. It's only the occupying that is remaining, and the reason it's not occupied is because of Walalahoi. So if you make housing impossible for the Walalahoi, like there was a man on TV was talking about, now five families are coming up to take one house to live together because the renting is impossible for everybody to have their own house. Even if, okay, could it be that that is the calculated move, and will it work? Will it work, or will just multiply our slum areas? Will create slums even on State House Road and keep living? Haya, tuendelee na mjadala. Tumesikiza Marcos. Marcos, sema.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi Bernard, nagotea Alex hapo kidogo. Nilikuwa nasema kuna gazeti nilisoma mwezi wa April ya the Standard. Nitaitafuta tu kwa rekodi yangu, I think bado niko nayo. Francis Kimeme alifanyiwa interview na Standard Media Group about Ruto and Raila. Akaulizwa, hawa watu wawili umefanya nao kazi kwa ofisi, wakati Raila alikuwa prime minister, wakati Ruto pia alikuwa minister. Compare them, venye wanafanya kazi yao wakiwa kwa ofisi na venye wanafanya siasa zao. Kimeme alisema akikompea Raila na Ruto, Raila ni akianza na Raila kwanza, Raila ni mtu ambaye akiingia kwa ofisi anafanya kazi, anasahau mambo ya politics. Tena hata ukimletea ripoti mwambie fulani fulani amesema hivi juu yako ama huyu amefanya hivi, ashughuliki. Lakini Ruto ni mtu ambaye anapiga siasa all the time hadi kwa ofisi. Unaweza enda hata umwambie fulani fulani aliongea juu yako, anasoma huyo mtu anaanza kugombanisha, kuleta mambo mingi. Kwa hivyo Ruto ambaye anaongoza sasa ni huyo mmoja tu, haja change. Ni ule Ruto ambaye bado anapiga siasa, anaahidi watu, anaendelea kuweka mapromises juu ya mapromises, na amekuwa akitarget, tunajua hata kabla aingie kwa hiyo kiti amekuwa akitarget area fulani tu, amekuwa akimark some areas ambapo akitaka akiingia anataka kuanza naye. That's why mambo ya Brookside, maziwa, tunasikia tuna mambo zinaanza crop up, sababu ni mtu ako na interest, kitu ya kwanza. Na nakwambia pesa yenye Ruto alitumia zote akitaka kuchukua uongozi venye alichukua, lazima arudishe. Hata kama ni miaka 2, hata kama ni miaka 3, lazima hiyo pesa yake arudishe. Zile pesa lilipa Chebukati na kina Kome na wakina Lesapit, zote lazima arudishe kwa kaunti yake, ndio aanze kufanyia Wakenya kazi. Kwa hivyo for the first 5 years, hata tusipeleke mbali, Ruto anataka kufanya mambo zake bado, ndio arudi aombe kura juu ana campaign, anaomba kura sasa hiyo ya second round. Sasa it is about us, sisi wa Kenya tuamke mapema, tu realize hii kitu mapema, tusilale, tusitegemee wabunge wetu. Wabunge ni watu wa kununuliwa. Tupiganie nchi, sababu nchi iko hali mbaya. We are at the age ambapo kuna watu wengi wanalala njaa, si hata Turkana peke yake, hata Nairobi watu wanalala njaa. Bei ya maisha imepanda. Sasa hiyo ukiwa na 1000 Kenyan shillings, hiyo ni unga peke yake, alafu kidogo umenunua avocado na sukuma wiki imeisha. Ukiongezea mafuta ya kupikia, sasa mambo imeisha. Kwa hivyo Ruto haizi tuambia tulimchagua aendelee kutuwekea mapromises. Hata kama alichaguliwa na wale wengine, si jambo nzuri kuendelea kupiga kampeni akiwa kwa ofisi. Tayari akona uongozi alikuwa anataka. Angalia venye anaweza tekeleza mambo ya Wakenya na nchi rudi sawa, na asipofanya hivyo ni mtu ambaye atakuja kujuta, na atakuja hata kusema ni kwa nini alitaka kuwa hapo. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Marcos for reading through that, and I think Kenya is in a very bad place, and we need to accept that and begin to find solutions in good time. we know if we give it the watch and see, we may have nothing to salvage. Because one of the worst things is people who don't care. People who don't care. Whatever happens, they have already secured what they want. As the Kenyans that believe in the Kenya that will be sufficient for every Kenyan, I think it's about time we began to take this matter very serious and begin to lay out a roadmap of how to recover what we have. Because if we don't give it a good approach, we will only get Kenya that is a shell. A shell, or whatever that was left is gone. And like now we have the people, the creditors who are watching like this. And then our neighbors are also, I saw something today about Museveni saying he has a land in Naivasha and another one in Mombasa, and that land is Ugandan. And so he can even bring Ugandans to stay there. So that kind of madness cannot be handled by casual approach or this diplomatic nonsense that we want to engage. I think we need to brace up ourselves and begin to forge the way forward through whatever means. One, the elders in this country, sane elders, need to call for national dialogue urgently if they want to save the day. If not, they will watch, but the country will go down under their watch. Alex, unataka kusema kitu ni na Walter, umeji uko nyuma ya curtain, hiyo ni makosa. Nimesamehe wewe, lakini wewe inaonekana hii msamaha yangu hutaki kusikia. Afadhali uangalize kamera juu ya roof kuliko kuwa na hiyo nusu picha. Alex.
So Bernard, this is what
Yes.
Museveni said. I think you are misquoting him.
Uh-huh.
Museveni said, I know we have land in Kenya. I don't know where it is exactly. I don't know if it's in Naivasha. Just quote what he said. He said, I know we have land in Kenya. What I'm not sure if it's in Naivasha, Nakuru, or Mombasa. And that really made me scared. That is what he said. Just for the correction.
Okay. Robert seems to know where the land is. Yes, Robert.
100% no. I don't know where it is. And I don't care, because at this point it looks like we don't know what we are doing. There's something I want to say about Joshua. Joshua said something and I wanted to commend him. And you see, what Kenyans don't realize, with all this COVID and all this time when this economy went down, if it was not the Kenyans who were the outside the country, who are helping their neighbors, who are just like helping the economy of the country to hang on. So, I'm telling you, this, it could have worse. Maybe the economy could have collapsed. And let's go back. When Odu went to his last day in Kisii, a couple of weeks before he got out of power, remember what he said? He said it's because of the Kenyans from outside the country. And that's why they decided to build central bank in Kisii. Because of that. And I'm very happy because he did recognize that we are part of the economy. But here's a problem. We send money. We do what we are doing, some of us, with what we are supposed to do. But in returns, nobody cares about us. And that's a fact. Someone brought up like Big J. I mean, you said something like, I'm also in the same situation, Alex. I have some finished house in Utawara, 3-bedroom houses. But when I tried to get some clients, what people was just like someone tells you, I'd say to them, you know what? Let them stay the way they are. They're just right there, ready and everything to move on. But because of the situation, the economic situation in the country, and now they are saying they want to tax maybe landlords, I would rather just leave them the way they are. I would just go there at night, at 1 in the morning, I sleep one, come in the afternoon, I sleep another one, until the cycle goes on. Because I just feel like I'm being betrayed by my own country. And that's a fact. And that's why we remember what we discussed here. There's something we discussed here. I hope somebody could take it very seriously. This idea of these guys borrowing money from other countries, if they were very organized, the Kenyans community outside Kenya, if they could just like try to take advantage of that, they give them like, this is what we want you to do. You put your money here, you invest. The country of Kenya is going to use your money on these issues of this and that. Then from there, you see the returns. There's a way it can work out. There's a way. But instead, they see us as wastage and people who sometimes, remember even when it came to some like run president and other things, they try even to block some of us. You can't even run for president. It's just like if maybe you have dual citizenship, some of these things, when it became things of power, they can just, that's what sometimes makes me mad. They also kiss you all this time, they are helping the economy or other thing. But look what they put on parliament and other things. What you have to do in order to become maybe a president of a country. Yeah, if you have your dual citizenship. Now it becomes a problem. If I was somebody working for Ruto, the one thing I'll tell him, instead of all this debt from outside the other countries, why can't we make use of our people who are outside the country? Maybe they came up like a system where somebody can, it's like a contribution where people put some money, or people can just like invest there. Our investment, there's a way we can work it out. Then from there we can help our country. But the idea of every time, every day we are being told smart people what they are the people now want to run the government. I've not seen none of them. None of them. And now where these people are calling them Mama Mboga, where are they? Wako wapi? I wish they go on the streets, they demand what they were promised. I'm one person, I was here last night, and I keep on saying, sisi watu wengine tunachesewa sana. This country would never change. And those ones who come from two communities, like you are. But as long as hii recycle inaendelea vile inaendelea sahi, and a question I asked yesterday, you see yesterday's tape, and Mr. Ruto can even, somebody will ask him, how comes when you were choosing your running mate, you never chose a Mansai, you never chose a Kisii, you never chose somebody from northern Kenya, maybe Teso or Kulia, but you chose somebody from the mountain. You know what? It is what it is. 60 years. We keep on saying Kenya is doing very badly. Then we need to change some leadership, because I can't blame the Kikuyu people or the Kalenjins. We have cartels within those two communities. And those cartels believe that they are going to rule another 60 years. Believe it or not. That's why you saw money boiling down. I mean, I'm telling you, those guys had a lot of money for the campaigns. A lot of money. Even I wonder, even the money which Baba was promised from somewhere, some other place. I mean, I'm telling you, if we had to go to the source of the money Ruto had, I don't think he qualifies to be a president. I think some people will go to jail, but it is Kenya, where tomorrow you steal, you become a millionaire overnight, and nobody's going to ask you how you got the money. That's how stupid we are. We will never progress. But I hope one day, somehow, one day a miracle will happen. And some of these people will find themselves somewhere in jail, But as long as we do what we are doing, I'm sorry to say, our country will never progress. There are some small countries you might come and they want to overtake us because we are so stupid and we rely on too much government. Too much government. We should be talking of private and to our economy to provide private jobs, and that's how most countries progress. Private investment is the way to go. Let us get the government out of our business. Let me leave it there, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert, for that submission. I only need to remind you that the worst thing that can never happen is for the diaspora people to invest in a political bank. You are a senior citizen, you remember there was a bank called National Bank, where all you needed was KANU card and you get loan, whatever amount you want. Wakikusumbua mzee anapiga simu unapewa loan. And that's how National Bank became a shell. So if there will be a diaspora bank and government is allowed to borrow and the politically connected people are going to borrow, you can be sure you will lose that money in the morning. Unless a miracle happens since you brought it.
Yeah, Bernard, that's what I was saying. If you lose the money, you know, a country of Kenya would never go away, then they'll find a way to pay you. Yeah, you are right. And that's what I was telling people yesterday. I was telling them, look, where's the National Bank of Kenya? Where's Mumias? Where's Sony? Where's Moroni? Where is Kenya Power and whatever it is right now, Kenya Power? Yeah, compare that one with Equity, private. Compare that one with Safaricom. Compare that one with some other companies which have progressed, even Brookside, for God's sake. Now they want to kill it. Yeah, they want to kill it. So the government is not a good thing to invest. Anything they touch it will always collapse. Their job is to make sure that the climate, they create the environment of investment. Otherwise, if we rely on everything like the way we do in Kenya, the best job you can get is in the government. Then we are all wrong on that. The best job is on the private sector. If we do that, then Kenya is going to progress. But instead, everybody wants to go where money is easy. You just grab overnight. They are just working day and night out to just like take that money. And in fact, they just take it. They take it. And that's the truth of the matter. And that's why you see all those millionaires. They are not there. They are called themselves now. They are the secretaries. Imagine that. The rich becomes more richer and the poor will be more poor in Kenya. That's a fact. And I don't recognize Ruto's government. I don't recognize his cabinet. I wish we could have a revolution. We kick them out. We beat them up. And we get a government which works for the people. But people don't believe in me. People never believe what we said here. But the result, it's there. You can see what's going on. You can see what's going on. Thank you.
So thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert, for that. And let's keep everything in perspective. Alex, I hope you are here with power because my time to go has arrived. As you look for who? Francis and the other
let's
guys.
look for Francis. I'm actually in a birthday. I'm Toto or Sister Angu, so I'm just out here waiting for them to cut the cake because I don't know what to do in a birthday. I'm Toto, so I'm just in the car just waiting for them. Anytime they will come here, so...
You're not alone in not knowing what to do, but please do something. All the same.
So there is something you said, Bernard, that was important.
Yeah.
That I think you said it in a subtle way. I don't even think you knew the importance of what you were saying. In gerrymandering, when Bush became the president, Karl Rove was his political advisor. And Karl Rove is not just a political advisor. Karl Rove is somebody who had done his homework very well. And he went to the office understanding that the time for redistricting had come. Redistricting is a form of, taking into the account of the population explosion or the depopulation of a certain city, so as representation can be equal. So what they did, Karl Rove did, they did the census. Once they did the census, then they gerrymandered the district. Gerrymandering means you cut a constituency in a way that tuseme unakuja Kibira, alafu unajua Kibira side gani iko Wajaluo peke yake. Then you just put that constituency inakata tu mahali Wajaluo wako tu. That's why it's called gerrymandering. Inaweza hiyo constituency inaweza enda njia fulani yenye tu ni Wajaluo peke yake, so that Mjaluo akuwe MP huko kutoka sasa mpaka mwisho wa dunia. That is what Karl Rove did in this country, and that is why you see sometimes Republicans win, and some Republicans are very arrogant because they know they are in a very safe district. District means a constituency. Now, you said something here that is it that Ruto wants to push some people to the rural areas? And I think this is where Big J will help us. In Japan, right now as we talk, from 2015, there are more than 60 million units of homes that are empty. Last year, some areas in rural, one empty unit was going for as low as $500 because people don't want to leave those units because either of politics, because they are being put in some districts that they don't like, and something like that. China, as we talk like right now, and I want you to Google so that you can understand the politics, how it affects. In the city of Shanghai, China, there is a place whereby there are 65 million units of houses are completely empty because people ran away from there because politics again. You are put in a constituency that if you are a Democrat, you can't survive. So you just move where there are Republicans. And you just posed a question. Is Ruto trying to push some communities back to the rural areas? And when you said that, you didn't know how volatile that is. And the answer is yes. There are two communities that are a headache to Ruto to take over from Nairobi. And it's not easy. The number one community that has been disregarded and people do not understand what power they have. Walikuwa wanachukuliwanga tu hivi hivi wakati wa Kanjo, wao ndio walikuwa wanafagia. When the county government came into existence, and now they said you are not going to employ new people, you must take those people who used to work from county council, because you realize over the years Nairobi County Council employed our watu wa chini kabisa, either Wajaluo ama Waluya, and these people were promoted and became big county officers through the pain of what? Devolution. And it's not easy right now to become the governor of Nairobi if you don't have the support of the Luya people. It is almost impossible. You may not have the support of the Luos, but the support of Luyas is eminent. You must have the support of Luyas. And if Luyas wanted to become maybe members of parliament of 4 constituencies that I really know in Nairobi, and Luyas, they decide to come together, it will be very difficult for you to push them out. And that's why Sakaja even won, for your information. Sakaja won easily because part of it is he came from the right tribe. And most of those people understood the power of leadership because wamekuwa na watu wao kwa county council. So the question you posed, is he trying to push some people out of Nairobi? And I think the answer is yes. Because as Robaz explained, as Big J has explained, and I'm also of the same view, I can't work my ass off day and night natoka kazi yangu ya kawaida na kuja vibarua, naenda nyingine, I'm working 3 jobs, only to find that one unit is only giving me $100 a month. Bernard, I can easily sit down here in 2 hours and make that amount. Why should I wait for a whole month somebody to stay in my house? Na mara ameniambia imeharibika, mara imeharibika, and now taxes are going up. So what we are going to see is that many homes in Nairobi are going to become empty because people, those who don't have loans like me, will say to hell with it. And you will keep your house there. Either you use it for Airbnb or it stays like that. Because when you allow somebody to live there, they will be telling you, imeharibika, imeharibika, imeharibika. And whatever they are paying you is peanuts. So if Ruto decides to tax us, we will pass it to the tenants. I don't know if the tenants will survive. So I'm looking at a situation whereby, as you said, some families have decided to do blended living, whereby ndugu yako, nyinyi wote mnakuja kuishi nyumba moja. And it is not going to work, Bernard. It can work for Somalis, but not for Luyas and Kisis maybe. More especially for Kisis, I don't see it. Asira yetu yezi allow bibi wawili kuishi kwa nyumba moja, Bernard. It doesn't. Hata boma moja inakuwa ngumu. So I don't see one house it's going to be easy. So I think many people are going to be pushed out of the city. That is the reality. And that's why in Japan, in China, we have many houses are empty just because of politics, not because of economic hardship. That economic hardship is being brought by economic policies to push some people out. And I hope the Kenya Kwanza does not do that, because if it does that, it will be a sorry state of our country. Because Bernard, ukiangalia, and that's what is it yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was telling one of the commentators here, you people, it was Baza I was telling, Kiambu, even David Ndii, who is the bottom-up original minder, said Kiambu does not need bottom-up. Why? It has roads, it has De La Monte, it has all these companies. And I gave an example of the county of Kisii. We used to have 2 companies, Coca-Cola and Elianto, which are gone. We don't have any other company anymore. Now you push these people to go to reserve. Bernard, what are they going to do again? Nothing. Do you understand how the economic impact is going to be? So it's a recipe for picketing and demonstration, which we don't want at this time. Hata kama mimi ni mtu wa Azimio, if we start right now to picket, na kuambia sisi wote tutaumia. Whether you are in Azimio, whether you are in Kenya Kwanza, I think there will be the right time for us to do that. Otherwise, right now people are in an anger, and when people are in anger, they go out to demonstrate opposition leader. We are going to have something called anarchy. That is the worst form of leadership, whereby it's a man-eat-man society. And once we reach that level, Kenya will go the Somali way, and we will never have a stable government ever. I think Baba should have a way out on how we must lead a revolution that does not affect our ADL, activity daily living. So as even after that, we are able to come out of this deep-seated economic embargo that we have been enshrined with unga na mafuta na other things, common commodities. So what I'm saying is, it is not my wish for me to give Ruto time. But if we, without a plan, go for picketing and a demonstration, I think our people are going to hurt even more, because this government does not care. Now, Roba, let me tell you, when Trump came into power, he shocked me, because everybody in his government was a billionaire, including the Minister for Education, remember, was the wife of this wrestler, this guy who owns wrestling, WFF, Mr. Mikhail anaitwaje, the wife is a billionaire. He was put to be a woman who does not know anything about school, because she went to private schools. She doesn't know about public schools. But by the end of 2 years, including his attorney general, Trump was not getting along with anybody, because he put billionaire cabinet. and he sacked all of them and he started anew. And I'm guaranteeing you, this cabinet will not survive. The first one who will be taken out, I tell you, is Machogu. Machogu is my homemate. He can't handle the Ministry of Education. You know it and I know. Education is, he will do what Kaimenyi did. And Kaimenyi tried. Finally, Uhuru had to take him out because it had become a circus. Unaelewa? So let us not push for a revolution. Let the revolution itself find itself at the right moment. It is going to be there. They like it or not. That is what I'm telling you, Roba. Let us not push it. It will reach a point they are not able to manage the Ministry of Education. It will be circus. And you will realize that they themselves are going to start saying, huyu jamaa mtoe. Moses Kuria will not have any merits in the Ministry of Trade. The other day they hosted Miguna Miguna. Miguna will start abusing them. So it will be a revolution within themselves. That is when we will take advantage. Let it not be us who are asking for it. It won't survive. The government of Ruto, the way it has started, is the same way Trump started, chest thumping. Finally, you saw 2 attorney generals were against him, and he had to sack them. Why? When you come na hii kifua, inafika mahali nyi wenyewe mnaonyeshana vifua. Pence used to be very subtle. Saa hii Pence anasema the worst president in the world ni nani? Trump. And Pence was his vice president for 4 years. So, opposition leader, you are not alone. It's like Elijah who was complaining and say, everybody has left, I am the only one left. And God told him, but there are 70 more. Obadiahs are there within State House, my friend. There are people within State House who are in Azimio, but he does not know. We have Obadiahs in State House. So don't worry. At the right time, Obadiahs will come out and this thing tutaimaliza. As Raila say, we will reclaim our victory. And I tell you, there is Esther, there is Mordecai, and also there is us. We will pray. And we are at the right time. But let us not cause anarchy in that country because our people will suffer even more. Thank you.
Alex, thank you for the long sermon, and we appreciate that. The only thing is that whatever William Ruto is doing is not a strategy. It is that it doesn't have any other way to do it. And we want our Kenyan people on this. The worst leader to put in power is an insecure leader. A leader who doesn't like other people to thrive and who doesn't know how to lead people who are thriving. So what does he resort to? To stifle everybody. The Moi approach. Look at all the cabinets, Moi. Kina Mulu Mutisia, the semi-literate, Kina Kihika Kimani, all the people who saw school through the window were cabinet were ministers in Moi government, so that Moi can succeed being the headmaster of them all, be the only one who is a little bit more learned than the rest of his cabinet. When we give somebody, there is what is traditionally and pattern in the Ruto leadership, okay, that he doesn't enjoy the company of people who are doing better than him. He would rather pull them down or reduce them to some degree. So whatever he's doing is that he's going to get the country to go back, not to make the strands that have been made, whereby Kibaki was secure, having Omalo Kijana around, having Kina Raila Odinga around, having Mudi Awori, having all these people who are capable of being president, still serving in cabinet, and still secure to provide leadership. Right now, we're having a leadership that seems to want everybody to be second so that they can be one, not for them to be one so that people can be second in following them. And so it is a situation that I believe will cause this country to go back as much as 10, 20 years if it's left uncontrolled. And so if we and then Kenyans and their adaptability, Kenyans adopt the situation very easily. The longer this thing lasts, the more it goes down into the hearts and the minds of Kenyans. Kenyans are going to condition themselves around it, look for survival mode, get into that survival mode, forget the revolution. It will be 5 years. So strike the iron when it's hot. Bad preaching from the pastor. Now I want us to nataka tutapatia guru. Big J unasemaje?
Thank you Bernard. Leo Alex huwa namsupport, nasikiza venye anasema, lakini leo naona uoga imemuingia. Kwa nini sijui, ni kwa sababu anatoka church. Of course it's understandable. He's from the church. Alex, you know, Alex saizi as we speak, kwangu watu wanalipa rent half, kwa sababu ni okay, like unajaribu kusaidia, you know, you do something small to help, because definitely I cannot just let them live there free of charge, you know, so I have to cut the rent. Kwa wale watu hawako job nakata nusu. So about revolution, najua guru hajaongea. Guru pole kidogo tu nitamalizia alafu nini. Alex, wacha kuwa mwoga. Wacha kuwa mwoga, because unajua the system Ruto using ameweka au ma-CSS wote wanasema wako 4 billion 3 billion. Hizo pesa ni pesa aliwapea. So they don't have any say. Ni kama tu ile system ya Moi alitumia kina mlumutisia the literate people, because they cannot do anything. So even these CSS wako ambao ameweka ni watu ambao anajua he's paid them. Ni kama hasa wale wafanyikazi wako kwa Alex wanakufanyia kazi kwa plot. You employed them and they follow your orders, they follow your rules. So actually there is nothing different with what Moi did. So Alex, I want to tell you that hatutangoja hiyo miaka 5 ni mingi. We are tired. Thank you.
Okay, asanteni sana wote mnaojumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tunawashukuru. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana na tujadili masuala yetu. Hii ni nchi yetu na ni wajibu wetu kuilinda kwa vyovyote vile, haswa wakati uongozi wake unakwenda mrama, kwa sababu nchi iweze kuwa bora kuliko viongozi wao. Kwa hivyo tusipohakikisha kwamba tunaongozwa ipasavyo, tumekubali kuongozwa kwa hali duni, na huo uduni katika uongozi utaingia katika nyumba, utaingia katika shule, utaingia katika hospitali na kila sekta zote. Kwa hivyo wakati ni huu, kila mmoja awe macho, tusikae tukakubali kukuwa conditioned in a situation where everything is going to collapse, because businesses zile Alex unatetea, they are all going to collapse. When Kenyans right now, they are demoralized, they are reporting to work late and leaving early, the performance is below 50%. How do you recover an economy that is in bad shape? By demoralizing people, calling them competitors and making them more angry. This is the time to bembeleza people, to recover, so that they get the enthusiasm to go and work. Now, if the majority of Kenyans are not working, those that are working half capacity, what is going to happen? The economy can never make a turnaround. And so I think something has to happen, and I keep suggesting the elders that are now here, that hold this country into high esteem, they need to call a national dialogue. If they leave leadership to these two people who seem not to be aware of the Kenyan situation, they will land this country into problems. And that is something we cannot afford. But if worse comes to worse, we may have to learn to live with it. In my opinion, the elders must come forth. The elders, all elders in this country, need to come together and call for national dialogue, call leaders to order. You cannot leave the country to be destroyed while you are sitting back. You say, let's watch and see. Walisema, hapana, Wakati unafikanga elders, ndio mnasimama, watoto wamekutana, wakaoana kinyume na matakwa yenu, kinyume na utamaduni wenu, lakini wazee wanakuja waambia, haha, hapa tunatoanga kondoo na mbuzi, tunatengeneza mambo. Kumeharibika Kenya. Wazee jitokezeni, mtengeneze mambo. Mwache kujifungia na kusema you watch and see. There is nothing here to watch and see. The day has already spoken and it is not speaking good. I want to leave on that note. Alex, you will take charge as I look for Francis. If I don't get him, you're free to end the show anytime. Although
you can already see my kids are behind me.
I see that clearly, but before
I am not able to moderate right now.
You will moderate upendo spend, ama utakaa chini ya nini, utaongeza watu wale wanakuja. But before Guru comes in, let's get this advert. We'll be running this whatever.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The Era of Error. The Era of Error. Escape the Era of Error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject.
In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were, it is called interfaith.
Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, thank you everyone. Make a date with us. Follow that program. I trust it will help you, especially those of you who subscribe to Bible Belief, and we'll be able to straighten some of the excesses that the church has embraced and is causing havoc in the families and in the society as a whole. Lakini kwa vyovyote vile tukutane tena, tutakuwa hapa na our live service will be on a daybreak. I beg to leave so that I'll be ready for the service in good time. But muendelee na show vizuri. Bwana Guru, unless uko na swala la kuniweka hapa, mimi nimeondoka. Karibu.
Asante sana.
Thank you. Mimi na propose wewe uongoze hiyo msafara wa wazee.
Sasa mimi nitaongea yangu, alafu hata mimi niondoke. Unajua sasa kesho
jukumu la kukusanya wazee mimi nataka tukuachie wewe, kwa sababu unaelewa hao watoto tumetupatia sisi hatuwaelewi.
Roba kwa hapo nadhani ataweza saidia sisi kiasi. Ameelekea wapi sasa Roba? Labda atakuja. Okay. These rich, it's called filthy rich hustlers, who are now the cabinet. You know, there is something you don't know. For a long time, there has been talk of turning around things, turning around the systems, turning around the governance systems. And that is what hustlers went for in these August elections. They were made to believe that the systems are the ones that are the problem and the cause of their poverty and they were made to believe that the systems that are there are deliberately put there by the so-called dynasties to impoverish them, to make them poor. So, in other words, the revolution you are talking about is what the hustlers went for in August 2022 elections. Unfortunately, this looks like an aborted revolution. It looks like it is a continuation or even a worse case scenario, worse than what was called the dynastic systems. And where we move from here is a situation that cannot be easily predicted. Because what we have in this country is a situation where the youth have been boiling within themselves, asking themselves why the country does not seem to accommodate them. And that being the case, the messaging of UDA was such that it was supposed to get these youths on their side and win the elections. But beyond winning, the youth had expectations. And unfortunately, those expectations seem not to be coming, or even the system, the government does not seem to be continuing with putting in place the actualization of the promises that they made. Look at the so-called Hustler Fund. It's going to be managed in no better way than the Youth Enterprise Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. The same stringent measures. This is contrary to the expectations of the youth. That's not what they were promised. They were promised zero interest loans that are easily accessible. So already there is grumbling among the youth that that is not the promise that they were given. So basically what it is that we do not know how long these expectations can be incubated, because for the youth, for them, they thought already they have reached a point by erecting the hustler government. They had reached that end where they had, put in place a government that will now do things differently and accommodate them as easily as possible. But that does not seem to be what it is now. I foresee a very tense moment for this government because the expectations of the youth are very high, and they seem not to have the expertise, the vibe to go along and put the necessary policies and overturn the systems in such a way that it makes it easier for youth to thrive and even get jobs. When you see some of the policies being suggested, like the rental taxes and so on and so forth, the end result is to make life even more difficult. When you look at the way they are setting up even the so-called hustler fund, the uptake of that fund will be no better than the youth enterprise fund. Why? Because you are supposed to save before you go for the hustler fund. Where is the money to save? Where is the money to save? Is that not another handle to the youth? So basically, Bernard, this country is at crossroads because we have a population of youth that constitute near 70% who are waiting for opportunities. And the Hasra nation promised them that this was a revolutionary election that would put them on the path to success. But it looks like an aborted revolution. And when I talk about revolution here, you know, there are those who think revolution must always be violent. It is not so. A revolution can happen in the most peaceful manner, in the sense that people understand what they are going for, and elections is one of the ways in which you can bring a peaceful transition and usher in a leadership that will revolutionize the systems and make them more acceptable and easy, especially for the youth. This seems not to be the case, and therefore we've just entered one of the most trying times for our country, because we do not know how far the youths will be patient. Therefore, going forward, the cabinet that has been put in place does not seem to have the inspiration. It doesn't even inspire that confidence that things are going to be better. And that is why you can see there is an environment of quietness in the country. Everybody has gone mute. You saw what happened during Mashujade. It was not just by design. That is a reflection of the kind of feeling in the country. There is no inspiration that things will get better. A very dangerous scenario, if you ask me, because what makes government survive is giving people hope, and people accepting, although they are hard economic times, it is worth waiting because they can see concrete steps being put in place to change their material circumstances. Look at Kibaki, what he did. When he came to power immediately 2002, he touched every single poor family by saying every child must go to school. Therefore, even if the economic situation could have been dire at that time, there was that excitement that here comes a leader who has decided to change the circumstances of our family, because you are very much aware that our families know that once you get a child through school, there is every chance that that child will come about and change the circumstances of the family. Now, with this government, there is no measure so far that shows that they have the imagination of what the future should look like. Not at all. The only thing they have done so far is to give or to provide subsidized fertilizer. Fertilizer has always been there, and subsidized fertilizer has always been there. So there is nothing new so far. There is nothing that they have suggested that is revolutionary. Even the so-called Hustlers Fund that could have been revolutionary has now come to be yet another youth enterprise fund in another name. So what to do? The country is pregnant with expectation. That revolution that people are talking about cannot be said to have happened in these elections. And I see even the Miguna Migunas of this world, once they discover that the masses are on the other side, they will go there. You are aware that he said he is not, there are positions he can't take up in the government even if he is given. That of CAS. And you know, Miguna, give it to him. He is one person who speaks his mind. He's a revolutionary mind. And he'll not dwell on false belief of a government that is not moving. In fact, that will be the first person to jump out and start his own things. Once he discovers that he can thrive on the other side, he's always on the revolutionary side. So I think these people know, and I don't think he's going to be accommodated. Myself, my thinking, because there's a person who can leave the government with a lot of noise, and you'd rather talk out there than get in and then leave with a lot of noise. Somebody said here that those who see things not moving in the right way, some of them are right in government right now, and you never know when they start discovering that things are getting hot. They could just get off. In fact, even some have even suggested some of those who came through the so-called UDA, when they discover that their political careers are handed to the dogs, they may be the first to start sponsoring the impeachment and so on and so forth. This is Africa. This is politics. It happens. And you know what? The people will always push their leaders to get the desired results. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru kwa maoni hayo. Tunashukuru na wacha tuendelee kujadili kama Wakenya. Hii ni nchi yetu na jukumu letu kuielekeza ipasavyo. Tusiwe na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma katika mambo haya. Kama vile everybody has suggested, tusilazimishe mimba kutoka kabla ya wakati, lakini vile imekaa ni kama is due. The wakunga inaonekana wako tayari, but all the same we'll do what is necessary. There is a video I want us to listen to. It's a bit lengthy, but I think it's good as we wait for Francis to come. Alex ni kama amepeleka watoto, na sitaki kuacha hapa kama kuna msimamizi ambaye ako na powers za control hii maneno. So let's watch this and as we continue with debate.
As a member of the UN Security Council, and yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. United Nations, It is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today, and nobody is talking about it. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Dig this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we ain't doing this, Guinea and Mali. The French could not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the countries signed the pact for the continuation of colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The Pact for the Continuation of Colonization said, 1, you shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report. And if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup, documented all of them. France was behind it, simply because France felt they were quote unquote threatening French interests. Countries are still depositing their funds to France, do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. You have given up your financial resources. You have given up control of your natural resources. You have given up your military. What power do you have? Today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over $500 billion. And by the time they finish investing that money into the French stock market, they're realizing trillions of dollars in any given year. Park that. The watchdogs for corruption are saying out of Africa, 50 billion gets out of the continent from corruption. The question I have is, why has it been so difficult for us as Africans to say enough is enough? How long are we going to keep watching this carnage go on and we say nothing? It goes back to the mind. It goes back to that fear. It goes back to that sense of inferiority. And I go back to the diagnosis I made when I went to Washington. That until we black people understand that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization, that we are suffering from the legacy of slavery, that while we may have lost the shackles of in our legs and our hands, the shackles of the mind continue. Until we realize that we are a wounded people and we need healing, nothing about our circumstances is going to change. We are sick people. But to be sick, first you must realize and accept that you're sick. How do you go to the doctor if you don't think you're sick? We are not only in the doctor's waiting room on an outpatient basis. We are not even in the hospital in a general ward. As black people, we are in the intensive care. And we need to realize that. The baby is now born. And her name is the African Continental Free Trade Area. You see, the children of Africa must realize that now we need diapers, we need formula. There are going to be sleepless nights. This baby is going to cry. This baby is going to throw tantrums. We need to be ready to take care of this baby. Africa is on the move. The question is, are the children of Africa ready to step up and take what is rightfully yours? You got to understand, around the globe, as black people, the reason we are so disrespected is because we're poor. Most of us don't own anything. Singularly, while we were given our independence, the one thing that was denied from us is economic liberation. The African heads of states are saying African wealth belongs to the African children. The African Union defines African diaspora as all people of African descent living outside Africa. The colonizers have been building the Africa that they want. The game is up. You see, you don't go to China and find black people driving the Chinese development agenda. You don't go to Europe. You don't go to Mexico, India, and find black people driving those regions' development agenda. The reality is, you must not, cannot, should not, and golly, will not go to Africa and find non-Africans driving the African continental development agenda. Unless, of course, you, the children of Africa, the inheritors of Africa's wealth, choose to vacate that place that has your name. The choice is yours. The environment is ready. And so, I'm on a mission to see to it that we people of African descent truly understand our Africa, truly realize that we have been lied to, but that we're smart enough to know better, that we have been sleeping, that it's time to wake up. You see, a united African diaspora is a sleeping giant. It is the sleeping giant that is needed to bring the sustainable change that Africa desires. Bigger corruption in Africa is coming from outside. Try flying low over the DRC. You're going to see tarmacs in the middle of the jungle. You're going to see 747s flying into the DRC, picking up minerals and flying right outside the country. Do you think those multinationals are going to want to see peace in the DRC? Do you think they're going to want to see peace in South Sudan? No. A stable Africa is an Africa that cannot be exploited. So they will see to it that there will never be peace in Africa by any means necessary, unless you come to the table and do something about it. For a continent that doesn't have a single gun manufacturing company, we seem to have endless supply of guns. How? How is this okay that Africa continues to be exploited? And how is it okay that the world has watched as France is taking cold, hard cash out of Africa? How is this okay? I want to know. United Nations, answer that. Secretary General Guterres, answer that. When you all meet every year in New York, what are you talking about? That is our reality. No more shall we continue to be ignorant. Our eyes are open. We know our Africa. We are going to reconnect with our roots. African Americans, you must understand there is a void that is deep in each and everyone's subconscious. It is a void that affects everything you do. First, you must understand you have that void. In this country, with the exception of the American Indians, everybody is a foreigner. And everybody has their roots outside the United States. And the rest of the races are connected to their roots, with the exception of the African Americans. You're too busy running away from your roots. You're busy denying who you are. Well, guess what? It is what it is. You are an African, and Africa is home. And the sooner you wake up and realize and accept that Africa is home, the sooner you're going to fill that void. For as long as that voice is in you, you're always going to be like a ship without an anchor. The wind blows this way, here you go. The wind blows the other way, here we go. Find your base. Go home. Africa is where you belong. And Africa is where your roots are. Thank you.
We stand alongside you and we support your mission and your fight. Please accept this as a small token of our appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I trust that has spoken to your heart and mind. There is what we need to rethink as Black people, and what we have in terms of a continent and what we need to do. Because somebody is taking advantage of us for too long. This is a conversation that we must have, and we must keep going with the same. And let's make use of the opportunity. Bwana Solo, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Well, nilikuwa nitupwa nje na
Aliyekutupa nje ni nani? Ni wewe mwenyewe unajitempt tu unaanguka.
nilishtuka niko out of the topic. Karudi. So huyo mama anasema ukweli, lakini kuna watu ambao wanaharibu Afrika wasirudi manyumbani, ni hao ambao wako juu. Kwa sababu kama Bernard, wewe unasaidia familia yako kila mwezi, alafu unasaidia nchi yako kila mwezi, alafu kuna wale wanakuja wanaharibu nchi kwa muda mchache huo, wanakweko kwa mwezi mmoja tu, watu wanalala njaa. Bernard, hata wewe utafika mahali utasema hapana, mpaka ule ataingia ule correct person, then you continue. Acha nisalimie rafiki yangu pale juu. Ya sasa kitu mmoja Bernard, si wa Kenya ni wabaya, wale wanaongoza ndio wanaharibu. Ikiwa kila siku ni corruption, day in day out, ya sasa wacha hata sasa tuisihitaji hiyo jina corruption. Hao watu tutawapatia ile jina inaitwa gold diggers. Hii ni serikali ya gold diggers, si ati madem. Hata wanaume siku hizi wanakuwa ni wabaya hata kuliko wanawake, na ndio hiyo serikali ya Ruto iko saizi. Wacha niseme ukweli, mimi wasiendi kutaja watu wengine ambao wako, yeye ndo anashikilia kiti, yeye ndo anaongoza, yeye ndo kwanza alifanya makosa wakati aliapishwa. Kama sijui mliona nyinyi wenzangu, yeye hakuwa anaangalia ile kitabu, yeye alikuwa anaangalia sword. Alichukua ile kitabu ambayo iko na sheria zote za Kenya akapeana huko, hakuinua juu. Alimpatia sijui ni bodyguard ama ni nani, alafu sword ndo akaichukua akainua juu. How? Na sheria iko ndani ya hiyo kitabu. The most important thing alipeana huko. Na Gachagua pia anataka aishike sword. It cannot happen. Rais ni mmoja, yeye ndo anapewa hiyo hata wajui maana yake. Yeah. And then to make the matter worse, wakati walienda State House, ukiangalia bendera ya Kenya ilitolewa ikawekwa katikati bendera ya UDA. How? Mliona hiyo kitu? State House watu wakiingia ilikuwa bendera ya UDA katikati. Bendera ya Kenya walitoa baadaye, ndo walikuja kugundua hii bendera ndo inatakana kuwa katikati, ndo wakachukua ya UDA wakaweka kando. Doesn't happen kwa njia yoyote ile. Hawezi kutoa bendera ya nchi ukaweka yako. Ni kama vile tunafungua duka, mimi naweka price ya vitu yangu vile nataka. Wanasahau kuna sheria, chakula fulani iko na bei inaandikwa, na lazima iwe hivyo. Huwezi kuweka bei yako vile unavyotaka. Na ndio hivyo serikali yetu iko. Ni serikali ya mabwenyenye, na hiyo pesa ambayo alikuwa, na nilisema hapa Bernard, na huyu mama anasema vizuri, France iko very corrupt country. Huko ndo pesa zinaoshwa, huko ndo hizo makaratasi za kura, hata mashini mpaka wa leo bado inazunguka tangu ndugu yetu aliaga 2017 mpaka saizi Chapkati ya juu vile atasimamisha hiyo mashini, mpaka leo inahesabu, kwa sababu ule mtu alikuwa na pin number aliaga. France hawajawapatia hiyo mashini, hawajasimamisha, mpaka leo si inahesabu kura. 2017 ilikuwa 2017, mpaka leo inahesabu. Bado Bernard anapiga kura. So hii serikali yetu tusipoichunguza na tukaweka kwenye carpet, tufungue macho kama wananchi, useme enough is enough. Kama huyu mama anasema enough is enough. Africans are supposed to lead themselves. Si ile tumepewa serikali na kutoka nchi za nje. Hii ya Ruto hatukumpa sisi, na ndio huyu mama anasema tu hapa hatukumpa, wazungu ndo walimpa. Tusisahau hiyo. ule anataka kunifuta ama nitoe tu, lakini obvious Ruto serikali yake haijulikani na mtu yoyote, iwe ni hapa Europe, iwe ni Amerika, kama ndugu yangu ambaye uko pale juu na ndugu yangu ambaye uko hapa Big G. Sore sana, pole sana, upone haraka, nilikusikia uko na homa. So thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you Bwana Solo.
Big J. Pole.
Sawa, asante kwa maoni yako, na nilikuwa nimesign out lakini nikategea. I'm happy Makiadi is here to navigate us through, but I want to put this in perspective. The message that Mama is drumming across is such that we can't limit it to regimes. This is an African continent clarion call that needs to be strategically approached. And from where I see it, it can only work when it is done outside the normal system. The sons of the soil, especially those of you that are in the diaspora, can easily make this happen by giving a proper framework. One is phasing out the old colonial mindsets and replacing it with a new mindset that is free from kasumba ya ukoloni. Wakati Mungu alishindwa kufikisha wale watu walitoa Misri kuingiza Canaan, alifika jangwani anamwambia tuende, wanasema sisi tunataka kurudi. Akasema kuna shida, mimi nitatoa watoto ndani yenu na niwamalizie hapa, watoto wenu ndio wataingia katika nchi ya ahadi, kwa sababu nyinyi mmekataa, mnataka kukaa na ile akili ya Misri. The diaspora community can come together and start out a program that will go through, let's say, through the universities in Africa. Nowadays, with the global combination, we can carry out an African sensitization program that is going to impact and frame up a new mind for the Black people that are walking out of our school, instead of them going through the colonial curriculum that makes them inferior, makes them servants, makes them unable to stand, and come up with a new breed of people, so that by the time these people wake up to go and try to stop one person, the whole of Africa will stand up and say, no, we will not be able to do this by just agitating. We have to do it by strategically laying out a program that is going to work and able to generate a new people. The only way we have a new world is when we have a new people. If we take old people in the new world, they will turn the new world into the old that they are. And so it's something that I believe we need to think about and strategize on the same. And the power of education and information with the current technological advancement causing a revolution for the entire continent is no longer an uphill task. It can just happen like that. Naomba nimalizie hapo. Makiadi, salamu kwako na kwaheri.
Oh, Bernard, habari ya masiku bwana.
Fiti, nashukuru.
Nimekuwa mahali nikasikia unataka kuondoka, nikasema acha niharakishe ndio nikuje nikurelease. Najua kesho ni Sunday. Program yako inaanza mapema.
Kweli kabisa. Asante kwa kuja kuokoa jahazi.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Always good to see you here. Naona hata ukiondoka sasa tutabaki hapa watatu, lakini tutasukuma tu. I hope watu wa night shift wako karibu kuingia pia.
Watu wa night shift wako naona wengine wanaingia. So mko tu, shule yenu iko full blast.
So naona mashabiki wanaingia. Julius, habari ya masiku mingi sana. Na Joshua, Juliet, good to see you. Bernard, mimi sina mambo mingi na naona nitaendelea kupiga siasa na hawa watatu. I hope we'll meet tomorrow.
So,
God willing.
thank you very much. Juliet, nice to see you. God bless you. See you later.
Hi, Pastor. I'm blessed. It's lovely to see you.
Amen. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone.
Okay. Okay, asante. So, Makiadi, take it. See you later.
Haya, safi bana. Thank you. See you.
Okay.
All right. Wacha tuendelee sasa kutoka hapo. Big J, I don't know the last time I saw you bana. Ama ulikuwa umeenda kuhesabu kura? It's been a while, almost four months ama ni ngapi sahi?
Okay, like unajua after election ilikuwa down kiasi, alafu tukijaribu kurecover, many stupid things happen, unasikia tu vibaya, you feel like kukuja kwa studio unakutana na kina sijui nani hapo wanaongea shit, and actually like anybody from UDA hata ukimwambia this is blue hawezi kubali, trust me, they cannot agree. Sijui ni kiapo gani ya watu wamekulaga, yani they just make me sick, but I'm fine. Sometime naingia ni ila tu labda timing kidogo ndio hatujakutana kwa muda, but nakuaga background. Thank you.
Oh, safi. Joshua, I think it's the first time tumekutana studio pamoja, so it's good to see you. Hii ndio inakuaga masaa yetu ya kuingia hapa, tuna release Bernard. Juliet, how have you been?
Asante sana, Richie. I'm blessed as usual, just been so busy. And you can imagine after elections, bado niko tu. Lots of things happening. Yeah, so nafuatilia kipindi chenu. Bado huko nyuma tu, lakini niko tu hapa. And I'm looking at the reactions in Kenya about nikiona mambo ya Miguna amekuja na Kenyans wanasherehekea, so I have a lot to say about it, so I thought let me tune in. Na pia mambo ya Mama Mboga, I love Mama Mbogas and we should look after our economy, Makiandi, because hakuna siku tunaweza kuwa na Kenyans wanasikia njaa na tunaongeza bei ya vitu. So I'm here to sort of like really bring that conversation. So I thought I was going to go to bed, lakini nikasema hapana, let me come to Mtembe tonight. So great to be here. Niko salama lakini homa tu.
Okay. Good to see you. Sasa
Yeah.
siasa zimechacha moto. I just wanted us to start talking about what is happening today, and I was looking at the net worth of the hustler cabinet. The numbers are out. As we said here, we will talk about the numbers after everybody has been vetted. Of course, the Speaker of the National Assembly is doing his job. Kupitisha watu wapate kazi. In fact, naona Wetangula anasaidia hata watu kujibu maswali. I said here before, Wetangula is trending towards being one of the worst speakers even before he starts doing his job. But let me pull the numbers here. Now, the numbers are out. We have the Hustlers Cabinet. I think it's one of the headlines that we have in the dailies today in Kenya. I don't know kama Bernard ali project here. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's projected here, but I don't think you can see it clearly. But that is what I have here. It says that the Hustlers Cabinet, net worth of President William Ruto's 24 cabinet nominees as submitted to the National Assembly's Committee on Appointment. And the richest person here is Musalia Mudavadi with the 4 billion Kenya shillings net worth. And the so-called poorest cabinet nominee here is worth 80 million Kenyan shillings, and that's Zakari Mwangi, who is a nominee for lands, housing, and urban development. So the total net worth of the cabinet nominees for the William Ruto's cabinet is 15.26 billion Kenyan shillings. And we are assuming that they gave us the right information. So if they undervalued themselves, then probably we are looking at what, 30 billion Kenyan shillings. So I want us to jump into that. Perhaps we will start with our lady here, Juliet. I want to hear your opinion on that. Do you think these are the right people to, carry out the hustler narrative that they've been talking about moving forward? Karibu. Your mic is muted.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I'm just looking at the chat that you've just sent us, so I'm quickly digesting it. And do I think they are the right cabinet? I think that looking at it from a snapshot, I think that I need to just digest it. I have been very busy, but I think that Hustler Nation needs to have a lot of thinking in terms of what Kenyans really want. And I think it's a question of understanding how these cabinet members are picked. And my worry has been, as you know, I said it during my campaign, is this idea whereby handouts have been the norm in many African countries, not just Kenya. And then, it becomes a sort of like gifted preposition of that this is what is owed to me. That kind of perspective in any government is what worries me across Africa. And so, is it a cabinet that I feel is chosen with good democracy? Are the questions I would be asking in any, not just Kenya, but around the world. Is it a cabinet that has been elected because a good vetting and a good sort of like a contest has been done so that those cabinet members or peers or whatever, whoever has applied for those jobs is really looked into? So I think those are the questions that I would pose. And I believe that Kenyans would need those kind of satisfactory answers, and any responsible government. And so my worry has always been that kind of perspective whereby the the stories in the streets would be nani alilipa hii na nani alilipa ile, so that kind of language. And the stories sometimes are real and are known, and I think that is why I always say that I am quite worried at the state at which our government sometimes have come to. And that is why I think that a change and transformation is needed, Makiandi. So I think that's my answer. Do I like the cabinet? I will leave it for Kenyans to answer, and I know that Kenyans really know the real answers. I believe that a cabinet that should really work for Kenyans should serve Kenyans. And I think there's great expectations in where we are right now. Cost of living is right up, not just in Kenya, but around the world. Are we going to be seeing in this 100 days the promises that were given? Is Nairobi attracting customers? Is Nakuru attracting customers? Is Mombasa attracting customers? Is Kisumu attracting customers? Investments in a way that is positive, ama Kenyans wanalia saa hii? Na kama Kenyans wanalia saa hii ni sababu gani? Because serikali kama ilichagua hustlers, na hustlers wanasema, I was watching a video today from Nandi, and the Nandi people felt that there was no good sort of like elections. And you know, I always say to people, ukichaguliwa unaanzia nyumbani. So when I saw that the Nandi people complaining that hata hawajaangaliwa, the question is, hata nyumbani kwenu hawajakubali mumechaguana na hao ndio walikupatia campaign. So back to you, Makiandi. I think that answers your question. Diplomatically, yes, but I feel that we need to make sure that when elections are done in any government post, it needs to be real. And I will leave you with somebody who I had met while I was campaigning. And that gentleman, ama huyo mtu the Kenyan citizen told me, amejaribu kuapply kazi. And I think I told his story for us to think about. Na akashindwa kuapply because everywhere he goes, anaulizwa kitu kidogo. It's never in the news. These stories are not told in the news. Now an unemployed master's students, university graduates, na wanasema kwa ofisi zote, madam, at that time walikuwa wananiita Madam President, which I still insist that post should have been mine. I will never stop telling Kenyans that, because I called upon the two candidates who had not met the criteria when it came to gender parities, and both candidates were not looked into, Makiandi, because the system is the way it is, and Kenyans were quite focused on the two candidates that were competing, which is wrong in the first place. And so you get what you get. So my question to you is good democracy really followed in our countries? And if not, what's the why? Why is that governance happening like that? What's the management systems in place to protect Kenyans? Is it who you know, ama is it who you don't know? So how are we going to change that? And that is a good question for us Kenyans to think. And if not, if things are not being met, why are they not being met? So, Makiandi, back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Juliet. I thought maybe you should have given me a straight answer, but being the politician that you are, probably you've tried to circle around that. But I'll still come back to you, Joshua. I want to hear your view about the cabinet vetting. CS nominees vetting, and what you feel like the 15.25 billion cabinet, Hustler cabinet. What is your opinion about this cabinet, and do you feel that we are going to see, a transformation agenda moving forward through this cabinet?
Asante sana kuzungumza kuhusu hiyo maneno, kwa sababu wacha niwasalimie Juliet, habari, Duke, habari yake, ndugu yangu from States, habari yako pia. So ni kuambatana na expertise ambao wako hapa Europe, the figures zile ziko wanepeana, it's not exactly the thing. Hawa wanapeana only 2% ya pesa zao, na kama sisi wa Kenya tunalia, ama vile serikali inalia, iko na watu wako na njaa. Hao watu ambao wanataka kuchaguliwa wanaweza kupatia Wakenya serikali mkopo ya hizo pesa tunazungumza sasa. Hao ni tajiri kuliko Kenya, kwa sababu Kenya yetu vile wanasema pesa ambayo iko saizi kwa budget ni about 93 million, na hao ni billionaires. So tupatie sisi wa Kenya sasa mkopo tuweze kununua chakula, mahitaji ya wananchi, badala sisi kuomba pesa kutoka nje. Kama hao ni mabilionaires ambao wanaenda kwa nini wapewe kazi, ama wanapewa kazi na kuna mama mboga pale nyumbani, kuna watu wa bodaboda ambao walikuwa wanasema serikali ya watu wa mboga, mama boda na nini mama mboga, sorry Kiswahili kinaanza kunichanganisha. So reality to say, wenyewe wanajitambua sasa, wanaanza kuleta ile mambo ya wash inakuja sasa. Hiyo pesa walipata vipi? Yani niwacha nijiulize mimi mwenyewe, kama wakati sitaki kuongea mambo ya marehemu fulani, lakini kama mamake Mdavadi alizikwa na serikali hiyo wakati, mbana kuambatana Luya custom ya Kiluya. Mimi ni Mluya, mama ni Mkikuyu, sikatai, lakini kuambatana na mila zetu za Kiluya, maybe upande yetu ya Samia sijui ndio iko hivyo, lakini according to Bantu tradition, mtoto kama baba alikuwa neaga, mtoto kijana wa kwanza katika familia ndio wa kwanza kununua jeneza ya mzazi. Hizo michango zingine za vitu zingine zote zitafanywa na watu wengine, lakini jeneza kijana ndio ananunua, iwe ni baba ama iwe ni mama. Sasa hiyo ni mila. Sasa kama inawezekana mtu mwingine kutoka nje aje kuzikia mzazi wako, na we ni bilionea, na kama wakati wako wa bilionea alizipataje hizo pesa kwa muda mfupi? That's a question. Watu unajua mtego, kitu kidogo na kutega. Hizo bilioni ambaye anasema hata kama ni moja, kwa huo muda mfupi mama yake anezikwa tu hapa majuzi, na anezikwa na mtu fulani. Sitaji jina. Kama serikali inaweza kukuzikia mzazi, tuacha wengine wote. Kama mzazi wako unazikiwa na mtu mwingine na uneficha pesa mahali fulani, ama ulikuwa unaweka mahali fulani pesa, sasa unajitambua wewe ni bilionea, wewe mbele ya macho ya watu, na unaonesha hapa saizi ule mtu utajiri kati yao wote ni Musalia Mudavadi. Ni Mluya, sikatai, lakini kwa mila zetu angekubali mtu mwingine kumzikia mama yake. Hiyo ndio naweza kusema kwa leo. Asante.
Haya, tuliambiwa hii ni serikali ya mahasla, lakini mimi kuangalia vetting process so far sijaona hasla. Duke, I want to play a video here. You know, I like when you come here because you articulate the policies of Kenya Kwanza, and I'll ask you a question following this video.
That question I will still answer on the question that has been asked on the same later on, that was asked by Honorable Bui. Now, the informal sector on NSSF savings that has been asked by Honorable Ichungwa, how we bring in the informal sector to be able to pay into this NSSF. What I know is that currently we are getting contributions from the employed workers. We are not getting contributions from the informal sector, the mama mboga, the boda boda sector. We need to find a way how we can generate or how we can attract payments from the informal sector. Either we partner with Safaricom so that when you load airtime, part of it goes to NSSF, and be able to know how we can bring on board and ensure that these investments are productive, so that we are encouraged to save onto NSSF. Because right now we have SACCOs. We go to SACCOs because we get dividends. So I think NSSF should also be able to attract these people on board and be able to benefit the informal sector.
Duke, umesikia hiyo statement? Unataka mtu akiload airtime inaenda kwa NSSF. That is how you are going to raise money ya watu ambao wanataka kwenda retire. So perhaps you can explain to us what that means. And I've said here, most of the time when we come here, we tell you guys that you don't know what you're doing. You have no idea what you're doing. The CS nominee is saying that they are planning to, partner with the people like Safaricom so that when you load airtime, a part of it goes to NSSF. So, Duke, as you talk about the vetting process, what your observation were through the vetting process, and what you feel going forward about this cabinet, the incoming cabinet, perhaps you'll want to explain to us a little bit what that lady means. Karibu.
Good evening, good morning. As for me, she was just giving her opinion. You know, anything which comes into effect in Kenya or in any country, it has to be legislated. So if she will be confirmed, she cannot just decide that and starts to function like that. She was trying to give a proposal on how to motivate the informal sectors to contribute towards NSSF. But for me, what I can propose is about maybe we can have something like social security tax. In other countries, the way we have the several taxes, actually, those who are in first world countries, in the UK or the US, there is a lot of taxation. And that a lot of taxation assists the government to have enough resources to have fair, robust services to Kenyan, to citizens, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's social care, something of that kind. So that is what I can propose. However, it's also voluntary. You can't force people to pay. It's not unless and otherwise. What maybe when it comes to informal sector, you cannot force people. It's impractical because you are not monitoring their income, or the income is not passing through the government or through the mandated institution, so that they can use what you call the check-off system, where they deduct you money before you get it. So it would be difficult to force the people of the informal sector to contribute towards NSSF. But I will go with what the president was proposing. He was proposing that if people from the informal sector, if they contribute a given amount, they are topped up. Maybe if you are contributing 1,000, the government adds you 500. So through that, people will be encouraged to contribute, because by contributing, you get more benefits. Coming to the cabinet secretaries, personally, what I can say is this. The performance of the government will strongly depend on the president. Even if you have very good cabinet secretaries, extremely qualified, you know the cabinet secretaries are under the president, under the direct control of the president. The president gives them instructions. So if there is no goodwill and competence at the president's level, so for instance, even in the US, people don't focus on who are the cabinet secretaries or the secretaries of given dockets. The buck stops with the president. So the economy, the performance of the economy, the transformation of the country is more about what the president does, not what the cabinet secretaries does. But most of you have been trying to say that there was a newspaper which was talking about the cabinet of dynasties. But how do you help poor people? Do you help poor people? You know, we have millions of poor people. or so-called hustlers. So do you take 20 of them and you employ them and you have solved their problem? No. It's about coming up with policies which would transform their lives, especially in their economic status. So that is critical. So it's not about who gets which position. It's about what's done so that they can be able to locate opportunities, to locate maybe business opportunities for those who want to do business, employment opportunities for those who want to work. So that's what's critical. Regarding about the net worth or the richness or the amount of money the cabinet secretaries have, I can say the figures they were giving there, it's just not true. Those people are extremely rich. If, for instance, you talk about the cabinet secretary for education, Machogu is trying to say that it's 500 million. It's false. That person, he can have a minimum of 5 billion. I know the properties he has. If somebody has a building in the CPD, tens of buildings, and you know even a piece of land in the CPD, and you have a flat there, and you have an homes in Runda, you have homes in Karni. Do you know how much home costs in those areas? So all those cabinet secretaries do not give accurate figures of their net worth. But is it their fault? No. The fault is about the mindset of Kenyans, number one, and number two, the government. Most Kenyans have the mindset that rich people are thieves, they are corrupt. So you find even those who are rich, of course, I agree there are a lot of rich people who are corrupt, and most of them, especially the politicians, have gotten their money through corruption dealings. But it's not good to criminalize that. When you have, it's criminal for you to have money, it means those people feel insecure, and you find they are hiding their money. They take money abroad, they are not investing so that their wealth can be seen. So you find that there is no investments. That's why I was proposing, if we want to transform this country, we can decide even to forgive every corrupt person. And then starts from today moving forward, we are not going to tolerate any corrupt case. So by that means, all those people who have money, they bring their money and they invest. That will have a transformation of the economy. So we have to stop and have a new beginning. But if you just start to trace people, it will be practical even to trace some people, because of the infrastructures which we have, even the records we have. For instance, if you are talking about the land which people have, if you go back maybe to 1970s or 1960s, actually there was land rate. You can go and take land anywhere and it becomes yours, because there was no much competition. There was no much documentation of the land. So it will be very difficult for you to trace factually about the. So that's what I can say. And I think that's what I can say for now, unless maybe you have follow-up questions. Don't take too much time.
Yeah, I think Joshua has something to say.
Wacha niseme kitu moja. Unajua ninezungumza kizungu mpaka nimechoka. Wacha nizungumze lugha yetu. Hii kitu ambaye tunasema land kitambo ilikuwa unaweza kwenda mahali popote ukapata, that's wrong. Kila mahali, ile map yote inatengenezwa na serikali. Hiyo land tangu 60s na 70s zilikwekwa. So ndio kusija kutuambia ati kitambo mtu anaweza kwenda mahali popote akachukua shamba mahali fulani akatengeza. Iwezekani. Land is registered. na land registration na kuna survey na kuna beacons. Huwezi kwenda tu mahali ukajenga vile watu wanatengeneza kwa mabarabara, vile watu walikuwa wanaenda kwa barabara wanaenda kutengeneza. Uliona zilibomolewa zote. So hapo wacha ni kucorrect, pole kusema hivyo. Land is a land. Ni ya serikali, hakuna shamba ya mtu. Zote ni za serikali. Ni ile tu title deed yako. Yeah? Lakini kusema ati kuna mahali utaenda kutengeneza, hiyo ni uongo. Maybe hiyo ndo watu walianza kuanza corruption, kuiba mashamba za watu. Generation and generation. Generation and generation. Sisi kuna familia ilikuwa mahali fulani 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 fulani. Na hiyo generation ilikuwa kitambo. So mambo ya kitambo, hata upande wa Kalenjini ninaishi Mogotio, najua hiyo. Kama ni mahali Western Province the same, Nyanza the same, mpaka Gatundu huko. Ya, wacha niseme Motomo huko kwote, hizo mashamba zilikuwa na family members. Hata Masaini. Ya. Na sasa ndo tunaanza kuiba mashamba saizi. Asante. Ilikuwa tu correction.
Okay, Duke, rebut.
Yes, you see, what you are saying is true, but if, for instance, you go back to how, for instance, you go back to 1970s or 1965, or right after independence, there were no much records about this land belongs to who, this land belongs to whom. That's a fact. So in my rural area, there was a time where people used to invite others because there was a lot of land, and you find people trying to look for people to come and settle so that they can have like a community or security, something of that kind. Today, if you go to some areas, you find that some people don't have even title deeds, but they know that they know there is land is inherited from father to son that way. So what I'm trying to say is this: these records which are there were created by the government or the institutions, and not based on the accurate historical boundaries, but based on who knows who. For instance, traditionally, the DCs used to assign people pieces of land. They say, take this, take this, take this. It's because even right now, not all the Kenyan land has been documented or digitized. There is some areas where even people does not know who owns where. So in short, what I'm trying to say, trying to trace backwards about who owns what, who did what, it will be a tedious process. It will not be accurate. So I think we should like have a new beginning in a way, and then maybe we can look into what we can look into the past. But we first of all, we have to start a new chapter moving forward.
Yeah, let me go to Juliet and then I'll come to you, Mary.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, about land, I disagree with Duke a lot in what he's saying, because personally I think that wacha nizungumze Kiswahili. Ninakataa vile Duke anasema, kwa sababu Mkenya yeyote akitaka kununua land in Kenya huwa kunajiandikisha, na wacheni niwaambie, I was very impressed personally with how records were kept in the past. This is a few years back. Sai sijui, but a few years back I was so impressed in how detailed the government was keeping our our details na kugawanya mashamba. And it was very obvious to me that because the government had taken what you call kila kitu inaletwa pahali pamoja, the counties were saying they wanted land issues to be distributed to their counties. Mimi nikakataa, nikasema hapana, hiyo ndio italeta watu kuibana, kwa sababu hatutaweza ku follow up, and so that gives leeway to corruption. So personally, I prefer a central government run by its ministry, ndio inamaliza hiyo ukora. Ndio mtu akijaribu kuiba, tukienda pahali pamoja, tunakuta shamba ni ya nani. That system should remain, and it should be protected by all Kenyans. And as Joshua says, hakuna pahali in Kenya, saa zile unaangalia ile system tuko nayo, saa hizi ndio imeanza kuharibika. Saa zile unakuta senators na governors na hii mambo ya decentralization inaleta mambo ambayo kwa land, kuna vitu zingine ambazo services ni lazima zinatuhudumiwa kutoka a central government ili tunaweza kukua na mahitaji mazuri ya Kenya. So hiyo nitakataa na Duke. So kwa land na ule mtu ameandikwa, I'm a little bit simjui, but I'm looking into that. We need to make sure ule mtu ameandikwa na kusimamia mambo ya land, awe ni mtu mwaminifu, awe ni mtu ambaye kama ni title deed ya mtu inaangaliwa vizuri, ndio tusiwe na kesi ambazo tunaona. You know, what Duke is suggesting is, you're literally suggesting that people should actually be allowed to get away with corruption, get away with a dishonesty, get away with you know, nastiness, and encouraging that kind of behavior. Siwezi kukubali personally. So for me, kesi ambazo zimengojewa miaka na miaka nenda na rudi, hizo kesi zinatakikana zipeanwe priority na serikali yetu, and we have systems in place. The question is, why are those systems delayed and delayed? Mtu unaenda kotini Makiandi, unaambiwa kesi imehairishwa. Kesi zingine mtu umetoka kama tuseme ni Western ama unaishi Nakuru, unafika huko on the day umespend hiyo petro yako, umeambiwa hapana, kesi imeahirishwa. The question is, why are these advocates, why are these lawyers, ama why are these judges not overseeing these cases? Ndio zinaangaliwa, watu wanafariki miaka nenda miaka rudi. Sasa kama ni hizo mashamba, unasikia Duke anasema zingine kesi hazijasikilizwa, bado ziko na kesi, bado ziko na kesi. The question is, kwa nini hizo kesi zimetake 20 years, 25 years, kesi inachukulika, kesi ya familia? And this is what I'm talking about. 50, sasa nilikuwa na campaign, nilikuwa nasema how many years, yeah, of non-development. Alafu pia hapa sijui nani alikuwa anasema taxes. Taxes, Duke anasema ati taxes za wa Kenya. Did you know that Kenya pays one of the highest taxes in the world? Wacheni niwaambie. Na hiyo kitu mimi kwanza inanikasirishaga, for the fact that bado tuko Afrika, watu hawana makazi, wanalia, hustlers kila siku wanalia. Alafu mnasema ati mtu alipi taxes. In fact, mtu mwenye anazungumza ati kusema Kenya hailipi taxes, think twice ukisema kitu kama hiyo. Ni ofisi gani mtu yeyote ashawaingia, na niwaulize leo, ukaenda kama unataka kuanza biashara, hata tuanze na mtumba, ama hata tuanze tu na hata na ka project tu, let's assume mama mboga, yeah, Ni ofisi gani huyo mama mboga ashaingia akakosa kulipishwa kodi? Kodi ya maji analipa, kodi ya barabara analipa, kodi ya hata hiyo kufagia huko analipa, kodi ya pengine hata kupatiwa kama ni hizo parking things anaambiwa park analipa. Ndio unaonanga Kanjo kila siku wanapigana huko. Alafu mnataka kusema ati kodi hailipwi na mama ama kodi hailipwi na youth. Posta, kufungua tu posta ndio mtu hata uweze kuwekesha huyo mtu biashara. Angalieni ni pesa ngapi. Community work development itself, mtu kama mimi hata unataka kusaidia watoto, angalieni certificate kupatiwa ni pesa ngapi. Check for yourselves. Na hizi ni kila siku mahitaji ya Mkenya. NHFI, whatever, everywhere. I don't know any office in Kenya. Hata kwenda sometimes kwa polisi kureport kitu ndio ukuje sasa uangalike. Sometimes hata unaambia uweke gari mafuta. What do you call that? What do you call that? Tafadhali wa Kenya, tafadhali na waomba, start adding up all that. In fact, one time even I lost control of count calculations. And I said to myself, wacha tuanze kuhesabu. You might be very shocked, 75% of your money, hata ile pesa unaweka kwa banki yako, your own money, ile hautaikani kuwa taxed, ukitoa kwa mashini zingine zinakulipisha pesa, na ni pesa already umeweka Central Bank. Alafu unashangaa kwa nini hata mtu hataki kusave kwa hizo banks. Think. So for me, any one of you, na kutoka leo nisikie mtu akisema ati Kenya hailipangi tax, uniambie from where. Show me one office you have ever entered. Mpaka hata saizi Makiandi ukitaka kwenda kuregister biashara yako, sahi anza kuhesabu how much money you need to sort of create employment in any part of Kenya right now. Think about it. Watu kila siku wananiambia diaspora. Look at how much money you earn. Why is it that your money is used in social welfare in your families? Why is that? Why is it that those people wanawaangalia na wanatuambia wanataka kutoroka kutoka Kenya wakuje abroad? Please Kenyans, tafadhali na waomba, mtu yeyote, and I thank Joshua for supporting kusema ati hata hiyo land kuchukua tu certificate. Calculate how much money you are asked. Why is it so many people are not able to even take their certificates legally? Why can't they afford? Mtu amelipishwa pesa ngapi mara mbili? Think. So wacha niwachie hapo, lakini mimi mtu asikuje kuniambia more higher taxes. In fact, hakuna mtu hata anatakana kuwa na njaa in Kenya based on how much is taken from them every single day. Kwa nini mtu kama uko abroad saizi unashindwa kurudi nyumbani? Have we asked the serious questions? Saizi ukiambia urudi na ile pesa uko nayo uanze kuhesabu pesa yako. Sometimes I have told Kenyans, I want you to show me how you have survived. Mimi naulizanga hiyo swali. Now you know the only thing that has helped some of these Kenyans, let's face it, ni hizi groups wanaanzanga. Groups that they borrow. Unakuta kama ni mama ako kwa groups hizi wamejijengea local groups. And those local groups wananunuliana. Unajua wanasema leo tumekuja kwako, we kesho tumenini. That's how some of them even earn some of their food on this whatever. Seriously, Kenyans, mnasema ati tumechagua leaders. That is why you see I called upon serious changes, serious transformation, and I put myself forward to be able to inspire any single one of us to come forward. And you saw what happened. Not that I wasn't gazetted, I was gazetted. So Makiandi, nimekataa na Duke, na nitaambia Duke, please do not come up with a policy trying to encourage Kenyans to forget cases of billionaires who have stolen from Kenyans and to think that is correct. Absolutely not. In fact, many of them, we need to freeze their assets and we need to take back what belongs to Kenyans and bring it back, because that is exactly what we should be doing. Any Kenyan that has stolen from our governments, from hospitals, unakuta pesa ya hospitali imeibwa na wale wamewekwa management systems hapo na hakuna kesi zimesikilizwa. We should be asking our police service what is happening when these people are doing all this. We should be asking Kenyans, kwa nini nyinyi locals mnakubali tunaibiwa pesa za hospitali? How? Mtoto akigonjeka saa hizi tunampeleka India kwa sababu hospitali zetu hazina x-ray machines in local, na si ati pesa haiko imepeanwa na serikali. Pesa ilipeanwa, lakini mtu akachukua akakuweka kwa tumbo yake na familia yake. And you think that is acceptable? And Duke says, oh, we should forget about that. How? How? Back to you, Makiandi.
All right. Thank you, Juliet, for your remarks. Let me go to Mary, and then we can go to Duke.
Thank you. Habari zenu wote, Makiadi, Duke, Juliet. Jina huyo mwingine sioni vizuri, but salimika sana. Okay, I just came in because of Duke. I just want to ask Duke.
Jina rahisi niite Mbudia.
Oh, you are Budia?
Yes.
Good. All right, thank you. I came in because of Duke. I don't know why Duke is so ignorant and so relaxed on putting things. It's like forcing somebody to swallow something that you are not ready to swallow. About land issues is a problem, and it's a big problem. I don't know how many times land office has been dismantled to be like trying to rectify the office so that things can move forward. I am one of the victims in that office. In fact, I have been running around looking for my title, how I can get it, for almost 7 good years. I have never gotten it, even today. And the much I have spent on that is a lot of money. You go see an officer, tells you come tomorrow. They don't care where you are coming from. So about land issues, Duke, please don't even try to talk about it. I hope and I believe maybe you don't have anything you own like land that has ever hassled you. That is why you may be commenting like that. The other thing you said is forgiveness, corruption forgiveness. How on earth can we forgive those people who have already stolen from us? How can they feel when they have gone with all the money and now they are the same people who have been installed in the office? This becomes like a joke. And it's like we Kenyans, we have got no father, no mother. We are left in the wilderness. For these people to enjoy, bathe with money while we are dying because of hunger. If you look at the country right now, it's full of drought, whereby people don't have enough to eat. And these people are announcing themselves when they were being vetted how much they own. It was a shock. I can't believe that people own that much money when other people don't have even a penny in their pocket. And they live in the same country. It's so sad. They should be ashamed. Surely, even the other countries outside, I think when they listen to such kind of stories or how people announce their money they have, they are shocked too. In some countries, even if you are a minister or you are a governor or whatever, They drive their own car. They stay in their one home. They don't have bungalows. They don't have lands all over the place. They have got only a home. It could be a mansionette, yes, but they don't talk about, I have a home there, I have a home there, I have a home there. They don't. And they live happily. What is wrong with Kenya? That they want like own everything, and we are put on one corner and we are told you stay there, don't even move. That's very bad and very saddening, because people need to live like it is their country. They have to expand. It doesn't mean that if I move from Kajiado, I go to Limuru, I can't buy a land. I'm a Kenyan, and that is Kenya. It's not demarcated that it belongs, one part belongs to Somalia or one part belongs to Uganda or Tanzania. So even people are going to Tanzania and they buy land and they settle there because it is a neighboring country. Why are they having this chance of doing that? In our country, we are being controlled that we cannot own our own land. If I go and buy land in Masai land, I'm being isolated. I live there like a deer. You know, I'm looking who is coming, who is going to attack me, simply because they have been put into a notion that if it is your land, the moment that comes or the government that will come will make you chase them out because that is your land, your origin land. That doesn't make sense. Even the government is the one making people fight. If the government stands on its feet and say whoever has a land somewhere, you have a title, that is your land. You are a Kenyan. That's what we want. These kind of taxes you are talking about that people should pay, we have been paying taxes. It has never been used in the right way. Other countries where people contribute these taxes, they have got so many services that are being provided. And they cannot complain about their taxes because they see what taxes is doing for them. These taxes in Kenya, they go to people's pockets. It doesn't serve the purpose. I wonder when will this happen? And yet now it's even becoming more serious that they are going to increase taxes, which we had been paying, and it has no results. Mm-hmm. How can we do that? How far do you want us be down, lying down, pleading for mercy so that I can eat? Not even going anywhere to eat. My own money. I'm sharing my own sweat with the government, and the government is not considering me as anything, as if I am doing anything towards the country. I'm doing honestly because if I am employed, it's being deducted from my salary. It's not a matter of negotiation. It's already taken, but it doesn't serve the purpose. The other thing I wanted to add is that the freedom they were talking about is freedom for few of the billionaire. It's not about the mwananchi. Mwananchi is forgotten. If billionaires are the one getting the jobs in the cabinet, what are we waiting? What are we expecting? Those people will never be full. They are expanding their territories of corruption. And when they are forgiven, they feel happy. Even next time, we'll be forgiven. Let's eat it. I remember they said that it is our time to eat. That's an insult for the 190. And in fact, imagine, you are telling me that after you have snatched the winning of another person, and then you tell us, it's my time to eat. So what will you do? Because already they are in the office. It's very, very annoying and very painful. We cannot grab you and take you out of that office. But if you are reasonable enough do the best to serve the wananchi. People are not interested with your money. They are interested with the service. And they should have freedom of doing their own businesses in the right way. We pledge with the government that is now installed or on the chair, not even pleading. We are asking them, please, we want what you promised the people to get, because already you got the government. Give us what you said you are going to give us, so that we can move on, so that we can enjoy our life. We are not going to accept petty stuff being promised every day, and in fact, opening a new promise every day, opening a new promise. When will these promises end? Are we going to wait until when we die, that is when we get things fulfilled? Who is he going to fulfill those promises to when we are dead? We don't feel comfortable with the government that is on the chair. So please, they should keep up their toes, their feet, and tell us how they are going to solve this problem. This forgiveness of everything or every bad thing, it's a sin. It's not progress. We are praying that these people wake up and think twice and tell us the right thing. Thank you. Thank you, Makiadi.
We are not getting you, but there was the one who was next to speak. Most of you are getting me out of context. I'd not say that we forgive criminals or do something of that kind. What I'm saying is this: because of the systems which we have in Kenya, it's extremely difficult to trace some stolen money, some stolen properties, or land for that matter. So as a result of that, you find that we don't even have mechanisms of knowing who owns what, how much individuals own. The government does not have records. That's why even if somebody, the net worth of a person is 100 billion, you can go say, and I'm worth 100 million. The government does not have records about that. So it's about the compromised systems which we have, which are not working. So I'm
Excuse
proposing
me,
how.
I'll interrupt you.
No, not right now. You would ask me a question after I'm done. Because of compromised systems which are there, then we have to strategize on how to move forward. For example, we have a situation where we have found a lot of people are very rich. Some of them, it will be difficult for them to explain the sources of this wealth. Partially because the government did not put in place the infrastructure which can be able to record the economic activities of people and how they are getting their wealth. Therefore, when we are in that situation, and then the government tries to criminalize people who have money by asking them, explain where do you get the money from? And maybe some people are unable to explain properly because they don't have accurate data or accurate information to some extent. Then we take away their wealth. You find in that scenario, you find that it will be bad to an economy because if maybe people, information spreads fast. If people get that information, people will move their money abroad. Others will hide money. They will not put the money in the banks. They will have maybe houses and they have a lot of money there. And when the money is not circulating in the economy is negatively affected. So in that situation, that's what I'm trying to say. We should be able to move forward in a more harmonious way, a coordinated way, a smooth transition, so that we can encourage people to invest in Kenya, and if they have wealth, to put it in use. You don't just have idle money or idle properties which are not economically utilized. That's why, for instance, after when we were colonized, for example, after we got independence, many countries did not chase away the white settlers. And these are the people who grabbed the land. They did not even, they just took it by force. And some of them murdered people. But because of the economic significance of that to a country, they were allowed to continue to own those lands so that they can be able to sustain the economy to some extent. So I was proposing something of that kind. Coming into taxes, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about increasing taxes. I'm talking about, as per the tax rates which are there, the government is able to correct and account for just 50%. The rates which we have, so we have like, without increasing taxes, if all people and all companies pay their fair share, we can double tax correction. And if we double that, it means there is no deficit. So without increasing taxes, by ensuring people pay, and actually it's not just people at the bottom, we are talking about big companies which are making billions of money every year. They are not paying their taxes. For instance, when you find a company like Safaricom is paying 10% of taxes in Kenya, and we have thousands of companies, some like Kiroch are not paying even for 10 years to see. So it's about ensuring that every person and every company pays the tax, not increasing the taxes. So that's what I can say, unless now I can invite questions.
I'll come back to you, Mary. Let me give Juliet a minute and then go on.
Duke, please, please, please. I just feel so sad that your thinking can be in that mannerism. You know, you cannot think that there is any Kenyan or any corporation or any companies that is not paying taxes. I wonder where you're getting that kind of thinking from. If you're talking about evading paying taxes, that is something different. But for you to say that Mkenya yeyote, hata kampuni yeyote, imeenda kufanya registrar haikulipishwa, I think we need to really re-educate your thinking there. Now, in terms of what your proposition is in saying or suggesting higher taxes, because that's what we are hearing for more Kenyans, I think it's also unacceptable. At this very age, this very moment, saa zile wa Kenya wanaumia. And for you to think even that kind of thinking at your Mkenya, you know, we are going after the wealth and all that. Let me tell you, hakuna pesa yoyote ya Mkenya inakuanga kwa banki yoyote, haijulikani imetoka wapi, other than those big people who corrupt systems. Okay? Let's get one thing very clear. Yeah? Let's get that straight. So na huwezi kusema ati pesa haijulikani saa zile imeibiwa. You can't say that. Try that to any village. Watakwambia hata huyo ni nani, hata watakwambia mpaka pahali pesa ilienda. Right to the bottom of the house. Hata watakwambia vile kuliendelea. Don't go and tell us something like that, Duke, please. Utapelekwa mpaka hata utaambia ilikuwa ni siku gani hiyo pesa ilipeanwa. So don't try and tell Kenyans as if we don't have records. Kama zimeandikwa ama hazijaandikwa. Hata ukienda uulize mtu alibaptiziwa lini, watakwambia hata huyo mtoto alikuwa baptized when. Hata watakwambia ile siku hata hiyo pesa ilichukuliwa hata ni tarehe ngapi. So don't tell us that. Right. back to Makiandi. Makiandi, taxes za Wakenya zinatakikana zirudi chini. That is what hustler government was promising hustlers. Bottom up. So we want to see that. Angalia the campaigns and what was promised to them. Is it achievable? It's not or is it not achievable? I want to go back into the issues of wealth and how wealth is seen. The question is, why are these people having so much money? And I want to break it down to you into my own thinking. First of all, number one, ukiangalia kama ni mwenye siasa, ile pesa Kenyans wamekubali kulipa mwanasiasa ni pesa ngapi? Hata unakuta MP sometimes analipwa hata kushinda prime minister wa UK. Aibu kubwa. Aibu, mimi nitasema aibu. Alafu tunaenda kutafuta aid. Angalia ile pension tunapatia watu wamemaliza kazi. Think about it. Alafu mnaangalia to compare. Somebody was mentioned about we were talking about pesa zile zinalipwa watu taxes zinalipwa na watu. Have you ever thought mwalimu, just a normal teacher, akimaliza sasa amemaliza ameretire, mnaonanga vile walimu wanalia haki, wanasema pension yangu haijalipwa, miaka nenda miaka rudi. Huyo mtu ameenda ingua amemaliza kazi kutoka pale alikuwa anafundisha, alafu analilia pesa yake ili amekuwa akilipa akikuwa taxed kutoka government. Si Mary amewambia ni nani anafanyanga kazi na atoe tax? Na saa zile need hiyo pension yako, it's not even ready for you. Unaambia leta hiki na pale unaenda bado unalipa hizo maofisi. On top of all that, kweli ama si kweli Mary, bado unalipa. So for Duke to come up with something like that, I am absolutely worried that we've got such Kenyans thinking like that. Asante sana Teresia Washira, nimeona comment yako. Asante sana, niko hapa leo, nimetokea. Nimesema nikuje nisalamie kina Richi na Makiandi na kina Roba. So mimi kumalizia Richi, Kenyan kwanza reformation ya hii mambo ya handouts. We need to really, hii mambo ya handouts kwanza have a law in Kenya. Mkenya hatakikani kuwa akitoa handouts to anybody ati ndiye apate services. In fact, this should be against our law. I know it is, but now we need to take it even more serious. Ati unaenda kwa ofisi ndio ufanyie favor lazima utoe kitu kidogo. This is madness in any country that I have seen. Kwa nini mtu ukiwa abroad uwezi kwenda kwa ofisi ya mtu na unasema unatoa pesa, ama uende kwa polisi ukiwa abroad? Why is it that ukikuja hapa hata ukisimamishwa na polisi uwezi kusema ati nimekutolea kitu kidogo? Why do we do it in our own country? Why? Is it that we are so disrespectful to our own countries that tunaona tu hiyo ndio njia? Because imekuwa ni tumekubali bad behavior iwe ni the norm. Unaona? Lakini wewe jaribu kufanya hiyo kama unaishi abroad. Enda Qatar, jaribu kufanya hiyo makosa uone vile utafanyiwa. Enda UK, jaribu kufanya hiyo tabia uone. Enda Canada, jaribu kufanya hiyo tabia uone. Ama uende hata USA, jaribu kufanya hiyo tabia uone. Hata ukitoka hata huyo politician akitoka tu Kenya na asimame tu aingie huku, ajaribu kufanya makosa aone vile atafanyiwa. Lakini ukifika nchi zetu ndio unataka ufanye hizo matabia. So for me, Kenyans, as a Kenyan, ukitoa hiyo kitu kidogo, fikiria what you're doing to our country. I know a situation where I've traveled with different people, na mtu akaniambia Juliet, unajua tukisimamishwa tunaponya. Ndio ananiambianga afadhali umpatie tu hiyo 500 yake ndio uende juu utaki story mob, na mtu amekuwa akifanya overspeeding. Kwa hivyo ulikuwa ukijua ukifanya overspeeding ni makosa, lakini ukipatia fine hutaki kulipa fine. Why can't you say I will pay for my fine because I have done a mistake and learn not to overspeed? Why are you ready to cut down on your fine that you should have been given on that hotspot because you've broken the rules? Yeah? And you're ready to pay a police officer on the side, na huyo anachukua because ya ako na survival mood. Alafu huyo ponya kwanza hata ashikwi, anasema pita, na kesho huyo mtu anarudia hiyo makosa, pita. The next time accident happens, you've lost a life because the prevention mechanism was broken. See, ati rules are not there. So for me, let's go back to basics. Our mindset kwa Kenyans, mindset ya kulinda nchi zetu, mindset ya ku make sure that sisi wote wa Kenya, kama ni maji tunaangalia maji, kama ni utility bills, lakini hatuwezi kwenda kuiba, ama tunakubali hao watu wanaiba alafu Duke anasema forgive. Tuna forgive nini? Tuna forgive wezi? Mwizi ambaye alienda akaiba akijua, akaenda akajenga nyumba yake, akakuwa na self grid, akakula peke yake, akakula kwa hiyo nyumba peke yake, alafu amewacha umaskini. Hospitali zetu zote hazina madawa, hospitali zetu zote hazina hata, hazijamaliza hata kuwa painted. Hospitali zetu zote zinasafa hizo za kijiji hapo community wote, ati mtu amekula. Hapana. In fact, mimi ningekuwa hapo saa hizi ndio mngejua kweli. Asante.
Juliet, I'll come to you later. Roba, I'll also come to you. Acha nipatie Mary nafasi ya kuribate, and then I come to you, Roba. You give your submission.
Thank you. I'm back again with due respect to Duke. Nimesikia, nimehuzunika sana vile umetaja ati hawa watu wasamehewe kwa sababu pesa hazina makaratasi ya kuonyesha vile alipata hizo pesa. That is why we are putting them on the spot, because they don't know where they got this much money. This money did not come from anywhere. It came from one of the places in Kenya. It never came from outside the country. So for you to say that they be forgiven because they don't know where the money came from, that's a mess. And that is nonsense. I believe so. So the other things, I think Juliet touched my point that I wanted to raise. Thank you for that. The other thing is that those people who pay taxes, after they retire, they wait for their pension. Some even die before they get their pension. Is that really something that we should be talking about? Something you have toiled for many years, being deducted from your salary. It's not something you are being given, it's something you have labored for. And now you don't get it in time simply because the money has been taken. And maybe this is the money which was taken by these people. That is why these people are not getting their money in time. It's very bad the way now people are being treated, and that country, our country that is Kenya, should change if this government is ready to fight with corruption. The other thing, they are looking for this money from all corners. It's not for the hustler, it's not for the public, for the wananchi, it's not for those poor people. They want to have their salary in time. Not for that poor person who is sleeping hungry. They want to have money to pay themselves and to get extra to keep in their accounts. They are not interested with you guys. The other day they were talking about putting back this, is it CD something, the money that they get from the government, which was the court refused and denied them.
CDF.
And they want
CDF,
yeah. They wanted CDF to come back. This CDF is an extra money on top of the millions that they are getting from the government. You see, they are not interested with those people who made them even get to that office. The problem we have is that the people already who are there, and we know and we understood even from the beginning, despite of them snatching the winning of our president, the proper president whom we could be having, they are ready now to mean business of getting this money to their pockets. And they are going to fight for this to happen because that is their interest. They are not interested with those people who put them in the office. Duke has been supporting this, and I'm sad because he seemed to be so ornate. It's like mocking us. It's like telling us, you people, what are you doing? What are you going to do? That is something that really kills people and makes people feel like, what are we on now? Because these people, they don't care, and they have no shame. They don't want even to hear what you're trying to say. Their business is on, and it is just to get money in their pocket. That money that Duke is saying that they didn't have, they have, it cannot be traced, they cannot be able to elaborate where they got it from. That's the money that should be taken back. If they don't know where the money came from, they should take it back and return to the government so that the government can use it to help the poor people. So Duke, don't lullaby us. We are not sick. We are very much awake, and we are listening. Our ears are open. We can see all what is happening in Kenya. And we are sorry for our people who are suffering right now, having worked so hard. We are praying that they get to the feet and say no is no is no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Let me go to Robert.
All right, thank you, Makiadi. Welcome, and we started the show, and Bernard was about to leave. I said, let me run away. So Joshua is still there. So I just came out of my necktie, and I'm now ordinary person here. Hey, Duke. I mean, you shocked me. I mean, when you are a learned person, I know that for real, because I know who you are. When you come here and tell me that nobody owns land in Kenya, or from what you said, the land in Kenya is not, some of us, we don't even have documents. Yeah, and it just reminded me a case of myself, a case where I worked so hard. And since 2006, 2007, I started developing my land somewhere in Ruai, the so-called Mboga ranching. Then somebody else came up. Then I said, I'll follow the law. And that's what I did. I went to court. Since 2006, and today is 2022, I've never had a hearing because of what's called corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how many years are those? I've hired lawyers. Every time you go to court, we are told the case has been postponed simply because some of these people, they go ahead of you, they bribe, and that's the country Duke thinks we want to stay. I mean, we are not, this time, they will not run away with corruption and other things they're trying to do. This time, we will fight whatever it takes. Because if you promise something and if you become a president, instead now you are just diverging and trying to do something else, it's not going to happen. Let me come to the point here for the discussion here today. I mean, we should not shocked. Till we were told the government, the incoming government, the present government right now, near Mama Mboga or whatever it is, the ordinary people. Lakini ilikuwa uongo. So since all these millionaires have been appointed to be secretaries, you are somebody who supported Ruto. I mean, what are you going to tell me? What are you going to tell me? Yeah. So why is the ordinary people who are told, I'm somebody, I'm for simple people? Hakuna. And the worst part of it, they keep on just bringing Raila. They keep on bringing now the former president Uhuru Kenyatta. Now they want even to kill his Brookside, I guess Brookside, the milk company in Kenya. And yet, the same people, the chicken seller who called himself the chicken seller, na eggs and chicken, why is not telling Ugandans to bring eggs to Kenya then? Why bringing the milk? Because he wants to kill somebody's industry. For Ruto, I don't even understand him at this point. Even an inch, I don't know what, they don't know where they're going, where they're coming from. They don't know what's north, south, west, east. They're just right there thinking things would happen. This is a new Kenya where we demand what you promised. If you don't, you get out of office, or people will get you out. And that's real, and that's for real. What I want, or what ordinary people want, we want fairness. We want fairness. First of all, Mr. Ruto was put there by the United States. We know that for real. That's what happened. And the UK. And you know what? I'm also sick and tired of this nonsense. And after 60 years, we are still crying for small things just because the few people have been grabbing. They have been taking it. And you know what you do? You are telling us, oh, we should just let it go. I wish I knew some of this. I would get them fiscal, like some of these people, like Musalia Mudavadi. 4 billion. Rentuli, I don't know, Rentuli. 1-something billion. The guy who can just rape women from nowhere. And he's a secretary. I said, Juma, whatever name is, she killed somebody. And even our case is not even nowhere. So the Chief Justice, that lady called, I don't know, Come or whatever her name is, she's the most stupid person now in our country, because when I see a Chief Justice, imagine the former Justice, what he did. This is just cheering Ruto. It's as if, why is this called independence of the judiciary? Yeah, I want to see, you see, Kenya, we are mad, we are what? They keep on telling us democracy. Democracy of what? Of 2 tribes? I'm sorry to say that, because I know there's some people who are nice people. Yeah? Raila will never be a president, that's fine. But now, Raila is going to get out of stage. What next? What are they going to tell us? Nonsense, and now you are bringing Miguna Miguna. So you just tell us he started economy recovery. Who cares about him? We want fairness. We want fairness. Kwa sababu, somebody brought about rand cases here. Let's go back to that issue here before I finish Makeri. Some people, small people with rand issues, it's not being solved. It's not. Because the system it's not working. But these big fish people, they have money, they're just colluding, they're just riding up, giving all this kind of nonsense. Every time, like my case comes up, you are just told, Judge Amanda alikuwa na familia amekufa. Yeah. Ukienda huko kwa either way unaambiwa charge, unajua yeye yuko the other day, because somebody has wanted, they are given a bribe and you cannot be able to go to that court. In fact, there's a time even I bought 3 times, buying an air ticket, going to listen my case. When you get there, the phone unaambiwa the same night before, or somebody died. And when you make a follow-up, there's nothing there. So more especially the government, our government, the Kenya government, is the worst in bribery. So we have all these cartels who are running the government, and they're the cartels who are running Ruto. Ruto is a cartel. He's one of the cartels. And I hope cartels can even just get him. I'm so to say, if they can get him, I'll be a happy man. Because this man, 5 years from now, not even 5 years, 4 years from now, it will be the same thing you see today. There will be no changes. Just write it down. There will be no nothing. But still, they are talking about 2027. That's what they have decided to do. Just see even the cabinet. He just put his own people where the money is. They will start looting. They will start taking the money, preparing for 2027. Then after that, you will hand it to somebody else. But this nonsense has to stop. Let me stop there, and I will listen, and I will get more points. But Duke, I'm so shocked. I'm shocked from what came from your mouth. Thank you, Makiadi.
All right. Thank you, Roba, for your reopening remarks. I know you were here before. Karibu, Christine. Good to see you. I think you're the next one. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. It's been a while. Habari ya masiku. Good evening, Osolo. Good evening, Duke, Mary, Juliet, Roba. Yeah, we are here. It's another day. Okay, first of all, Makiadi, before I just make a comment about today's things. I had some prior comments here, and that's why I've said, let me enter studio so that I can clarify. I had somebody saying, I don't know whether it was Juliet or Mary, about teachers retiring and not getting their pension. I think we should give credit to institutions that are working. Both my parents were teachers. My mom is no more, may her soul rest in peace. But they never struggled to get their pension. My dad still gets his pension. And the issue of pension, again, even me, Makiadi, I can bear witness. When I went to look for my pension money, all they wanted from me was a permanent residency card to show that I'm no longer going back to Kenya. And to be honest, I got all my dues, you know? So I think when there's some, and I didn't even bribe somebody, the moment I gave them all the documents that they required, within 7 days, my NSSF money was in the account. So I think sometimes we just need to commend some institutions that are working. I didn't know anybody. I just went to NSSF officers in Nairobi. I told them what I needed to tell them. They told me they need a statement, which I told them they can print because I can't go back to my employer. They told me they wanted a letter from my employer. I told them I was fired. I can't go back there. They told me they want me to sign an affidavit. I told them, why should I sign an affidavit? I have a permanent residency card for the United States. They took the photocopy and everything, asked me for my bank account. Within 7 days, I had my money. So me, Kenyans owe me nothing. So I think when some institutions are doing good, I've had positive experience, we need to commend them, you know? So, and about today's topics, what I want to say, yes, I know we are blaming Ruto's government. It's not that I'm so happy about this government, but truth be told, Makiadi, Uhuru tried to work with SRC to regulate our member of parliament earnings, you know? But unfortunately, when it comes to salary being adjusted even for the members of parliament, they become one thing. Both Azimio and both the opposition or the government's MPs, that time they are one thing. So when it comes to our member of parliament salary, unfortunately, there's nothing we're gonna do about it because that time, none of them has sense. They only have sense when the other side is benefiting. So people like Aisha Juma, I know she declared her wealth. Truth be told, politicians are rich, you know? Remember even Aisha Juma was in the PSC, one of the parliamentary committees. So in Kenya, politicians are rich. So we cannot compete with politicians. But if we are contesting a salary of a government official telling us that they can have 100 million, that one will be a lie. But when we talk about politicians, Makiadi, they know how to get their ways through tenders, through everything. And it's just sad. Now we get to know what happens. We've known what is happening in Kenya. It's just unfortunate. This is the time that our eyes are opening, but previous government politicians eat. And politician is the job that even me, if I'm called back home, even now, if I can be given an ODM slot, I would take it, because I know within 2-3 years, I'll be a very rich woman, you know? So I think this one will need interventions of Kenyans, because we can't even say if we go to the ballot, because we elect them, they are poor. When they arrive over there, I can see Osolo as a question for me. Why don't you just let me present so that you don't distract my train of thought? I will give you a chance. I will answer you. So even if we go to the ballot box, you can see even that MP Salasia, all the excitement that he has. But Makiadi, truth be told right now, if their salary are going to be slashed, all of them will be in the same boat. You know, there's nothing we're going to do about it. The only thing we can do about it is go to the road. But now, unfortunately, Ruto is not the kind of leaders that will back down. Uhuru worked with Ruto, and Uhuru even said, like some people were telling him, let people die, you know? How many people are gonna die for us to get this freedom? Fine, we get overexcited here, revolution. I'm saying some people don't know what death is until it touches you the most, you know? The other time when pre-handshake, people died. However, how much we feel, as long as it has not touched our homes, you know, we don't know how death can be so painful. So with Ruto, as much as the revolution is what people are saying is the only way that freedom will come, unfortunately, Ruto is not going to back down. People are going to die. So I just think as much as we are talking, we better look for ways that can bring peace. I don't know, but anything to do with the death, Ruto is not that leader that will back down, unfortunately. Another issue about Miguna coming, I'm just so surprised that the people that are talking about Luo freedom are not even our fellow Luos, you know? So things to do with Miguna, they should leave to us Luos to tackle Miguna. I'm so happy Miguna must be very disappointed wherever he is, because even the kind of reception he was expecting, everything is quiet, no center of attraction, no media going to him every now and then. I saw him today. When he came, he had a meeting with Sudi. Miguna is one person that despises people that don't even have credentials, education credentials. So I'm wondering how or what they were talking with Sudi, but I know whatever Sudi was conveying to him was a message from Ruto. Unfortunately, Duke, you're looking at me. Yeah, I know. I know Sudi is Ruto's messenger. So whatever Miguna was getting, Ruto doesn't want to show that he's so much involved. But one thing I would tell Ruto should just focus on his government. If he works for us well, and even when he took the government, some of us were so disappointed, we were so sad. But then we said, let us give him benefit of doubt. I'm sure if he can just sit down, stop focusing on Luos, stop focusing on Raila, stop focusing on Uhuru, and he gets down to working for all Kenyans. Yes, it will be painful. Raila might not be the president, but if Ruto is meeting my needs, you know, why can't I work with him? You know, I'll be forced to work with him. But so far, I'm not seeing him meeting those needs, because he has started on the wrong foot, attacking Raila, attacking Ruto, working with Museveni as if Kenyans, we don't have milk dairy farmers. You know, those are wrong miscalculations. Lastly, Makiadi, before Solo, I know Solo is burning with a question for me. Lastly, I'm all over just because I'm all over, unfortunately, today. So lastly, it's this issue of landlords paying for taxes. Sometime, again, I just want to have a popular opinion today. I know it can be so painful, but I normally see sometimes when we come here in studio, we compare most of our things with American things, with outside the country things. But even Makiadi is here, Roba is here, can bear me witness. Even here in America, for you to even have rental houses, you'll go for a mortgage. But when it comes to time for filing tax returns, you'll have to file for returns of what you've accrued in your rent. So I think landlords in Kenya are not being realistic. You increase, like in Kenya, landlords increase their rents the way they want, but when now it comes to paying taxes, wananchi have to suffer. Why should we suffer, Like, you have to pay taxes for every income you get, you have to pay taxes. We pay you rent as tenants. Give government what belongs to government. That is done even here. So I don't see why, like, I know we are in pain, we are in everything, but let's be realistic. There are things that just have to be done, unfortunately. So unless, Osolo, you had a question for me, I'm ready for you now.
Thank you, Christine. I'll give him an opportunity to ask you a question, but before he does that, I think somebody sent me a video here that I believe is interesting.
Sana watoto iko na njaa sana, lakini tunabarikiwa, tunaomba tubarikiwa, Mungu atusaidie.
Na mimi niko peke yangu, sasa tafanya nini? Tutalala. Saa zingine huwa mnalala njaa shosho? Tunalala njaa, tunashinda njaa, tunalala njaa, hakuna kitu tunakula, madisi maanaisha.
Njaa iko kila mahali Kenya. Vile tu kuna njaa pale Turkana na kila mahali Baringo na kule kwingine, hata hapa Gatun North iko. Wale wakihesabiwa kupewa chakula, pia chakula iletwa hapa Gatun North, na umejionea we mwenyewe. Tukipeana hiyo unga tulikuwa nayo hapa, unaona kila mtu anahitaji, juu kama haingekuwa na haja watu wangechukua. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji, na naomba watu wote ambao ni well wishers, ambao wako na chakula, walete wapee watu, ndio hata watoto wetu waweze kupata chakula.
Okay, Joshua, I'll comment about that video later, but you had a question for Christine. You can go ahead.
It was not a question. Ilikuwa, she was so fast so that nilikuwa nataka at least aende pole pole, because it was so fast na ilikuwa na kelele. So that's it. Mambo yake ilikuwa sawa, hiyo tu.
Okay. So I can see Mary has wants to say something, but I want to ask you, what is happening? When we used to grow up, we used to know that Nairobi was being fed by farmers from Mount Kenya region. I don't know what is happening right now. Is it drought? Is there something that is happening in Kenya right now? Because I'm surprised. I'm looking at videos and areas which used to produce a lot of food. We knew that somewhere in what do you call that place, Mary, where Mboga inatoka pale ikienda Marikiti inaitwa aje? There's a place Mboga inatolewanga mingi sana huko. Kinangopama ni wapi? Yeah, I don't know. Viazi. We used to hear viazi. Ukienda pale inaitwa Kijabi ama ni wapi pale?
Kinango. You are right.
Yeah.
Kinango.
What is happening? What is happening in Kenya right now? What is happening? Why is it that even the regions that used to produce food are not producing food anymore? Is there something that we are doing wrong? Is it an issue to do with land? Is it an issue to do with taxes or government policies? What is happening? Because I was reading somewhere yesterday that people are talking to Uhuru Kenyatta, especially people from the mountain region, telling him what they are going through right now. And he told them outrightly that he's not the president right now. They should talk to William Ruto. So let me begin with Joshua in a minute, and then Mary. We can go around like that. I believe everybody has something to say. So Joshua,
unauliza swali hapo, mahali hiyo video inatokea inaitwa Motomo Gatodo, just not very far away from where my mama comes from. Ndo hao mama wanasema wako na njaa, na hiyo mahali kitambo ilikuwa inakuza chakula kwa wingi, mandizi, vitu, yani wacha niseme ilikuwa inakuza chakula sio mbali sana na pali Uhuru anatoka na huyo Moses Kuria. This is the same area because my family members ni just neighbor to Kenyatta, na Moses Kuria iko upande huo mwingine wa barabara. Ni Motomo in Katundu. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, Mary, you wanted to say something?
Well, I'm not very much conversant with that side to know the reason why, but it has been like whatever people were getting from the land, it has gone like down, meaning that the season was not good. Maybe the rain did not come in the right time, so everything went down. I think that is what is contributing to all this. Apart from that, I wanted to say something about just a comment on about the taxes. These taxes that are being taxed on landlord, the government does not want to go direct to the hustlers or to the wananchi. He want to use another channel, like going to the landlords who are easy to get, because it is one, and the people who live in the building are many, so we don't have to go to those many people. We want to go to one person who owns the building. So once we get hold of him, now we tell him this is what is going to happen. He will generate the information or whatever. He will come to find that this is what I'm going to do so that to get this money. So that is how the information will be passed on. So meaning the landlords will be attacked, and then they will attack the hustlers if they are hustlers. So there will be a problem, because if I am able to pay a house 5,000 and then I'm told now from now I'll be paying 8 or 10,000, definitely I'll move. I'll leave the house and settle somewhere else, which will not be a good thing because I'm used to that place. It is going to affect many things, because maybe I'll move to a distance whereby I'll be paying fare to go to where I have been going from that house. So it is going to affect a lot of things. And it is going also to affect even the landlords, because they might have even those houses empty, which I had some people saying that it's better the house being empty. We don't want to reach there, because we want to share the life we have and live in harmony, that there are people who are not suffering. So for me, I just wanted to comment on taxes, which I feel the government doesn't want to go direct to the hustlers, so that they don't feel like the government they chose is the one, pressing them. And I think that's all I have for tonight. All the best with everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. I want to move to Roba. Roba, I want you to explain to me. People are talking about taxing landlords. What is the difference here between you, who has built your own house, like a residential house, and you're not living in that house, probably you may rent somebody else, and the person who has a commercial building? And I believe these people pay rates to the county governments. Like if you have a plot in Nairobi, hata kama hujajenga pale, you still pay rates. So how are you going to bring a distinction between the taxes, the rates that are paid to the county government, and this registration that is being, introduced right now, that the end product is taxing, what we call taxing the landlords? So the landlords, the people who still own houses, the small houses, the plots that have not been built, or is this just a matter of people who own rental houses only?
Hey, Makia, let me answer your first question you asked. It looks like no, but answer that question where you were asking, what's the cause of not having enough food in the country? What happened? What happened was Kenya has become a consuming country. We don't anymore produce. We want things from outside. Look who's feeding Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And now it's becoming like it is something now going forward. We don't have a plan as a country to do things or to plan for the future. Some of the things, when these guys started when they came in, I guess, when was that? When Ruto and Uhuru came in, and, you know, they said they want to build all these dams or the places where there was no water so that they can supply water, which means a lot of food. But they never did. And now, places like where I come from, in Nyanza, where we are still, the rains there, they are producing food as normal, but the problem is we have had growth of population, which means land, you see, people are increasing, land is reducing. And the problem is we don't have an alternative. Right now, I'll tell you one thing. There are some places where you go in Nyanza, they don't even have a place where they can, they can buy somebody. They don't. People, it's just like their land is finished. And that's how bad it is. That's one issue why we don't have enough food in the country. Our population is growing, but less and less farmers doing the job. Okay, to come to your second thing you asked about Mboga taxes with Ruto and the rest, or whatever they want to do. We had a discussion some few hours ago, and I told you, somebody here, I just made my rates in some properties I have in Utawala. Then because Utawala, we are in Machakos County, we are very lucky because in Nairobi itself is very expensive. But I'll tell you one thing. Some of us, like Alex, who was here before, and somebody else, and some of you maybe you have invested in Kenya. And some of you maybe you have had some apartment buildings right now. I'll tell you, Makiet point blank. I got some buildings in Nairobi, 3 bedrooms, almost like a storehouse, almost four going up, but it's empty right now. You know why? I just decided after I worked so hard to build all those things, I used a lot of money, and now that people want to come in, it's just like it's a joke. And now, plus what Ruto is saying right now, I'm telling you, there will be no excuse for this economy to grow. It's going, because that one, when it comes to the market, the housing market, it's going to kill it. It's going to kill it. Point blank. Some of the people cannot even afford to rent these houses. And now you are saying you have to throw some taxes on top of that. You know what he tells me? Like somebody suggested before, maybe he's trying to get people out of the town, to get out from Nairobi. I've started believing that. There's something which he is doing. I mean, I don't understand him. When it's time to raise taxes is when an economy is working. But to raise taxes in an economy which is really going downstream, something bad is going to happen. I think very soon the country might even file for bankruptcy. And I think that's what might happen. I mean, if it was not the people from market, for people from outside the country who is helping Kenya right now to breathe, all this time from COVID and up this point, some people have been sending money. Kenya will be fighting for bankruptcy. I'm telling you that's the truth. The problem is we are a government where they want to do big things. They don't have money. But all these loans they are taking and now they are grabbing, it's just like, these people, I don't understand. They borrow money and they start stealing from the money which is borrowed. And they're happy about it. It's not going to be like, I'm really disturbed. This is going to be very, very bad for us. This economy has to change. And if they want to do the housing market and they want to kill it, it's even going to be more and more worse about it. So let's give them the 100 days. Let's see what happens. But I'm telling you, it's going to be the same thing, same nonsense from them, the same parliament, corrupt. Like somebody said here, some of them are just overpaid for nothing. So we have some other millionaires coming very, very soon. As by the end of this year, how many months now? The people just got to parliament. By next year, there'll be some new millionaires in Kenya. And that's the country we call, the corrupt country we call Kenya. Democracy for nonsense. It's nonsense. What's going on? It is. This thing, the hand is coming. And the worst of it, Makeri, it's going to be a bankruptcy. They are going to fight for bankruptcy. Watch. Thank you.
Christine, are we unable to feed ourselves as a nation anymore? Because the drought situation right now, it's not just drought. It looks like there's no food in Kenya. And if there's food, then it means no one can afford the food that is being displayed on the shelves. Are we that nation that can no longer feed ourselves?
What I can say, Makeri, I just don't know what has happened in Kenya within a month. You remember even Moi, when Moi was ruling, we used to believe that Baringo people are enjoying life. But the moment Moi got out of power, that is when we knew the poverty that was in Baringo, and like Luos who have been in opposition all that time. Of course, Makeri, I can say there's food, but the cost of food has gone so high, I think even the financial market or the bureaus or whatever, I think any leadership that gets into power in any country, even the money exchange rate, you can tell. I think they normally foresee, because I remember when Kibaki came into power, the exchange rate was so good. Kenya shilling became strong all of a sudden, But right now, Kenyan shilling is really losing value. So I don't know what is happening. I don't know the reason why. I'm sure every government, people know Ruto and his dealings. And right now, I'm even worried with the wash people when they start pouring money into the country. And the people of Gatundu, it's high time they toned down, because their own son told them to vote wisely, and they decided to vote otherwise. It's too early. Uhuru gave them 3 months, so it's now time to get busy and start working. Them crying to Uhuru over the media all the time, what are we gonna do? Even me, yes, as much as Makeri, to be honest, as much as I know there are Kikuyus who supported us, and it's just sad that I know the like of Julia Njiru, people that stood with us. But I don't think right now, if a Kikuyu can even cry before me how she's hungry, I'll feel it, because they're the ones who have put us in this situation, Kikuyus always vote to punish people. But in the end of the day, what do? We all suffer. So as much as I will not wish hunger on anybody, I've even tried fasting even for 1-2 days, and it's not easy, but that one I'm doing it for a reason. But I want the Kikuyus to cry more. Let them start this revolution that we keep talking about, because they're the ones who keep messing the country. We can't go to the ballot to punish somebody. Let us learn to go to the ballot to put leaders that can impact us positively. And I would be so sad if we elected a leader that we did not know their track record, The leaders that Kikuyu chose for us, I can say they're the ones who put us into all this shit, including Kome. It doesn't matter whether Meru or what. The leaders they chose for us, they knew their track record. They were told about it. So let them continue crying. I want the media to continue reflecting. I want the media to continue showing how Uhuru is telling them he doesn't ajui rais wake ni Raila, because that is a man that has been tested and tried. I'm not saying he's perfect, but at least he has some track records, The issue about the landlords, Makeri, that you've mentioned, what I want to say, Makiadi, to be honest, I think Kenyans, the market is free. I believe if a leader wants to give Kenyans rightfully what belongs to them, including the landlords, I think everything in Kenya now should have a standard body to regulate the markets. The same landlords crying in Nairobi, somebody builds his apartment, I'm sorry to say, people build at different times, people build using different materials. But somebody, even those Mabati Shanty apartments in Kibera, Makiadi, you can't believe the rent those people are being charged, you know? A landlord just gets up and says, Leo rent ni elfu tano. What are you gonna do? You're gonna pay. So I think if government want, of course, these landlords, they have to pay taxes. They are getting money, you know? That one, I'm for it. But I also feel right now it's time for the government to sit down with landlords and tell them, of course, if landlord is a business, any business you do, you must pay some taxes to the government. So they sit down with landlord, they say, avoiding cost, I know you've gone through a lot, even if we have to cover up some loopholes, the tenant should not suffer, prices are going to be regulated, you know? So that prices be regulated, Makiadi. Even here where we are staying, Makiadi, if you are told a house is 1,200, you can even see it is worth that. But somebody cannot just put a house 1,500 that is not even worth dollars, you know? So me, at the end of the day, landlord rental houses is a business. Any business, you have to pay for taxes. Wananchi should not suffer, and that's why we have a government. The government should work for Wananchi. Landlords need to sit down with governments. Prices need to be regulated. A landlord cannot just wake up simply because now they are going to be taxed and say, I'm going to increase my rent. But at the end of the day, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. These landlords have suffocated Kenyans for so long too. So on that one, I have a contradicting opinion. I'm sorry, but rental houses is a business. You have to pay government their rightful taxes.
Okay, thank you, Christine. Let me move to Juliet now.
Makiandi, thank you. So I'll start off with Christine saying that she's had one success stories. And I think that's one amongst many. The majority of Kenyans complain of horrible experiences, Makiandi. That is just 1 in a million. And I would love to provide the evidence for that. Because if you look at cases that are put up and you look at the cases that have gone to court, and as Mary said, many people die sometimes without getting their pension. So you've got a success story. Perhaps Kenyans could learn from that 7 days payment of pension and perhaps look into that example, and perhaps maybe you should provide that example to, if it was a teacher, TSC, because many teachers, even up till now, I can assure you, I know so many teachers who are hungry. So siwezi kukubali ati hiyo ni success story when so many teachers, and if you've got 1 out of 10, then 9 out of those teachers are suffering. That is not success, in my opinion. So come back to the issue of landlords. The issue of land, first of all, let me go to a comment. Asili TV is saying that rates should not be confused by taxes. And I want him to elaborate on that, because for a normal Kenyan, any money that you're charged by government becomes a tax or a rate, however you want to call it. As far as we are concerned, tumelipishwa, and that is what matters. So we calculate how much is out of our pockets at any given time. And I will not stop saying that, because we are one of the highest paid taxes in the whole world. Not Africa, in the whole world. Na bado tunaona ile umaskini tuko nayo. So I'll leave that for you guys to calculate, especially the people who enjoy doing figures. I luckily don't enjoy mathematics that much, but I do know Mama Mboga's feeling And I do know a Mama Mboga who is trying to educate their child to go to school. And if you listen to the cases recently, in Isiolo, a man called me recently. Akaniambia tafadhali tafuta President Ruto, mwambie tunaumia kwa mambo ya shule. Bei imeenda juu hata tunashindwa kuelimisha watoto. So, Kenyans, this is the reality. On behalf of that Kenyan, Asante tueleza us, I thank you for bringing it to our attention and using your media here. We want children to go to school. We want our children to stay in school and not out of school. And if guardians are being punished and increased rates of all kinds of school fees, and they can't afford girls' education is very important, Makandi. And even the other men, men can survive, but women surely, So for me, Makandi, our country is suffering. And that is absolutely critical for us to think, why is our country suffering? You asked a question, Makandi. Let me help you to understand. You asked, what is it? Nini naleta njaa in our country? And some of the policies that have been created by, should I say, people who are not policy makers, but people who are greedy because they think that they know. You don't allow community developers and social scientists to actually solve the problems. And you go and get somebody who is an accountant or somebody who is doesn't even work in that sector, lakini nienda anakuja kuweka hiyo policy. Alafu mnakuja mnashangaa kwa nini Kenya iko vile iko. So, unaweka policy. Mtu akienda kutoka kaunti fulani to kaunti fulani analipishwa. Kuvuka mpaka eko. Kuvuka barabara ile, you farm from huko ati unaleta chakula. I have been to places unaona chakula imemea nyingi. Na chakula inaharibikia kwa shamba. Not to mention names. Why is that food going in kwa shamba? Inaharibika kwa shamba kwa nini? Kwa sababu mtu amekosa pesa, amekosa gari, amekosa hizo malori. Bei ya mafuta iko juu. Ukianza kuhesabu kama atatoa chakula kutoka Mau, alete Nairobi, anasema acha tu hiyo chakula ikae hapa kwanza. Am I talking to real Kenyans here? Usalo, usini kweli ama si kweli? Kabisa. That is the truth. So when you start asking, kwa nini kuko na njaa? Then you go to that mama, the one you were showing us right now hapo Katondo. Akikuwa na hiyo land yake, kwa sababu ako na land eka 1, 2, umeenda tena ukamtax juu ya hiyo. Akipanda chakula, umeenda tena ukaongeza bei. Huyo mama anashindwa hata kwenda hata kulima. Anaona afadhali mchinese akuje, amupatieko tu hiyo kitu kidogo. Alafu huyo mchinese pia anamuumiza. That is the reality in Kenya that we are facing right now, wa Kenya. Let's go back to what Christine is saying, that you charge expenses, and if we were to think of what Christine is saying, which I disagree actually, you charge all these landlords and double. Do you know, saa hizi Mkenya hata akijaribu kujenga commercial property, as you know Makiandi, mtu analipishango rate hata kabla hujamaliza hiyo nyumba, which is not even supposed to be charged. Hiyo rate yote inatakana kurudishiwa huyo mtu, kwa sababu nyumba haikuearn any income na unajaribu kujenga. Roba atakwambia, na sasa zile unajaribu kujenga hiyo nyumba, ile pesa unalipishwa kila mwaka. Hata huwezi kupatiwa certificate at the end of the year ukimaliza hiyo nyumba, hata the building, commercial property. Ikifika pale unaitiwa supervisor, ikifika pale kidogo unaitiwa supervisor, ukipita pale unajua ni pesa ngapi. Anza kuhesabu. Mimi nitahesabia siku moja, nitatafuta hiyo calculation niwaletee ndio mshangae vizuri. So ukuje sasa Mary, break it down very well. Mambo ya landlords, ukiongeza bei, hakuna pahali in Kenya bei ya landlord inaongezangwa bila kupata permission. Hata hiyo unalipa kwenda tu kuuliza. You have to get permission. Unaona? Kweli Roba ama si kweli? Ni kweli. Exactly. So for somebody to tell you that rates, mtu anaambiango uwezi kupitisha hiyo nyumba inakujanga inaangaliwa kama ni bedroom mbili, unaambia uwezi kulipisha more than this. That is manyumba za nini za in places where the law is working on. Duke is shaking his head. So I'm not talking about real estate, wale wanakuja kuiba watu ati hii nyumba ni 90,000 and whatever. By the way, let me tell you, do you know, sometimes I look at how much Kenyans property are being sold as compared to UK here. Alafu nashangaa mtu actually ametoa hiyo pesa wapi? Nashangaa kama ni Kenya nitakuja kuinvest ama ni Europe nitainvest, because unaangalia ile stress yote utapata kutoka hiyo nyumba. Unaona, afadhali kama uko na maybe 200,000, hata afadhali pengine ununue nyumba hapa in UK badala ya kuleta hiyo pesa home, because home ni problem after problem, problem after problem. Hata ile pesa tu ya kulipa rent tu peke yake, ule mtu tu unakaba tu ati akuweke mkiateka akulete hiyo pesa, hata sometimes hata kupatia hiyo mwezi umefanyia kazi mtu. Sola anacheka. Ni kweli au si kweli? Si ni kweli? Kweli kabisa. So for me, Mekiandi, if we are to solve these problems, let me tell you where we start. I just had to bring you to the reality. Wakanda anauliza swali hapo. Ati Wakanda anauliza swali naona. So Wakanda anauliza swali ya Liz with taxes. Simi nakaa hapa UK. Liz, umeona ameresign. In UK here, conservative government imekuwa some people are calling it bed and breakfast. Anakuja kama ametoka. We are calling for a by-election. Like me, I'm a politician. I want them out. Munaona Liz vile alifanya Kwasi amemwambia tafadhali utax wale matajiri wale, kama sasa wanaleta hizo mabilioni sijui ni ngapi wametoa huko, la watax polepole, sio haraka. Na Eliza akasema hapana, yote saa hii pap, immediately market ya UK ikaenda chini. Na market ya UK ikienda chini, what happens to the rest of the world? That is economics for those who love economics. This is the center of the world. Ina hit America, ina hit Germany, ina hit wapi, na inawahit hata huko kwenu, hata inatuhit sisi diasporians. Thank God for people like me who are trying to say, please Kenyans, let's hold our money ndio at least tusaidie watu wa home. Support us. Saa zile mnakuja hapa wa Kenya mnasema tuna support Brexit watutoke huku, alafu tunakosa pesa huku. What kind of thing is that? Mkisema wa Kenya sisi, mtu kama mimi najaribu kusema hapana, stop Brexit ndio tuweze kuwa na pesa kwa mfuko. Hii stop Brexit si ya watu wa nyumbani, hii stop Brexit ni ya watu hapa UK. Sasa zile we don't have money as Kenyans hapa kwa mfuko yetu, it means we can't even have enough money to send you back home because our pesa imekuwa kidogo. So when we are talking to support kama diasporians, to support kama, alafu Christine is talking something there about landlords and whatever. When you increase the rents za landlords, where do you think that money ends up? Do you think it ends up in any landlord's pocket? It ends up in wananchi. Mwananchi ndiye analipa. Mwananchi ndiye anakuja ananyanyaswa. Akitaksiwa 20%, atakuja anaekea mwananchi hiyo 20%. Huyo hasla hata anakosa pahali pa kulala, anakuwa homeless, anaanza kukunywa pombe. That is why you see wengi wao wanakunywa pombe siku hizi, wamelala huko nje. Alafu mnataka kusema, let me finish please. Right to reply.
Hold on.
Will. Yes, you will reply because I waited until you finished. You will reply. So for me,
Juliet, wind up.
It took long as well, Christine.
Hold on, Juliet. In a minute.
Okay, nimemaliza chair. Nilikuwa nataka nimalize hiyo point ni kumalizie tafadhali.
Okay. Alex has been waiting for a while now.
Let me just finish that sentence, Richie, if you'll allow.
I'll come back. We don't have many people here. We'll
okay.
Get a chance. So let me go to Alex. He's been waiting for a while.
Richie, thank you very much. And appreciate the work you're doing, and everybody who is there, Duke, and I trust Chini, Silo, Mary, Christine, my elder, asante sana na shukrani. Bernard, not Bernard, Makiadi, history repeats itself. In 2013, when the vetting was being done, some of us watched it religiously. A man was brought from a hotel, Utalii, akawekwa kama internal security. Another person was brought, sijui ni kutoka wapi, anaitwa Kaimenyi, akawekwa Ministry of Education. Another man was brought from nowhere, akawekwa Ministry of Agriculture. And we spoke about it, wakakataa kutusikiza. The longest strike of teachers in the history of the world was in Kenya, whereby Kaimenyi could not even handle and did not even have a contingency plan on how teachers should go back to classes. And our children stayed out. So Sion by then was the NAT secretary. They could not even meet eye with Kaimenyi. You saw what happened in Weston. Olelenku was giving us serious and pathological lies on the people who are shooting us, the so-called terrorists. In the end, we came to find there were only two and they thought there were many. So was Kiunjuri. The biggest problem Kenya ever had is to choose a man called Kiunjuri. For years, we knew that he was not capable, he had no capacity to handle the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, let me remind you what happened. When the committees were formed in 2013, immediately, this young man called Keter was proposed again to be the chairman of what? Later on, he was proposed then, I think 2017 again, to be the chair of agriculture. They totally refused because they knew his capability and capacity and what he wanted to his people. So Kiunjuri, being the minister for agriculture for all those years, messed up Kenya. And I think by the time they brought up Munya, it was too late. You know the maize scandals we had. You knew the issues of mercury in our sugar. And the Ministry of Agriculture, which Ruto once was in the helm of it, ambao tunadanganywa kuwa he was one of the best agriculture ministers. So when you look at the Ministry of Agriculture, it has become the center point of money laundering, corruption, and all manner of things that you cannot even speak on this channel. And if you want to get rich in Kenya today, instantly, if Kiunjuri today was to be vetted in 2022, Kiunjuri could have shocked us. Even the way Mr. Mudavadi shocked us, his 4-point-something billion. But Manyora said this man is almost 20 billion. And that is what happened to Kiunjuri. Kiunjuri took the Ministry of Agriculture as his personal property. And we kept complaining to Uhuru, please get this man out. He's messing up the country. And we totally refused. Let me remind you, at some point, it was so painful, and all of you remember, that some parts of Mount Kenya were literally pouring their milk down because they did not have a market. Who remembers that? Milk was being poured down. We did not have a contingency plan on how even to put this milk on a powder form. And Mount Kenya kept pouring their milk for the next 6 months. So what am I trying to say? The policies under Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in his first term, when him and Ruto took over, they did not handle the docket of agriculture in an effective way, which has had a ripple effect until now. When farmers understood that now in agriculture, in farming, there is no money, most of the farmers stopped farming. Why? Because you do everything in your capacity and you have a bumper crop, or even your cows produce more milk, but you have no market. The real essence of farming is for you to get the market. And when it comes to the market and economics, it is the government that facilitates that. And that's why it's called the government. So Kiunjuri, being the Minister for Agriculture for years and years, I think that was a wrong thing. And when we saw what he was doing, Kiunjuri came there being a millionaire. He left being a billionaire, whereby he could bankroll the TPK party alone. And that is why some of us are saying that history is repeating itself. Now we are having somebody from nowhere called Machogu, Minister for Education. From nowhere, Linturi, of all people, being the Minister for Agriculture. Let's even talk about that. Anybody ambaye atatetea mtu like Linturi to become the Minister for Agriculture, he must be sick to the core. That man has no capacity to handle the Ministry of Agriculture because the man himself can't handle himself personally. He gets himself in bed with somebody's wife and he don't know how that happened. He cannot handle the Ministry of Agriculture. And I'm not using it on a personal level. I'm only saying that where we are right now, with the war in Ukraine, with the world in crisis, we need a serious leader so that we can have food security in our country. But I don't think Ruto is looking that in a very secure way. Ruto is putting loyalists. And now I'm trying to question, why is it so? If I was Ruto, I could have learned the mistake they did in 2013, whereby they ended up getting some of these people out of these ministries because they were so ineffective. The Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Education, more especially now that we are coming from the 844 system to the CBC system, it needs a person who has the capacity to handle such kind of changes. Machogu does not have that history, and you all know that. So does Linturi, does not have that capacity to handle the Ministry of Agriculture. So it is not that we have droughts, wrong policies that made our country start pouring milk are the same policies that are continuing, that are making farmers afraid to produce because there is no market for their produce. So that is the first thing. Now, the second thing, Christine, you're my sister. Some of us, we don't build apartments using the government's money or the bank's money. And you know very well, for us to access from diaspora loans in Kenya, hata uwape your pay stubs, hata uwape nini, even if you want to prove that you can pay the loan, they never give you a loan. We work hard to build. That is the thing. And I think, Christine, you may not know. These rates, for instance, I'll give you the first rates za Kisumu. They used to be, if you have a house within the municipal council of Kisumu, they started with 2,500. Now they have ended up with 17,500 a month. And this money, sometimes you ask for receipts, they say we'll send you the receipts. We do not even have these receipts by the end of the year, so that when you file your taxes, because taxes being filed, the taxes was inakuwa filed between March and April, something there, because that's when I do mine za Kenya. You don't even have the receipts. So in this country, we have something called property tax. Property tax goes to the school districts, goes to the road that passes outside your house, and goes for the security of that community. We have no problem paying those taxes. If taxes and rates could be differentiated so that we can be told this is double taxation, which is illegal, you cannot be taxed twice. The national government wants to tax you, and the county government is already taxing you. That is double taxation. Okay, but if they want to do that, then they must guarantee us the same way this country guarantees us that when you pay property tax, the road that passes, the streets that passes around you are secure, they are washed, they are wiped, and you know what happens here, Christine. We will do that, we will pay. Secondly, school districts, and that's what we were talking last time. Watu wasipeleke watoto shule zao mbali, alafu wanawacha shule zenye ziko hapo karibu. And I think Makiadi, it's you who brought that that topic, I think a couple of months ago, on how this country operates. If we pay our rates, then you find that the nearest school around us near Matope, where does then because those rates are equally called property tax, where does your property tax money go to? The government should not just receive it ikule hiyo pesa without doing any development within your area. I mean, that's very illegal. If they are taking my money, then I must see a road, Christine. We will allow them to tax us. But if we are not seeing any development within the area, for instance, where we have built a place called site in Kisumu, potholes ziko huko, shule, they are not performing. The question is, these rates, where do they go to? To whom do they go to? We are willing to pay as landlord. But if they can tell us this property tax, let them not call them rates. They are called property tax. If they are not going for our schools, if they are not going for our roads, if they are not going for the security of the community that I'm living, it is illegal to pay them. We want to pay our taxes, but also we want our communities to be safe, our children also to learn, and our roads to be safe. We cannot continue doing this for all the years without them being accountable, Christine. The only reason we are refusing is because we don't know where this money is going to. Now the national government is coming after us again. Is the national government going to build these things? If they are not, we must protest as landlords. That's the reason we are protesting. Had they been doing this, that our community schools are okay, our roads are okay, and the security within your area is okay, we can even triple pay because we want safe communities. Thank you.
Can I reply, Makiadi? Have been mentioned. I'm even forgetting some of the questions.
Hold on. I think you have a pen, eh? It's policy that when you come to the debate, you have a pen and paper, so that when you're mentioned and you're not given an opportunity to speak, you have something written down. Duke has been quiet for a while, and I want to bring him into the conversation. So allow me to give him a few minutes, and then we can take another round.
I want also to contribute on that issue of taxation. Rand rates are really different from income tax because they are different actually, because rand rates you're paying for rand and rent is income. And as per the provisions of Kenya, you have to pay income tax. The problem why the government has not been getting enough money from income of people, especially in the private sector and other developers, is because we don't have accurate data. And as a result of that, the government is forced to increase value added tax, VAT. And that one is very detrimental to people at the bottom because it's regressive. So when if you have a house and you are renting people, you are getting income. So, and those are the provisions of Kenya. And if you actually, as particularly, if you talk about the tax bands, it starts from 10%, 25%, and then 30% based on which bracket of income you are. So it is simply about that. It is not something new. It's not taxes which are being introduced. It's because we don't have a proper infrastructure. We don't have proper records, and that's why the government wants to first of all have a documentation of our houses, whether commercial or residential, and then from that you have that of occupants. Then with that you can be able to pay. People should be able to pay their fair share. Nothing about increasing taxes, about income tax and rental. About income tax. About shortage of food. One of the reasons why we have shortage of food, especially in Mount Kenya and maybe other areas in Kisii, I can talk about subdivision of land. We have a culture whereby you find that if you have 1 acre and you have 2 kids, you divide into 2, and the kids divide into 4. That one. So to the extent you find people end up with very small pieces of land, and by that it means there is no economies of scale. If you go to the US, which has been existing for actually centuries. You go to most southern states, they have very large farms. So they are enjoying economies of scale. So I think, and the reason is because the government does not have proper mechanism about demarcation of areas. Maybe this is for residential places, these are farming places, these are commercial places. So if the government will be able to have sections of areas where maybe they are engaged to a specific economic activity, then we can have proper control and we'll have economies of scale. Also, we can talk about climate change because there is the farming in Kenya depends on rainfall. And because we have changing patterns of rainfall, now you find people are planting once in a year and they used to do twice. So those are the factors which are that. Finally, about corruption, most of you are trying to theoretically address the issue of corruption, maybe to do with the rand, all that. If you have to practically solve that, then you have to do things in a different way. And the way individuals engage in corruption is actually very difficult to trace them. For example, if you have a situation whereby in Nairobi, we have maybe cars going to Nairobi and then they park and people collect money, there is no systems, and then they record that we have collected 10 million, but it's 30 million, they take 20. So how can you trace that? It's going to be very difficult. So moving forward, we should have two things. First of all, I'm proposing about having aware infrastructure. That's about automation and systems, so that it becomes very difficult for people to interact with money, and that's the way we can know. Even when it comes to rand, the government should actually digitize the entire Kenyan rand to the extent every coordinate it's known, it belongs to who, and we should actually have a centralized, synchronized database which is very secure to the extent where you don't have a situation whereby you find the government giving even 3 original title deeds. Even the courts are unable to resolve that. And we have situations where, for example, powerful individuals take away government land using limited companies and they sell to innocent Kenyans and they dissolve those limited companies. For example, the case here in Ngong, where you have like 1,000 developers who are in the forest land. But these are people, most of them have worked for 30 years to get money to have that house. So you remove all that people like that. So it's not something which can be done like radically. There must be an organized way, a smooth way of transition. So that's why I was proposing about like, first of all, having a stop fast as we move forward. And as we find mechanisms of solving the previous instances or areas where we have conflicts, but of importance is to have a stop, and moving forward, we do different things in a different way. So that's what I can say.
Yeah, Christine, you wanted to respond.
First of all, Makedi, I'm normally very honest, and if we want things to change in our country, we need to be honest and say honest information. First of all, about the teachers, something I'm very honest. Both my parents were teachers, and if we could have been asked to give bribe for them to get their pension, I would say it is difficult. Both of them were teachers from Nandi Hills, Wakanda, Oshago, Ugunja, and they applied their money. Mom died a year after retirement, and pesa ilikuwa imeingia kwa account. Even us as the beneficiary, 5 years, we are still getting the money every month. There's money ukikufa unalipwa every month. And we didn't struggle. So about mine too, I didn't struggle. Within 7 days, I had my money in the account. I'm being honest. About land rates, and okay, land rates we pay for the land. But income tax, because when you're building a rental apartment, Makiadi, I believe you are building it for the purpose of generating some income. It's business, you know? So land rates, I don't want to disagree with Alex, because personally I bought my land in Eldoret, Elgon View Estate. And even in Kenya, sometime you pay more. You pay more depending on the development of that place. So those that have been to Eldoret, Elgon View, you know how it is. When you pay more, you get quality. And about land rate, I can say personally, even the person that I bought land for, it was very open when I went to the land registration office. I could tell the land rate he had paid. In fact, I had to refund him because I bought in the middle. And I've been paying land rates and it's reflecting. It's accountable. I have a receipt for it, to be honest. Not that I'm saying institutions do work, it depends. That is in Eldoret. I don't know about Kisumu. I have another land too in Ugunja that I've never been asked for land payment of land rates, you know, so I don't know what is happening. It's not far from the town, so I don't know. So that is why I'm saying different places do their things differently. And that is why I was saying there should be harmony in government so that things are the same all over. I really like the idea of Alex saying that when you pay land rates or wherever you are, the government should ensure schools around there are good. And that is what I was saying. It's time government should sit with the landlords so that they make them understand why they are paying this income tax apart from the land rates, you know? So, and those are the things they should bring up. Unfortunately, Makiadi, we cannot even talk about schools in Kenya being like, if I'm here, the schools around this region, the way if you buy a land here, we pay taxes. Here, whether you do what or anything, you pay taxes, whether you rent an apartment. So you get services depending on where you stay. But again, in Kenya, Makiadi, you understand, there are schools that we've grown up knowing that they are the best. And these schools have been where the structures are so good. Alliance boys, you know. Let's assume even we build Ugenya High School where I come from. How long will it take for it to be in the level of Alliance boys, Manguhai, Lenana, you know? So those are things, we are growing, we are learning, pole, and you can know our president, current president, ni mtu hata hakuwahi toka nje, unlike Uhuru. We would have expected these things to be easier implemented during Uhuru reign because Uhuru alisoma US. At least he knows some things about US. But when we talk about Ruto, vitu zingine hailewi, you know? So, in pole too, we are not expecting everything to happen now, but we should also be realistic in our demands. Finally, I wanted to comment about Juliet saying and asking Roba, and Roba is agreeing, and that's why I said we should just be honest. There's nowhere in Kenya as a landlord, if you want to increase rent, you'll go and say, I want to increase my rent. Do I have permission? No, there's nowhere. There's nowhere in Kenya, even as a tenant, you sign a lease or a contract with the landlord that this rent will be like this. There'll be an yearly fee of maybe 2,000 increment, you know? So I believe when we are here, yes, I know we are hurting. We are going through tough times. We want the best. I don't want landlords to suffer because building a house, buying apartments is also difficult. It's not easy. Few people can do that. And that's why I was saying it's high time government see to the landlords. But at the end of the day, if you're making business from your rental apartment, you have to pay taxes for it. All I'm just asking from the government, like Alex was saying, we need structures. We need them to be, our money to, we need to account for our money. If we are paying taxes, we also need to get things, services from our money, our region security, blah, blah, all those. So that's all I want to say. I hope I've responded to all the questions that I was asked. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Christine. I need to be educated here a little bit because I'm getting confused. Duke, you said if you have land, even if you have not developed anything on that land, you still pay land rates, right? So when you develop, let's say, a residential building on that property of yours, on that land of yours, do you still pay land rates and then pay taxes for that building?
Yes, because they are separate. You have the land and then you have the building. They are two different properties. Also, we have actually like areas where you pay land rates. Some areas, for example, if you have your personal house, you don't pay.
Okay, and I think this is what Alex was saying here. You know, if you pay whatever you want to call it, rates, or you pay you call it taxes, in some other in countries whereby there's taxation from let's say in the US, where there's taxation from the federal government and taxation from the what we call the state government, the state government, yeah. There are things that you can only pay for the state and you cannot pay for the federal government. For example, right now, if I'm trying to wrap my head around me owning land and then paying rates to Nairobi City Council or Nairobi County government. And then when I build a building there, when I have a building there, I have another rate that I'm paying, which you're calling a tax, to the federal to the national government. How are you going to help somebody who is trying to develop a property in Nairobi not to pass it down to the person who is going to occupy that building? I think Alex tried to bring this thing out as a double taxation, and it's something that is going to end up where we are saying, because if Duke, in a year, I used to pay like 5,000 shillings at the end of the year to City Council, the County Council of Nairobi, and then you introduce this thing that you are calling registration of landlords, so that they can be able also to pay to the national government. Where do you expect me to get the extra money? Am I going to divide the rent that I'm getting from my tenants and then not think about increasing my rent so that I can also be able to recover the money that I'm spending on the taxes? I mean, this is something that you people should try to discuss as we move forward.
We are a free economy. That's actually the prices of or rent is dictated by demand and supply. And because the government has ventured into constructing houses, we have affordable housing program and social housing program, it means that the supply will increase. I think through that mechanisms of increasing supply, there will be like the price will settle on its own using the forces of demand and supply. But there is a difference between rent rates and tax. Usually rent rates are paid to the county government, but tax is paid to the national government. And we are talking about income tax. If there is a provision which says that maybe you have to pay 10% of your income per year. So are you saying that if you are getting rent, that is not income? Where are you classifying it? That's the question.
Duke, if I have, like Robert said here, if I have a building, I'm trying to ask these questions because I probably do not have enough information on how these things work. If I have a building that is empty, I'll still pay rates for that building, right? And if I have that building that is not bringing anything, do you still expect me to pay taxes to the national government?
Tax is a percentage of your income. So if the income from the house is zero, any percentage of a zero digit is zero. So it's a percentage of what you are getting. You're talking about the income tax. But rent rates, they are actually fixed rates, and they are not actually very expensive. In some areas, you pay as little as 1,000 per year. So, and we have nothing scenarios where government, county government are giving people waivers, even if you're not paid for 20 years. Sometimes they forgive people, something of that kind. So rates are not such expensive. They are not, maybe with the exception of some prime areas in Nairobi. But income is income. Because, the reason why the Kenyan economy is not well expanding, or it's not the government's not offering enough services, and it's trying to borrow more from outside. It's because people are not paying taxes, from individuals extremely rich, from companies like Roche, which cannot pay for 5 years. A company making billions as profits per year, not paying for a lot of years. So one of the reasons is that we don't have good infrastructure. For instance, if I have a house and at the end of the year, the government does not even know, then I record my income is zero, maybe even not in the civil service. So now, if we have a good system, a good infrastructure whereby we are able to reflect accurate information of how much people are getting, then the government will have enough money to offer services we will not actually even borrow. The more the taxes, which are actually even increasing the cost of living, is because the government is forced to get money from outside, and when it's trying to pay that, it's paying excess. For example, if you talk about the Thika superhighway, which was built like 10 years ago, the government is still paying that. And the loans to Kenya are in terms of US dollar denominations. So if by that time, the dollar was 85 Kenyan money, now it is like 120, you see? So inflation alone makes the borrowing even to double. So it's good to have our own mechanism of trying to generate the income from within Kenya, and from that, the government will have surplus money and it will be able to offer more services.
Duke, ngoja Christine, dakika moja tu nikuje kwako. Duke, my question, let me try to rephrase my question. If you walk in around these areas, Zakilimani, I have a friend who told me that most houses are empty right now. And the reason why I want to bring this issue up is because we are trying to introduce something that has not been existing before, the tax. By registering landlords, we are trying to get more money as the national government. Now, what is the net effect of increasing? Introducing the tax that we are talking about here to these houses? Because, the lady who was here, Mary, said, if you are paying your house 50,000 shillings and you are a landlord, the government needs you to pay your taxes on the income of the 50,000 shillings. For example, you're earning 50,000 shillings in a month, and so you have the rate that is a fixed rate that is paid to the county government, and now there's another introduction of a form of taxation that is paid to the why am I confusing? The national government, which is the serikali kuu. Now, you tell me, how are you going to maintain the same amount of profit? You are paying a loan. Now your loan inahitaji tuseme 30,000 shillings a month. How are you going to maintain that without increasing the rent? And what is the net effect when you increase the rent? What happens next? Are you going to maintain still the same client who cannot keep up with the rent? Or are these people going to move elsewhere to other cheaper houses? Is this tax that we are trying to introduce to the Kenyan landlords sustainable? Is this something that we can say now the government is going to get money from these landlords to do development?
First of all, you have to talk about enforcement, not introduction, because it has been there since time immemorial. Income tax, a given percent of the income you get. So the people have not been paying that. So it's not about introduction, it's about enforcement. About being passed to tenants, something of that kind. That's why I've talked about supply and demand, because the government has been involved in, actually, if you talk about affordable housing program, is going to start in every county, and social housing is going to eliminate the informal settlements. So if the government is involved prices are high if the demand is high, but if the supply increases, the prices comes down. So that increase in the supply of housing is going to help to to bring down the prices. Also, about the net effects, I think one advantage that it will serve is about discouraging people to have, actually, I can talk about dead stock or dead investments. We have to change the mind of Kenyans in the way they want to invest. For instance, if the government and county government were involved in welfare housing, whereby they are building a lot of houses, people are affording houses at a cheaper price, all these people are taking their millions to come up with structures which are not creating much employment opportunity in the long run. Because if you construct an apartment for 200 million, when it's done, you hire 2 people, maybe a watchman and a caretaker. But if the government discourages that, because there are no much returns, if you go to residential investments, people will go to investing into companies, processing companies, manufacturing. Maybe you are setting up a food processing small plant. You are maybe manufacturing tissue paper, something of that. You are manufacturing different products. Those manufacturing investments, they actually even give you more returns. That's number one. Number two, they create more employment opportunities. So, the real estate Kenya has been exaggerated. If you talk about the financial crisis of 2008, it was contributed by what we call the housing bubble, where too much people are attracted into coming up with housing structures. And these people are not even imagining where are these occupants going to get money to pay me. You see, so you have to direct investments where it assists Kenyans and where it gives more returns to many people.
Okay, let me hear from Christine.
Makiadi, you're not seeing my hand. I'm in the dark.
Okay.
But
Alex,
okay,
let me
Christine can
speak.
speak.
Then
I've
you
also
speak.
been waiting, Makiandi, for a long time. Christine has just come out.
Hold on, Juliet, you are not even here.
I'm here.
I've just added you in less than a minute.
No, I've been here. I just got reconnected.
Okay,
And I was listening, and I need to respond because you didn't allow me to finish.
Okay, hold on. Let's
can I clarify what Duke just said?
Me too, I want to clarify.
Let me
Go
talk.
fast.
We will have some
I've been
order.
given a chance.
Hold
What's
on.
the big deal?
We will have some order. Please mute your mics. Please, tafadhali, mute your mics. Now, Alex is in the dark. I could not see his hand. Let me give him a chance, then I come to...
Well, people are not meant to be on the dark. I think that is one of the rules.
He's driving. It's okay.
Yeah, well, the rules are the rules. I'm sorry. The rules are you have to be seen. Your face has to be seen. That's what I've been told before.
I'm not behind the curtain.
Okay, he's not behind the curtain.
I'm not behind the curtain. When I get to the light,
I can't see him. I was told if I'm okay, if I'm there, I'm put behind the show. So he's not there, then he's put behind the show. Rules are rules.
We can't even see you, Juliet. Your camera keeps on
No,
going
I've
on
just
and off.
done it to demonstrate. That is what I was told on this show, that you have to be seen. Your face has to be seen. Thank you.
All right. Alex, go ahead. Make your comments.
Yeah, what Duke is forgetting is, and I think I said it before, and I think the Duke doesn't get it. The problem is going to be for me and Makiadi and Roba. We are going to get to a point whereby we are going to refuse to invest in Kenya, because when Duke is investing in Kenya, he can show that nilichukua loan kutoka kwa KCBE, nilichukua kutoka cooperative. So when you are going to file your taxes, you can show that you have what? A loan. I'm working my ass off to get money in cash. I build, I finish. Even if I showed them my credit card, I showed them the loans that I took in the US, they are out of jurisdiction. So for me, I'm going to pay taxes, whether I like it or not, on my property, because the jurisdiction of money is not tied to Kenya. So what that means is, for Roba and Alex and Juliet to invest in Kenya is a wild wind, because when we get to Kenya and we are filing our taxes, we must pay all of it, because The jurisdiction does not allow us to show that tulichukua kutoka Bank of America, tulichukua from Wells Fargo, tulichukua kutoka wapi. So when we are being taxed as landlords, because you cannot show that you took a loan from Kenya, we unalipa taxes zote. Ruto and his company can show they have taken loans from KCBE. Unaona? So for them, when they are filing taxes, what happens? They can go scot-free. They can say, I took this from KCBE, I took this from cooperative. Mimi ambaye nimetumia cash, I have worked so hard. My house is finished like roba yako iko free. You still have to pay taxes. Hata kama ulichukua loan hapa. Unaelewa shida yenye tuko nayo? So that is double taxation. And what Duke is saying that him and
Not
rates.
double, treble taxation. Get it right, treble.
Okay. When counties were allowed to take rates, some counties did things that were not right. Duke, let me use your word. For instance, in Kisii, Ongwae found out a way of using NEMA and other, and Juliet just said, nyumba yako ikifika tu first floor, unaanza kuwa tax differently. Ukienda second floor, ndio hawa tena wamerudi. Ukienda third floor, ndio hawa wamerudi. So you don't even know what rates you are paying. Are you paying to NEMA? Are you paying to what? Are you paying to construction authority? Are you paying to the county? Are you paying to the national government? So Duke, those are the things that we don't understand. And we want the national government, through an act of parliament, to put this stop from counties coming to take money from us, National Construction Board taking money from us, NEMA taking from us. Makiadi, I don't know if you have ever built a house, but us in Kisii who are building right now, we are very frustrated. Ukifika first floor, everybody is on your door. It's like first floor ukifika, you are paying another 500,000 to rates only. And some of these rates you don't even understand. NEMA is there, National Construction Board is there, the county is there. Now we are having the big man is coming now. The federal government or the national government is coming after us. Those are just rates that you don't even understand. And sometimes I wonder why NEMA comes to get money from me. NEMA is the most notorious, and Duke, you being a contractor, you know, NEMA is the most notorious. NEMA is a national government bond. They are still taking money from us. Now they are going to take 3 times. From National Construction Board, from NEMA, and them. Is NEMA, National Construction Board, not part of the national government, Magiadi? That is nonsense. We are not going to allow that. We can't, NEMA can't take money from you. National Construction takes from you. Now Ruto wants to take from you. And then, wanasema, kuna rates. Those rates were tied to houses. Kama land yako iko free, you pay different rates. Kama uko na property, you pay different rates again. Especially in Kisii. That means your property is being taxed.
It's not just Kisii, it's everywhere, Alex. It's everywhere.
Taxes.
Yes.
Makiadi, what is National Construction Board? What is NEMA? Are not those national government?
And somebody sits down and say Kenyans don't pay taxes. I mean,
Okay.
Makandi, sorry, I apologize. I'm raising my hand.
Yeah, hold on. You're raising your hand. Your mic is on. You are talking
Sorry,
over somebody.
sorry.
So let's maintain a bit of decorum, and at least if we spend less time arguing, we will have more time to talk. So Juliet, you want to comment? You want to, I'll start cutting down on the time so that at least we move faster.
Should I comment?
Yeah, I'll give you a minute because I want to give public participation. She dropped, but she has not spoken. So I want to give her a minute also.
So, no, I'll pass. If you're just giving me a minute, I'll pass. Give public participation. I wanted to comment on issues because I've been waiting.
Okay.
I am dying to say what I want to say.
All right.
So I'm not going to accept a minute.
Okay. Then let me give Roba a minute and then I go to public participation and then I'll come for another whatever lap.
Yeah, I just want to make a correction. A few things. Duke, 2008, the collapse of the whole world economy was not caused by, what do you say, a lot of construction of houses. No. That was caused by wrong mortgages. So people were just buying some houses. You were there. They bought some houses, but when it came to pay, they couldn't pay their mortgages. And because of that, it caused that bubble. So it was not like houses were being constructed or the way you just said because of many houses. It's because some people were given some mortgages, more especially in the US, and it ended up like they couldn't pay, and it caused that bubble. Okay, let me talk of something about these boundaries. I'm telling you, there's one thing you guys are not talking about. I'm going to take a few seconds. Do you know some of these lands you own, maybe you don't have a title to it. Like my case, what happened, just my case in somewhere in Utawara. So we came to find out that the person we are supposed to get our titles from, he owns the lands. And when it came a time now, we want to process the titles, we have to pay the land rates. And you just find out he owns or she owns millions and millions. And that one becomes, which means you divide between you people, just pay for something which she or he never paid before that. I mean, that was so bad. But because of COVID, we had the governor there, the incoming foreign minister, whatever, secretary. I mean, he did it, we got very easily. But also don't forget how much, when you construct a house, you have to buy cement, you have to buy concrete, you have to buy nails, you have to buy paint. All these things, also you have to pay taxes on them. And after that, now when you spend your money, now the government wants to come in, after they tax you on materials, now they want you to tax you on something which you have built. That one, it never happened. I would rather just have my house just stay empty the way it is empty. I would rather just have it stay like that.
Okay, and we want to remind you, Robert, just like Duke said, when you let your house stay empty like that, you are going still to be paying land rates, regardless of whether you have any occupancy on your property or not. Public participation umepotea tena. We want to see your face. All right. I can give you an opportunity now to make your remarks. And Alex, you talked about something here that I want. There was a time I also had that issue arising. I think kuna watu huko nyumbani sijui wanaitagwa bora afya, sijui kama ndio watu wa NEMA, sijui kama ushaikutana na watu kama hao. So this guy showed up when the fundis were trying to put the roof, the trusses, and the guy comes and says hii nyumba yako haijakuwa certified. Anasema anaitwa bora afya. Nikauliza bora afya ndio nani? Sijui kama ndio watu wa NEMA. Duke, mnawaitaga bora afya?
Actually, Duke is their chairman. Duke works for them.
Mimi napigiwa simu naambiwa kuna mtu amekuja hapa anaitwa bora afya, amesema hakuna vile hii nyumba itakuwa roof. Nikasema mpatie simu. Akapewa simu, nikamuuliza wewe ni nani? Akaniambia sijui nimetoka county office, sijui. Nikamwambia acha nikwambie, kitu yangu ikienda kutoka hapo, hata mabati ama nini ikitoka hapo iibiwe, ati wewe ndio umekataa, tutaonana na wewe. And the guy disappeared and never showed up any other day. So I don't know if these are the guys you're calling NEMA people or what. I was just told jina yake ni bora afya. So I don't know what that means. Duke, unamjua ndio wanaitwa bora afya? Those
no, you should not mix between approvals or requirements when you are doing constructions with taxation. If you are talking about NEMA, you are talking about National Environmental Management Authority, which actually, that's it. Talking about NCA, National Construction Authority, which actually checks the integrity of whether you are following the requirements, you are meeting the standards of residential building. So those are like approvals, they are not taxes.
Okay. So these people just show up to get money while you're vile tu umesikia hapa. Ukifika first floor kuna mtu anatokea. Ukienda second floor kuna mwingine anatokea. Anyway, public participation, karibu.
Asante, Mr. Masiadi. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but uko chini kidogo. Hebu jaribu ku increase volume. We can hear you. Ni vile tu sauti iko chini.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's better, eh? So I put something on the chat, eh? I was trying to copy paste something from Kara, a residents association, Kenya Residents Association. In 2021 June, they had instructed that people who own properties, okay, particularly this one was Korunda Association, homeowners association. So they wanted to protest something that was being proposed by the city council, that the present value, okay, it was people are paying 25% of a rate which was a very old, a value which was at the beginning, like many years ago. So, for example, if they valued it at 120, so you're supposed to pay 25%, so it was coming to around 30,000 a year. So, by what they wanted to do was now value at present value. So, and of course, this was to apply to all areas, not just to Runda, but the mini I have put on the chart is there. So, they're saying that if the least value of a house in Runda is 28 million, if you do 25% of the 28 million, this is not a rental house. This is your own home. So you are supposed to pay 7 million per year. And then that story, I don't know where did it go to, but it was one of the strategies the council was coming to put up to be able to collect revenue. Now, the problem with this country, Makiati, and especially you know, Duke, you are a very young person. This country is in shambles, and let me tell you, you'll be here to suffer longer than most of us. The problem with this country is corruption. And corruption is like the grave. It never gets satisfied. Even if we pay 100% of our income, if it's just for stealing, it will never be enough. Our problem is not that we don't have enough taxes being collected. Our problem is purely and surely corruption, because Kenya is one of the highest tax, most high tax country in this world. Even some first world countries, they don't pay the kind of taxes which we are paying here. So our problem is not that people are not paying tax. If anything, the people who are not paying tax are people who are in government, are people who have power. In fact, it has gotten to an extent whereby if I know I want to evade paying tax in this country, I become a politician. That's why this Madam Wakeroche went to become a senator. Or what do you think was her motivation? So that now she can be in government and aongea na president, amsamehe, wafungue kiwanda tena, and she doesn't pay that tax. All these taxes, like what was happening in Nakumatt. Nakumatt was not paying taxes. So whoever was there in power at the time when they were not paying taxes would hold off KRA. Then kama walikuja wakakosana na the one who was there by the time they were being closed, but the tax was too much, was in terms of billions. So they opted, since they have already taken the money offshore, let them shut down the Nakumatt and not pay suppliers. So our problem is corruption, and that's why even Alex was complaining that if you're doing anything to your house, you are paying so many people that you're not even sure what are you paying for. For example, like if you're having your own house and now you want to painting it, you have to go to the council or anything. Even if you want to just put up a chicken shed, or you want to put up a small mabati thing for even rabbits, they want money. Yani, if they just catch you doing anything to your house, anything, any renovation, and you haven't gone to pay, you're going to be in for it. So, and where is all this money going? This money is just going into people's pockets. We don't even need to add tax. The tax we pay is more than enough. Lakini now, if at all we are being, according to Auditor General, we are 60% of what we are paying is going to corruption. Will we ever be able to meet any target? We can't. And we have loans. Even these loans we took. We took loans, and it was not used well. It went to corruption. So what we are paying for corruption. No, Najua, you are supporting, I understand. You like to see and you're supporting them and they're I understand. But let me tell you, when this country becomes too rogue, you will be suffering more than us, because I know you're younger than most of us. You will suffer. And you see, like that association of presidents, they just said enough is enough. And then the city council told them, you can't lodge a joint complaint, because now they don't opposition, so they want to be individual complaints, that if every house go and complain, So these things are coming back, because by the time Nani was there, Uhuru was there, There was also taxes Mboga for beekeeping. Everywhere they can tax. So I was like, a beekeeper, how much does a beekeeper make to be able to be being told to pay taxes? I'm telling you, things are bad, and by then you'll see for yourself, because they're just starting. This is just a beginning. You'll see for yourself. Thank you, Mr. Makia.
Okay, I don't know public participation. I'm looking at the information you posted here. Do you have like a source where somebody can go read?
Okay, it was forwarded by Kara. Maybe you can go to YouTube and you Google KARA.
Oh, okay. It said KRA.
K, not KRA.
KARA. Okay.
Yeah, it's the Resident Association for Homeowners.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out and find out more. It's on posted on 13th June 2021. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
that
check
is
it out.
when. Yeah, that was when they sent the email, because there was a deadline. There was a deadline for launching the complaint that we are not pay 25% of the current value of our houses. Because you can imagine how obnoxious it is if you're paying 7 million a year as rate.
Wow.
But the thing sold anyway. It sold. I think when the outcry was there, and that's why I'm saying, we as Kenyans, we have to be proactive. Let's not be, and that's why them knowing how Kenyans are not very proactive, they didn't want to take complaints from the homeowners association. Don't take individuals. You go and complain, you pay the 500, but they don't want a group thing. But these residents association tackled the matter until now it has been put to rest. But you see, with the kind of situation we have here, whereby Hasla wants, I don't know, 3 trillion, or I don't know how much money does he want, they'll have to revert back to look for any single source, including your big keeping, which had been started by Ururuto government to attacking.
Yeah, I had the target between now and December that has been set for KRA is 3 trillion. I don't know how practical that is, but Duke, the government intends to collect 3 trillion between September. We are in October. It was October 1st to end of the year. I don't know how that is going to work out, but let's wait and see. Yes, Juliet, you wanted to say something.
Oh, finally, thank you so much, Chair. So first of all, Duke, I'm very disappointed today, your learned friend. I don't know where he's thinking from today, but I'm very disappointed with some of the comments he's coming up with, because it means that Kenya is going to get poorer and poorer. So if he's the kind of people Kinaruto are employing, then Kenya is even in more trouble, because I don't know how we will be able to create more employment in our country. And basically, you're making people even poorer. If you are in a situation where you're making business owners not to be able to create employment for the society, then I think we are living in a very different world here today. So I want to ask our dear friend and learned friend today to go home and think what he's been drinking here today, and come and apologize to viewers, because his theory here today is to take us backwards to the 50s. And thanks, Roba, for reminding people how the real situation is in terms of how the market collapsed because of overborrowing. And we know that Kenya has overborrowed. And we know that Kenya relies on the diaspora. And we know that the remittances that Kenyans are sending is what has been even helping Kenya. And yet there is double taxation, and even the thought that diasporans should even be taxed when they are sending more money when they're already paying in their in-country is absolutely ridiculous conversations that we hear. So anybody coming in and asking Kenyans to pay extra money, Alex has broken it down. I had tried to say Kenyan and the public participation has come back again. And many others here tonight saying exactly what I said. Joshua started it as well. And I have told you, Kenya is one of the most expensive country to live in. Not just talk. In fact, Kenya is very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. That is why you see Mombasa right now is struggling to even attract tourists. So let's be real. Christine was asking questions here tonight, and I want to respond to her question, when she was saying that landlords don't get a rate of what they should charge tenants. Let me explain. If she's a person that rents houses, I will tell you very well, and you can also confirm that there is no tenant. Kama unaenda unajenga nyumba yako na unarentisha, by the time you go in wanakuuliza ni watu wangapi wanaishi kwako. You pay on top of your you pay mpaka hata unashangaa. That is why I told you people here today. It is really interesting, the rental real estate market in Kenya, and how that has really shot up in Kenya. And you compare it with other places and you realize something is wrong somewhere in our system, Makiandi. So that was something that I felt that I should comment on behalf of many Kenyans. And I feel sad in a way that Kenyans or diasporian is not able to really come back home and create employment and public participation, as also described that. And I want to support that. If we are going to create jobs and employment in any sector in our country, things must change or transform and allow for businesses to develop and allow for businesses to be able to create manufacturing jobs, and understand that this idea of where Kenyans can't breathe at all, then Kenyans watalala njaa. Na si tu mtu mmoja atalala njaa, ni watu wengi ndio watalala njaa. Because when there is no jobs being created, then watu watakosa hiyo unga, na ndio tutasema. Because sadly, that is the system that some few people are creating to punish the rest of the Kenyans. And I think that is what we need to remove. Social inequality is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that cannot continue to happen. Now, the other thing is how these issues of lands are coming about. I'm very disappointed when I see ideas coming from America or Kenya. Do you know in here whereby watu hata hawana land huku, ni manyumba tu ndio watu wananunuanga, lakini nyumbani tuko na mashamba. Alafu tunachukua ideas zile ziko huko Amero, ama tunachukua ideas zile ziko hapa UK. Ni watu wangapi wako na shamba huko, ama ni manyumba tu ndio zinanunuliwa cash? Unaenda unachukua mortgage. Alafu mnaleta hizo idea kwa mashamba za watu. Mnafanya hivyo kwa nini? That is why people are not even understanding those systems, because they are not used to those kind of systems. And we are bringing it right down to the grassroots, because we are going and taking their livelihoods away from them. Livelihoods whereby they should be planting food for us. Food that people are supposed to be eating. Umeona huyo mshosho unatuonesha. Anashindwa anakuja kuuliziwa nini? Shamba yake alinunua 50 years ago. Saa hizi overnight mtu ameamka, hii shamba yako wewe ni tajiri sana, lazima tuchukue kitu fulani. Whatever you bring a story, hata aelewe imetokana wapi. Because you want to make sure that mother, that elderly shosho. Hakuna mtu kwa Kenya yetu ana shamba. Wacheni niwaambie hiyo. Watu wengine watani challenge that one, I know. But I can tell you, as long as you have an extended family, if that land is being passed to you and you're entitled to that land properly, if you are entitled to that land, hata wewe utapata. Au wakifariki wewe bado utapata. Lakini shida ni ile unyang'anyaji. Cases not being had properly. cases that last for 50 years, 30 years, watu wanakufa, hakuna mtu, unakuta watu wamekuwa outscattered. Alafu tunawaletea masheria tumetoa ng'ambo, na hizo vitu haziwork. And you wonder why those people are confused. Yes. So if we are going to deal with these issues head on, we need to really remove people like Duke from office who are bringing poverty in our country. We don't want poverty in our country anymore. We want richness. We want people who are bringing development in our country in the right path. We want people who can create jobs for these young people. We want people who can create development into your county to county trading with each other. We want people who can be able to encourage diasporians to go back home so that unakuja, unaendelea. Imagine how many diasporians have lost money just trying to build. You come in, if he's a contractor, unaenda kwa contractor, kama ni Duke, if he's not registered or whatever, anakuja anakuibia pesa, inaisha. Round 1, unashangaa kwa nini hizo constructions hazijamalizika za watu wa diaspora. Has anybody ever asked diaspora how many times they have built or tried to finish their products? Why is it I'm always campaigning for diasporians to be given a proper social housing zile zimemalizika? Because sometimes you can't even find trustworthy builders in our countries. Na wale wanakujengea, wanajenga yao na wanajenga ingine ni kama unalipa. Hata si double, nilisema treble. So, if we are going to really, Joshua, anacheka. Leo nimeamka. So, if we are going to really build our country, we need to bring...
Ukisema ukweli lazima nicheke.
If we are going to really bring development in our country, we really need to do away with these criminals who are making Kenyans poor because wananyanyasa watu ndio waondoe watu kwa mashamba yao na waondoe watu kwa manyumba zao, and they buy them cheap and they buy them off and you're left stranded, homeless. Go to the streets in some places. Sitaki kusema kama ukienda huko, wacha niseme America, which parts I've visited, but you see people on the streets. Mmacho huko. Alafu travel the world, watene niwaambie hiyo, mtajionea mengi. So for me, Duke, we need to really think about what you're saying, and I really despair when I hear you talking like that, when you know an average Kenyan is not even having a job. Cost of living has gone up, and even here in the diaspora, hours are being cut, and you're talking like that. Now, let me come to one more issue, Richie, about somebody was telling me that we have to even protect the whole of Africa, not just Kenya, because you know the issue of Ukraine and the war and food, you know, mahindi na nini you know, food, when food is not going to be a lot or expected, you know, your Cold War, you would say. We need to be encouraging our farmers to be planting, not taxing those farmers, not adding more added problems on top of problems. Fertilizer, ndio hiyo wananunuanga bei ghali, hata wanashindwa hata kununua kunini ku seedlings na nini. Saizi ndio walikuwa najaribu kupatiwa na serikali ya Uhuru angalau ndio waweze kukuza chakula. Where there is good leaders, things work. I want to thank the people of Nyandarua, because at least huko unakuta watu wao mpaka wanaitango soko mjinga. You can imagine, tumekuwa wajinga sisi mpaka tunaita pahali watu wanakuza chakula tunaitanga soko mjinga. You imagine that kind of language. I grew up hearing soko mjinga, and I'm like, soko mjinga for people who are producing agriculture, the best in the whole country. Chakula inatufikia Nairobi. Now ndio watu tunaitanga soko mjinga. I told you that story before. Kienda huko kwao chakula imejaa mpaka hata wanakuambia debe chukua. Alafu hao ndio tunaitanga soko mjinga. Please, watu clever, I rename them from today. Watu clever, thank you. Watu wa Ndondori, thank you. Watu wa Nyahururu, Nyandarua, Olkalau, asante kutuzalia chakula huko. Let them hear this message. Kutoka leo nisiwahi sikia mtu akiwaita soko mjinga. kutoka leo mko naita soko clever. Yes, asanteni. So for me first public participation. So for me nimeenda kulala and I don't want to hear. Nimeenda kulala because I don't want to hear more irritation from Duke. Duke amesema leo mpaka hata sitaki kusikia hiyo story yake. So acha mimi niende nilale. Kesho ni
1 minute ngoja. Unajua ninefukuzwa hapo mara nyingi, watu wananitupa nikinua mkono na tupa.
One more thing, there was something I needed to tell you, nilikuwa nimesahau, hata ni Richard alifanya nikasahau. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia about hii taxation. Taxation wawache kututax hata kwa bank. Unaweza kukoa diasporan, uende uweke pesa yako kwa bank. Ukienda siku ile unaenda home, unakuta hakuna hata chapa. Mtu anatolewango shilingi hivi, sijui ati ni lazima ukuwe na account fulani. Unauliza, pesa yako ilikuwa enda wapi? This is the reality some people have to live with. So hakuna siku unaweza kuenda kusema ati Mkenya mwenye na ile sasa zile mna build commercial, that's what I wanted to say, commercial property daylight robbery. Sasa zile una build na you're not getting money na unalipishwa. Hiyo ni kitu nimeuliza serikali miaka nyingi sana. Hizo rates you're trying to build, kwa sababu una build, mtu anakuja anakuitisha. Yes, I can understand unalipia pale plot, lakini I cannot understand ile rate unalipishwa saa zile hakuna hata hujaanzisha hata biashara, and you wonder why watu wanashindwa hata kumaliza hizo nyumba. Makiandi, Kenya is one of the most expensive places to start business. Ukitaka kuwa maskini leo na ushindwe kunini, ndio uangalie hawa nini, hata wale watu wako kwa sokoni, mimi na wainamishianga, because huyo mtu kabla apate hata ile license, apate tu license ya kuanzisha tu ka biashara kadogo ka kiosk saa hii, na hiyo ni pesa yako. Sometimes wewe umechukua pesa yako Miakiandi, kama uko abroad ukachukua pesa kidogo ukasaidia mtu aanzishe ka biashara, you will have paid. I mean, mmoja alinihesabia 2 million which is 20,000 pound. 20,000 pound, ni watu wangapi wako na 20,000 pound in their account right now? Kama uko diasporian, I know I'm asking those right questions. 30,000, alafu unakuja unaambiwa at if you can't show umetafuta pesa yako. Anyway, let me not break that. Let me leave that to wale watu wanataka ku prove the point. But Makiandi, if we continue the way we are continuing as Kenyans watapata njaa. Now we will see starvation in our country. Starvation ile hujawahi ona. Saa hii watu wanakula hata wengine 1 meal a day. In other words, it's not even healthy for those mamas. Think about a mama mwenye ako na diabetes, for example, Makiandi. Think about that elderly woman mwenye ako hapo na ana hata ndizi ya kukula. Normally maybe ni hapo tu kwa shamba ndio ana nini nyingi kwendanga, alafu saa hizo ndio unamwambia hii shamba ikikosa chakula, mkikosa kuipanda hii, na hujampatia hata seedlings za kupanda. So let's rethink our systems, guys, and let's stop thinking that these people who are paid handouts au ndio wana run cartels, ndio wana run our country, and we are praising those cartels and thinking that it is great. Our young people saizi ni madawa ndio wanatumia, hata ndio unasikia wanakuambia ile kitu tu inaweza kukuletea pesa ni bank. That is what the young people talk about on the streets, because they can't even see a future. And you want to say before long kichwa hata hazitakuwa psychosis, mental health. Yeah, hiyo ndio kitu tutakuwa tunaona. Watu wamemaliza universities, watu wamemaliza masters, wamelala huko nje because they are frustrated, na ile kitu tu mtu anajua ni frustration, hata hakuna hata rehab. Enda hapo Kiambu, watakwambia. Juzi I was talking to one MCA, he called me akaniambia, Juliet, tafadhali tusaidie tutafute rehab. Young people, youths lives, youths. Alafu mnakuja kusema hapa ati whatever because of taxes. Mtu anashindwa sasa, the quickest way nita make money niende nitafute hizo mnaziita nini, mamira. Mtu anajaribu kwenda kutoka huko, sijui unaenda wapi huko. Let's go back to proper good agricultural products. Let's invest in our people properly. Let's be a people of honor. Let's be a people of integrity. Let's be a people that can be trusted. Saa hii hata ukiambia hata mdiasporian, hebu enda Kenya, nini, mtu atakwambia please, hebu ngoja kidogo, tuache tu nikae na pesa yangu kwa mfuko. Yeah? Because wizi imekuwa imeongezeka kuongezeka. Joshua imeongezeka. Tukijaribu kujenga, unajengea watu 4. Nyumba yako haitaisha ukiwa mdiaspora. Back to you. I submit.
Thank you, Juliet. I don't know if Joshua, you want to add something on that, and then we move on.
Well, wacha nikuje upande ya rates, kwa sababu nilikuwa nainua mkono nikashtukia nimetupo kwenye stage mpaka nianze kutengeneza mpaka nichukua tablet computer inaenda. So hii mambo ya rates, kuna rates mara 3.
Mimi nimehesabu 5 sasa.
Kuna exactly zile ziko ni 3. Kuna airlines, hiyo inachukuliwa once a year. Alafu kuna rates ambaye watu wanajenga nyumba. Alafu kuna tenants. Hiyo pia airlines inalipwa once a year na inalipwa kwa means of lands. Watu wana confuse hizi vitu. Na kuna ile rate inalipwa sema kwa City Hall, kitambo ilikuwa kiitwa. Na ule anajenga nyumba yake amba kuna mambo ya choo, ni kama America hata hapa jama. Wale wanakuja kuchukua takataka barabara kama Alex vile anazungumza. Pale kuna shule. Hizo rates pia zinahesabiwa. Na hizo zinaenda kwa county government. Ndio uliona Sonko alitajirika kwa hizo pesa. Si ati sijafanya na county, najua county vizuri sana vile pesa zinaingia. Ndio pale kina mama Karua na mzee walikuwa nasema tunajua pale pesa zinatolewa. Tutafunga hizo mashimo. Hapo kwa hizo rates ndio pesa zinaenda. Ndio unasikia wanalia sana kuhusu lands na agriculture. Hapo ndo pesa zetu nyingi zinaenda. Na wasifanye makosa hata kidogo. Wakasema waongeze tena kitu ingine ya 3 ambayo wanataka ya 4. Kama vile my sister anasema. Hiyo wanasema ati waanze walete hii kodi, wanasema wataletea wenye nyumba. Watu watalala barabara na mtaamini. Itanibidi hata wale wanekaa 6 months kwa nyumba zangu ni watoe wote. And then sasa waseme Ruto basi wasaidie. Yeah. Kweli. Na ni vile Juliet anasema hapa. Julia sore. Hii kuongeza bei Nairobi. Ile rate ambaye my sister anaenda anasema Eldoret ati analipa tu shamba. Hiyo shamba peke yake hiyo haitoshi. Vile Duke anasema anajaribu kutucheza sheri. Please. Hapa ni maisha ya binadamu. Na wengi ambao nilikuwa nikisema hata jana nikiambia kina Bernard. Wakifanya tu makosa tu, watu wataanza kuuana hapo Nairobi hiyo. Sincerely, 2 weeks ago nilikuwa Kenya. Na mimi na travel every time, napoteza pesa zangu nikizunguka Africa. 2 weeks ago, ile niliona December last year, na ile naiona saizi in 1 month, hii serikali inaingia, kitaumana, watu wachunge. Tusifike pali mpaka upande wa West Africa vile kunatokea saizi, Mali, Congo, Afrika vile kunatokea. Reality kuna shida nyingi sana. Mimi nafanya na UN na mimi nasikia mbaya sana kama ndugu yangu ama ndugu zangu na dada zangu ambao yani ni kama ndugu yangu hapa anasema mtu wa UDA hata ukimwambia yeye ni blue ama ni green hawezi kubali ni green, bado ata remain na hiyo that color ni black na anaona kweli kitu ni green. Ni shida ziko nyumbani, lakini wanaona hakuna shida. Inakuwa my brother Mbuthi anatoka upande wa mama yangu, mimi ni Mluya, yes, lakini anatoka Mbuthi, mimi naitwa Mbuthi pia, tunatoka upande wa Gatundu. Mbuthi akiniona tu hapa kwa studio, sasa hiyo safari moja anehepa, kwa sababu anajua mimi nitamwataka na wajua vile yuko yes, aidi familia yake. Hapa anapiga mdomo kwenye studio, reality anapiga kelele mingi sana. Hata angekuwa hapa ningemwambia tu kweli, ye utoroka, namwambia nakujua vizuri, wewe usaidii familia yako, nyanya yako uko pale yako na njaa, na hapa anazungumza matope. Kama juzi anasema bring it on, mimi nilisikia hapa asubuhi akiwaambia wewe ulikuwa kwenye studio ati bring it on. How mtu usaidii familia yako na huku unapiga kelele kila siku? Anaongea hapa kwenye studio nonsense, inaniuma sana. Ingekuwa ni mtu wa nje ningesema that's another case. Huyu ni mtu najua, this is my family member na ni mtoto kwanza. Nupuzi asaidie kwanza familia yake, na ndio hivyo nasema watu wa UDA wafanye. Na Mbuthi nikimuona siku nyingine hapa akizungumza matope, I will just say sasa namtambua mbele ya watu, ndio ujue akili za hao watu ambao wanazungumza na mtadu. That is nonsense. Alafu kuambatana na vile Juliet na Alex wanasema, yeah, sisi ambayo tuko ng'ambo tuna shida nyingi sana kusaidia watu nyumbani. Duke anajua hiyo, anajua hata yeye, lakini bado yeye anakatalia kwa sababu ile ni party. Kura ziliisha, let us work. Mimi sikubali kufanya siasa, sijafanya kura, sijapiga kura na sikubaliwi, kwa sababu mimi nasimamia haki za binadamu. Sikubali kupiga kura na sikubali kushindana na watu wengine. Mimi bado sifanyi na serikali ya Kenya, hata ingawa nasimamia Kenya hapa, lakini sifanyi na serikali ya Kenya. Wanilipi ama sifanyii mtu mwingine. Mimi nimeandikwa nisaidie binadamu wote. Nilikuwa Syria, nilikuwa wakati ya 2007, nilikuwa Kenya tukisupply chakula, mishale zikitupiga. Mimi asante sikuuawa, but my colleagues walikufa. Na inaniuma sana, serikali yetu inaanza kuleta ujinga, kwa sababu najua 100% moto itakuja kuwaka. Let me tell you the truth. Lazima wachunge sana 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 sana. This one is live TV. Lazima Ruto ananijua. Akija hapa Europe, alikuwa hapa, anekaa hapa kwangu akisema Osolo nini, alilia hapa akiwa kotini. Anatoka Holland anakuja kukaa hapa German. Wache kuchezea watu akili. Si ati kwa sababu anakuwa president ni kama wa Kenya ni peremende kwenye duka ama whatever biscuits. No, ati ataweka bei vile anataka. Hapana. Hawa ni binadamu, wanataka malazi. Kama hao mama wanasema upande ya Gatundu ni mahali kuna mea chakula. Moses Kuria kwanza ni mpumbafu. Hiyo mahali yako nayo wanahitaji Limuru, afunge hiyo shule safari moja ya kupeleka watu kupeleka Warabuni, afunge. Anasema ni kanisa, mara sijui ni boarding school. alafu ndo huyo anataka kupewa minister. Shame on these people, na shame on Ruto na wengine wote ambao wanafikiria watachezea wa Kenya. This is my point. Ni live TV na bado ndaweka yangu mimi mwenyewe, si hapa, lakini I will face them face to face, na hao mimi ndawapeleka kotini, the same vile Juliet anasema na vile kina Alex wanasema. Hiyo lazima nitamrudisha kotini. Huyo mjinga mwingine anetoka Canada alikuwa hapa akisimamia kina Ruto, na Mganda mwingine hapo mshenzi, wote wazimu. Yeah?
Joshua,
Okay.
Joshua, umemaliza? Haya, asante. Duke, sijui kama una jambo.
You see, it's bad for, unfortunate from when some people start, especially Joshua and Korea, you are trying to give false information about Kenya. You are trying to say even it's very difficult to start a business, which is false. Actually, we have a digital system in Kenya. If you want to form a company, you can do that from the comfort of your house. Maybe you talk about your business not succeeding because of issues to do with the demand. No money. People are not buying your product, something of that kind. But if you are talking about bureaucracy of starting a business, try to start one there in the US or in the UK. You know how that goes. There are a lot of things which you have to route, and the advantage of Kenya is that sometimes you can ignore some protocols and still you continue. It's not good also to try to predict doom. Like Joshua is trying to give threats that Kenya is going to, there's a revolution, something's going to happen. You said that, people have been saying that even right before the election, but we are here, we are moving forward. So we should address the issues. Every country, every nation has specific issues or challenges it is trying to cope with. So it's about coming up with ideas which are able to move the country forward. So you cannot say that people should not pay taxes. You can imagine, for instance, our budget is about 3 trillion. And we are able to correct 1.8 trillion. And that tax is just like 48%. So based on the rates, the current tax rates we have, without increasing the tax rates, if all people will pay taxes, all companies, as per the current rates, because some of them are paying using the same rates, it means we will have like 3.6 trillions. That's almost 400 billion more than our budget, you see? So you want the government to ignore and continue to get taxes from just 50% Kenyans, and other 50% who are not paying, others very rich, companies which are making billions of money per year, and we continue to borrow. What's that? So we are able to fund our budget by ensuring that every person, every company pays the fair share without increasing the rates. Go to the KRA and see how much does the government collect. And that can be done by having what you call automation, automating systems and having actual data. For example, if people are saying how much they are earning, their income, especially those that are in private sector. We have a lot of rich people in the private sector who at the end of the year, they say, my income this year is 1,000. They pay 300 as taxes. Because there are no records, the government, but having an established record, it's a good thing to do. So what I can say is that we are moving forward as a country. There are a lot of improvements which we have taken a lot of steps towards improving the lives of Kenyans. And even if we have challenges, you cannot say that those challenges and those issues have been created within the last 2-3 months because of previous administrations, which have not been working the right way. So the challenges we have, the problem we are trying to tackle, they have not been created by the root administration. It's actually wrong term. They're in the making. So that's what I can say.
Okay, public participation.
Okay, I was wondering, do these people normally have a tax expert to advise them when they're coming up with taxes? Because, for example, if you're taxing a tax, let's say you have decided, like most of the time, when the government is adding tax, it normally adds for alcohol, let's say. So let's say they're taxing tax. Do they have experts to help them understand the ripple effect? Because, like, if you add the tax too much on let's say tasker, then people can't afford it. So what happened? They go back to illicit brews, and of course, since the demand is high, also the people who are making those illicit brews become more. So what will happen? And in many sectors, by way of the economy, this is what is going to happen. We'll just go to underground economy because the people cannot afford any more mainstream things. You go to the supermarket, things have doubled. You want to take your tasker there, it has doubled. What happens? People go to underground economies because they still have to engage in whatever they were engaging in. So now when they go to underground economies, have you gotten that tax which you are looking for, Mr. D? Yeah? You need experts when you're coming up with some of this. Don't just wake up in the morning, you're like, okay, who can I tax today? Or these people who have shambas. Okay, let me go and tax those. Can I tax beauty products? Can I tax beekeeping? How much do people who are doing beekeeping really have to be taxed? You see, so what happens is what? You kill the business, and this country, by the way, is known for the cost of doing business in Kenya is so high that Kagame is actually scouting for investors who come to Kenya and they find the situation very difficult to do their business because the cost of business is too high. There's too much corruption. So, and him, if you go to his country and you are an investor within a week, in fact, they're the ones who do for you everything. You don't even need to walk around to anyone. So they do for you everything. So this corruption is going to spoil everything for us investors. I understand there was an international company which came and wanted to do something in, I think it was Malindi or somewhere, and they were asked for 1 billion bribe. And of course, most of the time wazungu hawataki mambo ya kulipa bribe. Maybe Chinese, they don't mind, but wazungu, they're like, I'm doing legit business, I'm coming to create employment here, I'm investing in your country, then you want a bribe, of 1 billion. Let me go to Rwanda, where there's no those things. So collecting tax is not the issue. You can collect even you over collect. But you see, if there's corruption, we will never get past this issue of deficit all the time. We have a deficit. And then as you're trying to tax some other areas, you are now spoiling that industry. You spoil it, it collapses. People move from taking the tasker, half of them, the ones who can't afford, they move now to illicit brews. So illicit brews, the people who are getting tax from that is the policemen who come around to keep their 50 for basically. That's what I'm telling you. The more hostile the economy is becoming and the more hostile tax regimes are getting in this country, people are going to go to underground economy. Do you know that there was a time in the slum that people had even their own currency, wachana na Kenya shillings. They had their own currency. I don't know if it was called what, I can't remember, but it goes to a point if you push people too much. And if you look at even in the US, if you see the people who have been pushed to the margins, like the African Americans, what happens to them? They are engaged in underground economies, prostitution, limping, selling drugs, selling illegal guns. That's the kind of environment you create when you make the mainstream and legitimate business environment and economic environment too harsh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, public participation. I think we've exhausted that. I just wanted to give us an opportunity at least to do a closing remark, and I would want us to, at least as we close, Duke, there's what is happening at the DCI. I don't know, come on, facts or fiction. I don't know what your opinion is, panelists. Is this something that we just discovered the other day, that there was an SSU? I don't know what SSU stands for, but I believe there's a notion that is going around right now that there's a killer squad that has been executing people. And it said that it is a government-sponsored unit that was used to settle political scores. Is it a distraction, or this is something that we Kenyans should, get worried about? I don't know what your opinion are. So as you give your closing remark, I want you to at least talk about this issue, because I think this is one issue that is hitting the headlines right now. And some people are saying this is a distraction from the real issues. Others are saying this unit was there since, is it 1990 what, 99 or something? I'm not very sure. So I'll want us to keep it brief. Nitaanza na Joshua. We always make a closing remark here kwa dakika chache sana ndio tuweze kufunga show. We've been here for the past almost 8 hours. So kesho ni siku nyingine, I'm sure tutakutana hapa kuendelea na show. So Joshua, karibu.
Well, nawashukuru kwa nami katika usiku wa leo, ingawa niko hapa over 7 hours, na nashukuru yote ambayo tunazungumzia, lakini tufungue macho kabisa. Na brother Duke, kama uko na familia, think about them please. That is very important. Our young generation, wale wanakuja wanasoma kutoka kwetu, tusiwapoteze na mambo ya kura ama mambo ya parties. Yeah. Hii unazungumza, yani mambo yako ni always negative side of it. Wale huwezi kubishana na watu 6 na wewe ndio unajua kuliko wengine. That is not fair. And ndio hivyo watu wa UDA wote wako. Watu ni watu 5 wanashindana na 55 million people. Doesn't go like that. Yeah. Hiyo ni kama kutudharau kama wananchi. Thanks. Na wengine asanteni sana kuwa nami.
All right, thank you Joshua. Good to see you. Juliet.
Sorry. So, yes, mine is just to pray for Kenya. And I ask Kenyans to really, kama uko na shamba, ujaribu kupanda, ndio tuwe na chakula nyingi. Wherever you are in Kenya, tafadhalini, don't listen to people who are just misleading us, and try your best to work with fellow Kenyans and diasporans who are also really love you, and try and be an honest nation so that we are able to rebuild our country, na tuweze kuwa na mikutano katika kaunti zetu, na tuweze kuleta kama vile ambavyo President Uhuru alituambia tuwe uangalifu, na tuweze kuwa na uangalifu ambayo itatuletea maendeleo, sio uangalifu ambayo itatunyanyasa kama Wakenya. So for me, kwa hayo machache, I pray for a good country. I want our country to really be rebuilt, because if we don't rebuild our country and we follow a country that is continuously allowing the youth to now start taking decisions that you can see even our churches are saying no, and our systems in Africa, not just Kenya, are being neglected somehow because we are trying to do things that even we are not even now eating organic food anymore. We are talking about GMO and all that kind of things. So I want to question our people. Let's have a good mindset. Let me say that again. And listening to Mama Mboga, we need to make sure that Mama Mboga is having food on the table so that our children don't go hungry. And we need to look after ourselves and have good health. And to have good health means to be able to create more employment. If we can't do that, cost of living is going up, guys, and we can't not deny that that is not happening. And some people will say, oh, even abroad. But I can tell you, abroad you can go and afford milk. But in Kenya, right now, you cannot even afford that milk. So, we are really, really going to be struggling. So kwa haya machache, let's respect one another. Let's support one another. And let's add value to each other and be a nation that respects its country. Because if we don't, people will go to other countries. Charities are going to other countries and they're investing in those countries kusaidia watu. Wanasema kwetu, they can't afford certificate kupatiwa tu ya charity na ni mtu anajaribu kukusaidia. I can tell you it is not right. So if you ask ati mtu anaenda Uganda kununua chakula and you wonder why those people are going there or to Ethiopia, wanaenda kununua chakula kwa sababu kwetu tumeshindwa kupanda chakula. Asanteni and Mungu awabariki kwa hii program. And to all those that are watching, thanks for your comments. I really like them. Some of them, just think about what we are saying. Tosh, yes, Nyandarua, to follow example ya Nyandarua for now. Love you all. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Madam President, for your comments and for joining us tonight. Let me move on
Thank
to...
you, Richie, as well.
All right. Karibu. Let me move on to public participation, your closing remarks.
The nexus of our problems in Kenya is corruption. Corruption is the reason why we are having so many unemployed youth who have now gone into cybercrime, who have gone into dealing drugs, who have become robbers and conmen. That is the reason. So long as that is not addressed, there is nothing much that can be done. This is a country which is a dying democracy. One of the components of a dying democracy is lack of human rights and lack of rule of law. This issue of lack of rule of law, we embraced it a long time ago when we started killing Mungiki. Mungiki are a group of young men who came up from Rift Valley who had no money and who had no job opportunities. And so they were recruited at first as a religious organization, and then they now turned into a rogue kind of mafia organization where they were collecting taxes from people all over. And the government did not deal with them depending, based on the rule of law. They used to arrest them. When you come and bail them out, they hijack them, kill them, dump their bodies in Ngong. So this issue of extrajudicial killing, it has not started today or yesterday. This is how a country which is a dying democracy behaves, because there's no rule of law. Yeah, the police take people to court, clerks are bribed, the case is thrown out, people take bail, they go to threaten witnesses. I mean, if at all the highest people in the country, you can see the witnesses who are in ICC now, almost all of them are dead. What does that tell you? So this is becoming a rapidly degenerating into a banana republic, which is not already one. And the worst thing that would have happened to this nation is has become, because it's the embodiment of corruption and all manner of ills. He's the high priest of corruption. Nobody wants, even as my sister here is saying, donor organization, they don't want to come to Kenya because of corruption. Investors
Correct.
now, they're here in Kenya because of corruption. Everybody is afraid of this country now. People are going. In fact, the best thing that ever happened to Rwanda is Kenya, because now nowadays I understand even people here who are sourcing, wakisikia kuna
Kenyans are
investor
going to
anatafuta
Rwanda.
kimbia huko kwenda divert aende Rwanda, where you just sit in your office and everything will be done for you. No bribes, nothing. The same books in Rwanda which are costing 100 in Kenya, their textbooks costing 700. You see, we cannot live to be funding people, to be funding their corrupt activities. You can't. It's impossible. It's like you in your house now, if somebody else always coming to steal. You buy a new TV, next week imeibwa. You buy another one, how long will you keep that up? And in the end, hata iba nini, atakuja na wenzake ibe TV na free hivyo. So I know many people really, they are still in many mode, campaign mode, they are still in victory mode. But this victory is no victory. You have won the battle and you are losing the war. Let me tell you that. And Duke, at the end of the 5 years, Mungu akituweka na akipenda, you will come back and tell us whether this country better than the way it was or it was. Because me, I'm just seeing it deteriorating so fast than ever. And if anything, if you want to know that even those who say your supporters are now no longer siding with Hustler, look at what happened during this Mashujaa Day. It's because even then they are fed up. And it's only 1 month. Huh? Okay, thank you, Mr. Makiadi. God bless all of you.
All right. Thank you, public participation, for joining us tonight. It's been a while. Duke, your closing remarks.
What I can say is that I agree with public participation that corruption is a big issue in Kenya. Therefore, it has to be solved. However, the fact that we go outside Kenya to get money and then that money is misused by people, simply not because we don't have money within Kenya, but because we have inefficient mechanisms of ensuring that people are paying their fair share. So as we handle corruption, we should rectify that.
So we are closing the show. Please don't take us back, please, Makandi.
No, you cannot tell me what am I supposed to do. It's me to choose.
Okay, hold on. When you unmute your mics, there's feedback, and we cannot even hear any one of you. So allow Duke to make his remarks. If you have anything you wanted to say, we'll give you an opportunity. But we are closing anyway.
Yes, you cannot actually. I'm expressing my opinion as a person, so I cannot speak your opinion on what's in your mind or your perspective. I'm different from you. So I'm saying that if we have rates, tax rates, which have been there for a long period of time, not increasing them, the current rates which are there, or the tax brackets which are there, they are given a fraction of people who are not paying, a fraction of companies and people who are not paying that. So if all people pay that, we will have a surplus. So there's no need of going outside to China and other countries to get money. So if we do that, that's to be good. Talking about the special crimes or the SSU unit, which was disbanded. For me, I can brand it a terrible or a criminal gang to a large extent, because if you talk about the history of that, actually it was formed by Michuki in 2007. They formed what you call, it was by then called Special Crimes Prevention Unit. It was formed by Krima, and its main function was to deal with the Mungiki members and other extreme criminals. Then after that, I think it was disbanded somehow, or it became inactive around 2013. But because the threat of Mungiki reduced to a large extent, then Kinoti brought it back in 2019, and now he called it a Special Service Unit. And its functions are autonomous, that they are involved in or undertaking like secret operations, which are not known to the judiciary. They are not known to the other arms of the government. They are talking about even they are operating using secret weapons. They cannot be traced when they are doing their operation. They don't wear the uniform. So that means it can be misused. And we have instances where I'm saying if maybe you want to eliminate somebody powerful, you can pay tax unit a different amount of money, and they can do that for you. And that's how they have been connected to the killings of many people. If we talk about updraw of Mombasa, even there is a member of parliament called Mushai. You see, so it has to be disbanded because there must be a proper function of any special unit operations, and they must be identified, use weapons which are registered, and even use the uniform. Even the FBI in the US, they have the uniform, but they are involved in secret operations. So I think it should be disbanded. So that's what I can say.
Okay, I think we have exhausted this topic. And
Let me just add something. I was telling you, we are not refusing for more people to be added to pay tax. But are you already making use of the taxes which we are already paying well? Because there's no need of adding more water to a leaking bucket. It will just leak more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public participation.
Richie, I forgot to mention about the issue of people disappearing. You asked a question. Can I respond to that?
All right, keep it brief.
Thank you. So, we saw what was happening in these politics, and the people, as you know, people somehow, whether it's proved or not proved, people know the corruption that takes place in Kenya. So, let's be honest with ourselves. The reporting of people disappearing in our country has not been happening properly. I saw a video that shocked me in places where people were saying that during an election, this was happening. And it's shocking just to think that our country imefika ati ukiweka jina yako to election, you are a target of death. And I think that policies need to be in place to protect every single Kenyan Makiandi. And we saw what has happened recently to people who had even brought cases in Hague. And we've seen people, big names, disappearing just like that. And I think we ought to really have a government that accounts for what is happening in our country. And big questions, and our investigators really need to really have confidence in tackling these cases, Makiandi, because where our country is heading right now, I don't know, unless we want to call the Scotland Yard to come and help us from UK, then I think that we are really looking at a different Kenya. So for me, we really need to wake up, and as a people, we shouldn't be having people just disappearing like that. And we really need to be serious and tell ourselves the honest truth. And I believe that if we can do that, then we can hopefully stop. And these people who are just, we know why they would be disappearing. Obviously, if you've paid big amount, niliwaambia, ukiuza shamba yako, utaweza kweli kusupport how the community? It's not possible. So that is why I said we need to change our rules. Hizi magari sijui ati ni 40 something billions zimetumika to do an election Makiandi. It needs to stop. So I want to appreciate Mtembei TV for helping to bring discussions, open discussions for Kenyans. And I want us to continue with these open discussions and awareness so that Kenyans can begin to sort of like have interactive sessions like this and have an open space to be able to reason and to discuss openly. So back to you, Asante. Our mindset is critical to change as Kenyans if we are to make our country better. Let's go to December tariki 12. Happy Mashujaa Day ya Wakenya. Heroes, let's remember the fight that they fought for, but let's also ask ourselves, would they be proud of what Kenya is right now, 59 years after our struggle for independence. Would these people be proud where Kenya is right now? And so, tukikula Jamhuri ya Kenya, where are we right now? Are Kenyans actually eating 3 meals a day? Thank you.
Okay, kwa hayo machache ningependa kumalizia na quote moja inatoka kwa mwandishi ambaye anajulikana kama Mary Kay. Alisema kwamba a mediocre idea that generates enthusiasm will go far than a great idea that inspires no one. A mediocre idea that generates enthusiasm will go far than a great idea that inspires no one. The reason why I want to leave you with that quote is Baba had another option. I know, Juliet, you also ran for office, but we that supported Baba believe that he was he had good plans for social welfare. And the people that are crying about hunger right now would have some form of compensation to help them feed themselves as they wait for the government to address the issues of hunger in the country. Unfortunately, most of the people that bought the hustler narrative are now crying, and we can see it all over the country. We hope the government that they voted for is listening to their pleas and their cries, and will soon address that issue of drought and hunger. We know that there's a long-term plan. We appreciate that, but we would also hope that the government will bring in a short-term plan so that the people that are crying, about not having a meal a day can get something to feed themselves as they wait for the long-term plans to actually materialize. So I want to thank you, Joshua, for being here today with us. Umekaa nasi kwa hayo masaa yote. Juliet, always good to see you. Thank you for being here. And all those people that join us in the comment section. Naona Black hapo ametuma salamu zake hapo kwako. Christina Dika, Wakanda Nation, asante sana. Brian Richard, Faiza Fadhila, Eufin, Father Danny Darius, wale wote mashabiki wetu ninawaona huko, asanteni sana kwa pamoja nasi siku ya leo. Ningependa kuwakumbusha watazamaji wetu ya kwamba ukumbuke kusubscribe kwa Motembei TV, na ukisubscribe kwa Motembei TV make sure umehit notification button, ndio wakati tunaenda live utatambulishwa, utatumiwa message ama notification ya kwamba kipindi kimeanza. Na utaweza kujoin. Tuna drop kitu inaitwa link kwa comment section. Una click kwenye link, unaacha device yako inakuwa configured, alafu kamera yako itawaka na sauti yako itakuja kusikika. Tutakuongeza kwa studio hapa na ukaweza kutoa maoni yako. Asanteni sana. Mwenyezi Mungu akipenda tutaonana siku na saa nyingine kama ya leo. Thank you all. Good night and good day from wherever you're watching us.